Chapter 2879. Cloud-patterned armor. It was a possible way for Jian Wushuang to improve his realm. After all, he had consumed 2 million sane elixirs from Immortal. However, he had used only 200,000 of them to break through to an elementary Great Divine Master level, and the remaining 8 million sane elixirs were used to accumulate divine power. In addition, he had refined 500,000 sacred elixirs from young Master Chu and the others in the past 3 years, which had allowed him to accumulate enough divine power. As a result, he was not far from the rank of Senior Great Divine Master. Jian Wushuang estimated that he only needed another 400,000 sacred elixirs to break through to the rank of Senior Great Divine Master. When that time came, his divine power would soar again. Even though his comprehension of the rules, sword principle, and absolute arts were not as good as that of Realm Lord Tianchu, he would still be able to increase his divine power significantly by using various secret skills. Even if his divine power were more potent than that of Realm Lord Tianchu, he would still be able to compete with Realm Lord Tianchu head-on. However, he did not have the 400,000 sacred elixirs on hand at the moment. "I have to find a way to deal with some treasures," Jian Wushuang murmured. He had many treasures, many of which were extremely valuable. Besides the few treasures that he could use, there are 3 treasures that he could sell in exchange for sacred elixirs. He also had 3 treasures in his hand. They were silver armor, a baby-sized black beast statue, and a dark gray jade slip. All 3 treasures came from the same place, the secret realm in the Pil Sun sacred world, and they were all from Elder Gu. When Jian Wushuang first went to the secret realm and met Elder Gu for the first time, the elder gave them an opportunity. It was an interspatial ring, which many of them fought for. But in the end, the interspatial ring fell into Jian Wushuang's hands. All 3 treasures came from the interspatial ring, and they were all precious. This jade slip contains teleportation. It can be used to save my life at critical moments. It's scarce. Although I haven't encountered a crisis where I need to use teleportation to escape, I can't guarantee that I won't encounter it in the future. So I'd better keep this token, Jian Wushuang muttered. He put the jade slip back into his interspatial ring. This strange beast statue has such a strong destructive power. Although I haven't comprehended the destructive power, this statue is of no use to me. However, I have a feeling that this strange beast statue is extraordinary. Maybe it will have other uses in the future. Jian Wushuang pondered for a moment. Finally, he put the strange beast statue back into his interspatial ring. 2 of the 3 treasures had been put back into his interspatial ring, so there was only 1 treasure left in front of Jian Wushuang. It was the silver armor, the cloud pattern armor. Cloud pattern armor, a protective armor at the level of a holy treasure. Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled. A holy treasure was worth a lot. An offensive magic weapon at the level of a holy treasure was like that, but a protective armor was even more expensive. Unfortunately, the protective armor was only at the level of a 3rd-grade ordinary holy treasure, and it was not a natal armor, so its value was significantly reduced. However, it was definitely worth 400,000 sane elixirs, or even more. I have my golden armor on the protective armor. It's enough for a short period. This cloud pattern armor is not fatal, so it's of no use to me. In the future, as my strength continues to increase, I'll probably see a protective armor at this level often. It won't be a rare thing. It's just right to sell it for saint elixirs. Jian Wushuang had made up his mind. He immediately took out a token. This token was Mo Tao's communication token. "Brother Mo, I have something to ask you." Jian Wushuang sent a message directly. "What is it?" Mo Tao replied very quickly, and his attitude was still very gentle. "It's like this. I have protective armor at the level of a holy treasure. I want to exchange this protective armor for sane elixirs, but I don't know how much I can exchange for it." Jian Wushuang asked, "A protective armor at the level of a holy treasure?" Immortal was slightly surprised and said, "You are blessed. Although, of course, you are only a divine master. You have a treasure that many immortal saints are envious of. A protective armor at the level of a holy treasure is something that many immortal saints do not have." Jian Wushuang smiled awkwardly. He also knew that Immortal was telling the truth. Protective armor at the holy treasure level was not standard in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Among the immortal saints in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, very few had it. "My friend, I wonder what level the protective armor is. Is it the natal armor?" Immortal asked. "It's not the natal armor. It's not high level. It's just an ordinary 3rd-grade holy treasure," Jian Wushuang said. "In that case, your armor won't be precious, but it's more than enough for 1 million sane elixirs," Immortal said. 1 million sane elixirs. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. He only needed about 400,000 sane elixirs to break through to the advanced divine master level. 1 million sane elixirs were far more than he needed. "It's a pity that I gave you 2 million sacred elixirs. Although I still have some, they have other uses. Otherwise, you can give me the armor, and I'll give you 1 million sacred elixirs," Immortal said. "Brother Mo, you've helped me a lot. How could I dare to trouble you again?" Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "But is there a place in the Dragon Phoenix sacred city where I can sell the armor?" "Yes." Immortal nodded. "The Dragon Phoenix sacred city is the territory of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Although there is no Star Pavilion here, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion also runs a Dragon Phoenix Pavilion shop. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is located in the 4 markets of the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City. You can go there. Moreover, the 4 markets of the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City have powerful restriction arrays. For example, there are restrictions for fighting. You can go there and sell it without worry." "I understand. Thank you, Brother Mo," Jian Wushuang said gratefully. After breaking off the communication with Immortal, Jian Wushuang immediately set off for the nearest big market. Although it was called a market, it was like a large city, bustling with noise and excitement. There was indeed a layer of significant restriction around the market. Even if the limitation had not been activated, it still gave off a strong feeling. Even the immortal saint himself might not be able to break the restriction. After entering the market, Jian Wushuang headed straight for the Dragon and Phoenix Tower. Chapter 2880. Waiting in a secret room in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Jian Wushuang took out a silver armor. One of the pavilion masters stared at the silver armor with his eyes wide open. He stared at the silver armor and felt its power. "Sir, if I'm not mistaken, this should be a holy treasure level protective armor, right?" Although the Tower Master was only a peak great divine master, he was very knowledgeable and could tell the level of the armor at a glance. Cloud pattern armor is an ordinary 3rd-grade holy treasure protective armor, but it's not a natal armor, Jian Wushuang said. "Indeed." The Tower Master nodded slightly and then asked, "What do you want to exchange for it, sir?" 1 million sacred elixirs, Jian Wushuang said directly. 1 million sacred elixirs. The Tower Master remained calm on the surface, but he was secretly delighted. Even if it was not a natal armor, it was still very rare in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Many immortal saints did not have such armor. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had several such armors, but who would complain about having too many treasures? 1 million holy elixirs were nothing to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. It was worth it to exchange 1 million sane elixirs for a holy treasure-level armor. "Please wait for a moment. I'll send someone to deliver the saint elixirs immediately," the Tower Master said. "Okay." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. 1 million sane elixirs was not a small amount. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion alone certainly did not have them. Naturally, they had to be delivered from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Jian Wushuang waited quietly in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. It did not take long for the Tower Master to deliver an interspatial ring to him. Jian Wushuang checked it carefully and left without making any mistakes. Jian Wushuang walked on the street of the market, looking around from time to time. I didn't put on any disguise when I entered the market, even when I just entered the Dragon Phoenix Tower. If the Realm Lord Tian Chu used an intelligence organization, he could easily find me. He should know that I'm in the market now, and he might even have rushed out of the market. However, the market is controlled by the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has a clear rule that no killing is allowed in the market. No matter what, I'm afraid that Realm Lord Tian Chu has to give face to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. No matter how much he wants to kill me, he can only do it after I leave the market. I shouldn't be in any trouble now, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Now that I've got the sane elixirs, I'll find a place to refine them first. I'll leave the market after I've broken through to Senior Divine Master and have the confidence to face Sector Lord Chu head-on. Having made up his mind, Jian Wushuang immediately found a secret room in the market and began to cultivate in seclusion. As Jian Wushuang had expected, the Realm Lord had already known about his presence in the market. At this moment, 4 figures stood in the void outside the market. They were the Realm Lord, Qi Ming, the young master of the Star Point Pavilion, and Elder Su, the black-robed elder. The last one was a middle-aged man in a purple robe, who looked extremely warm and kind, with an intoxicating smile on his face. However, it was precisely this kind of middle-aged man who had a fearsome reputation in the Golden Crow-Nine Realms. He was the Heavenly Void Palace Master, an extremely tyrannical and cruel immortal saint. He was also a Realm Lord. In terms of strength, he might not be comparable to Realm Lord Tian Chu, but in terms of ferocity, he was a level higher than Realm Lord Tian Chu. I've already received the exact news. After Jian Yi came out of the Dragon Phoenix Tower, he immediately found a secret room and began his closed-door cultivation. Elder Su said, "Cultivate." Realm Master Tian Chu and Temple Master Tianxis' faces darkened. After reaching the level of Great Divine Master, many Great Divine Masters lost track of time when they cultivated in seclusion. Many Great Divine Masters spend hundreds, thousands, or even longer in seclusion. Jian Wushuang was staying in the market. Because of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, they did not dare to kill him in the market. They could only wait outside. What if they waited for hundreds, thousands of years? We have no choice. After all, this is the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City, the territory of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Even if we are one of the 4 pavilions, we have to give a face to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. We cannot easily violate the rules set by the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the market. Otherwise, we will offend the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion will definitely attack. Even if they can't kill us, they can teach us a lesson, Elder Su said. No one dared to look down on one of the 4 most ancient pavilions in the Golden Crow-Nine Realms. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's foundation was very solid. Although on the surface, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion only had a few immortal saints, Elder Su was very clear that if the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion really got close to their territory, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had the ability to keep all 3 of them here. The Heavenly Void Palace Lord and Realm Lord were very clear about this. Hence, they did not dare to go against the rules of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. In the entire Golden Crow-Nine Realms, there was only one person who dared to go against the rules of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. That person was Lord Bone Emperor. That Lord Bone Emperor was extremely powerful. He could do whatever he wanted in the Golden Crow-Nine Realms and did not need to worry about the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, that Lord Bone Emperor would not do so easily. In other words, we can only wait here for Jian Yi to come out of his closed-door cultivation. Realm Lord Tian Chu asked in a low voice. This is the only way. Elder Su nodded slightly. Not according to what I know. Jian Yi is an out-and-out super genius. In the entire Golden Crow-Nine Realms, other than the young phoenix of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, I'm afraid that no one can compare to him. In addition, his rise speed is extremely fast. In just a short 100 years, a super genius whose strength has risen so quickly wouldn't be able to stay in closed-door cultivation for too long. I estimate that he would be able to come out of closed-door cultivation in at most a few decades, or even a few years. Realm Lord Tian Chu, Heavenly Void Palace Lord, the two of you shouldn't care about this little bit of time, right? I'm not in a rush. In any case, there's nothing much to do in my Heavenly Void world. The Great Void Palace Lord smiled. Humph, the moment this sword killed my son, I can't wait to kill him right now. The longer he lives, the angrier I feel. However, for the sake of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, let him live for a little longer. The Heavenly Void Palace Lord clenched his hands tightly. He coldly spoke. Since that's the case, let's wait here. I've already sent people to keep an eye on him. As long as he comes out of the secret chamber, my people will immediately send a message to me. Elder Su said. Chapter 2881 was out. Realm Lord Tian Chu and the others waited quietly outside the market. They waited for 5 years. 5 years later, Jian Wushuang finally walked out of the secret chamber. After coming out of seclusion, his realm had reached the advanced divine master level, and his strength had soared. At the same time, Jian Wushuang's bottleneck in sword principle had loosened. Now I feel that half of my foot has stepped into the second realm of sword principle. The gap between the two is probably only a window paper that can be broken with a poke, Jian Wushuang muttered. Sword principle world was only the first realm. After the sword world was the boundless sword tree. This level was already at the level of the immortal saint. But now, Jian Wushuang had indeed sensed this level. The gap was just a window paper. To break this window paper, he needed some external force, which was a great battle. Right now, I really need a great battle so that I can fully display my understanding of sword principle. Only then can I have a chance to break through this bottleneck. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. Right now, he yearned for a great battle. Moreover, the stronger the opponent, the better. At the very least, it would bring him great pressure and even pose a threat to him. And such a great battle happened to be right in front of him. Although I have been in closed-door cultivation in this market for a full 5 years, given the hatred realm Lord Tian Chu has for me, he definitely won't care about this little bit of time. I'm afraid that he has been waiting for me outside the market for the past 5 years. As long as I go out, he will immediately take action. Moreover, he must have found other helpers. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Realm Lord Tian Chu was a real immortal saint, and he was extremely powerful among them. Jian Wushuang knew that he was no match for him last time, so he used his domain to escape. But now Jian Wushuang was eager to have a face-to-face fight with Realm Lord Tian Chu. Realm Lord Tian Chu, I hope you won't disappoint me this time. Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled, and he immediately walked out of the market. In the vast void outside the market, Jian Yi has come out of seclusion and is walking out of the market, Elder Su said. He's finally out. Realm Master Tian Chu and Heavenly Void Temple Master were delighted. Heavenly Void Temple Master, have you prepared your restriction? Realm Master Tian Chu asked. Don't worry, I've prepared it long ago. Temple Master Tian Chu said with a smile. That's good. With your restriction and Elder Su's domain-type treasure, the sword won't be able to escape this time. A cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Jian Wushuang had already walked out of the market and left the area covered by the array. As soon as he came out, Realm Master Tian Chu and the others who were waiting there immediately noticed him. Let's do it, World Master Tian Chu said in a low voice. Next to him, the Heavenly Void Temple Master still had a gentle smile on his face. However, with a flip of his palm, a strange black bead was thrown out and merged with the surrounding void. In an instant, buzz, a huge black restriction rose out of thin air. It was extremely huge and powerful. As soon as it appeared, it instantly covered the world. Jian Wushuang had just come out of the market and had not walked far when he was immediately covered by the black restriction. Even the restriction is ready. Jian Wushuang's expression changed, but there was a hint of a smile in his heart. He had already stopped moving. World Master Tian Chu come out. Jian Wushuang's bright voice echoed throughout the world. As soon as his voice fell, Realm Lord Tian Chu, who had been hiding in the surrounding void, appeared directly in front of Jian Wushuang. Realm Lord Tian Chu's face was cold and his body was filled with a murderous aura. He stared at Jian Wushuang and said, "Boy, we meet again. Judging from your appearance, you seem to have known that I would attack you outside the market." "Of course." Jian Wushuang nodded. "I didn't disguise myself in the market. With your ability, Realm Lord Tian Chu, wouldn't it be easy for you to find me?" "Humph! You know that I'm going to attack you, but you still dare to walk out of the market alone. How dare you?" Realm Lord Tian Chu said in a low voice. Realm Lord Tian Chu, cut the crap. Show me whatever you have. I hope you are well prepared this time. Otherwise, you can only watch me leave like last time. Jian Wushuang smiled. "If I'm not wrong, you must have hired other helpers this time. Ask them to come out." "You're smart." Realm Lord Tian Chu's voice was cold. At this time, two figures rushed over from the distant void and appeared beside Realm Lord Tian Chu. At the same time, two powerful auras, which only immortal saints possessed, directly pressed toward Jian Wushuang. Two more immortal saints. Jian Wushuang's face darkened, and he immediately looked at the two. "You are..." Jian Wushuang first looked at the middle-aged man who was wearing a purple robe and gave off an extremely warm and kind feeling. He did not know this middle-aged man. "You are Jian Yi?" The middle-aged man looked down at Jian Wushuang. Although his eyes were cold, he still had a gentle smile on his face. "I am the Heavenly Void Temple Master." The Heavenly Void Temple Master. Jian Wushuang was stunned for a moment, but then he understood. Among the immortal saints in the Golden Crow Nine Realms, other than the World Master Tian Chu, the most likely immortal saint who had a reason to kill him was the Heavenly Void Temple Master. The Heavenly Void Temple Master tried to occupy the Pale Sun's sacred world, but he was the one who turned the tables. Now, because of his existence, the Heavenly Void Temple Master could do nothing to the Pale Sun sacred world. However, if he died, not to mention the internal chaos of the Pale Sun sacred world, the Heavenly Void Temple Master would then attack the Pale Sun sacred world. He was much more confident. Then, Jian Wushuang looked at the other person. Jian Wushuang had seen that person before. It was the black-robed elder who had followed Qi Ming, the young master of the Star Point Pavilion. Someone from the Star Point Pavilion. Jian Wushuang frowned. He could understand that the Heavenly Void Temple Master wanted to attack him, but the Star Point Pavilion. Jian Wushuang knew that he had not offended the Star Point Pavilion. He did not have any conflict of interest with the Star Point Pavilion. The only explanation was that it was because of Lung Rushuang, but it was not enough for an immortal saint to attack him personally. Therefore, Jian Wushuang was somewhat surprised by the appearance of the black-robed elder. Although he was surprised, Jian Wushuang did not show much fear. "He, to kill me, a mere divine master." 3 immortal saints came together. "You really think highly of me." Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Chapter 2882. The 3 immortal saints, to be able to make us 3 immortal saints attack together. Jian He, even if you die, you can rest in peace. The Heavenly Void Palace Master said gently, "Don't waste any more time. Directly attack and kill him." The Heavenly Void Palace Master's voice was extremely cold. "Leave it to me." The black-robed old man smiled. His god body immediately released a ring of flame. This ring of flame emitted an extremely hot and tyrannical aura. It was clearly an extremely powerful sacred treasure. Go. Elder Sue's right hand gently tapped. This ring of flame instantly expanded. Hong hong! Endless flames madly surged out. The flames burned and swept in all directions, covering the entire void in an instant, causing the entire void to sink into a huge sea of fire. Being in the sea of fire, a scorching power crazily pressed toward Jian Wushuang. A domain-type treasure. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. This flame halo was obviously a domain-type treasure, and judging from its power, it had definitely reached the level of a holy treasure. A domain-type treasure at the level of a sacred treasure was displayed by a genuine immortal saint, and its power was truly shocking. The sea of fire that filled the sky swept out, and its movements were also shocking. The entire world was shaking crazily. However, it must be known that this void was just around the market. Such a huge commotion naturally spread to the market. Immediately, a large number of experts and cultivators in the market city were alarmed. Countless figures flew up and arrived around the market city. They all looked toward this void. That's the aura of the immortal saint is not just one, but three. Three immortal saints. The experts in the city were all shocked. The immortal saint was absolutely invincible in the Golden Crow Nine Realms. Normally, it was extremely difficult to even see one, but now there were three of them in the void. And very quickly, the identities of these three immortal saints were all recognized. That's the Realm Lord Tian Chu, the Heavenly Void Palace Lord, and the last one is Elder Su from the Star Point Pavilion. What are these three supreme existences doing there? From the position that they're standing at, it doesn't seem like the three of them are fighting each other, but rather, they're working together. Yes, the three of them should be working together, and the person they're going to deal with, everyone's gaze is instantly turned towards a certain direction. In that direction, a young man dressed in golden robes stood there. The aura emitted by this young man caused everyone present to be extremely shocked. Reverend God. It's actually a reverend God. Three immortal saints came out together just to deal with a reverend God. Is this a joke? Everyone felt their minds go blank. Reverend God and immortal saints were completely worlds apart. Under normal circumstances, if an immortal saint was determined to kill a reverend God, even the extremely powerful and terrifying, unrivaled Reverend God would have no chance of escaping. Therefore, it was very easy for the immortal saint to kill a Reverend God. He could easily kill him alone. But now, the three immortal saints had come out at the same time, and it was obvious that they were well prepared. They had deliberately set up a restriction and even took out a domain-type holy treasure. The experts who saw this scene could not help exclaiming in surprise. Who was this divine master that the three immortal saints had gone to so much trouble to kill? In the center of the void, Jian Wushuang was still standing there indifferently among the comments of many cultivators. He was still in the sea of fire, and the scorching power was still pressing on his body. However, his expression was still very calm. Jian Yi, aren't you good at domains? And you seem to have a domain-type holy treasure in your hand. Why don't you take it out? Elder Su looked at Jian Wushuang with a faint smile. Although he said that deep down he was disdainful of Jian Wushuang's domain-type skills. Even if Jian Wushuang did have a domain-type holy treasure in his hand, the power of a treasure of the same level was completely different from that of a divine master. He was confident that his domain could definitely crush Jian Wushuang. Hearing his words, Jian Wushuang finally smiled and said, "As you wish." As soon as he finished speaking, the scarlet compass on Jian Wushuang's body immediately appeared, and then a vast blood-red river immediately surged out. The blood-red river was also surging, and as soon as it appeared, it crazily swept in all directions. The impact immediately seemed as if alcohol had been added to a raging fire. The power of the surrounding sea of fire suddenly soared, and endless flames surged up and covered the blood-red river, wanting to completely destroy it. Haha, this domain-type treasure of yours is not weak, but unfortunately, you are too weak to use its power. It's much weaker than my domain, Elder Su said with a laugh. Is that so? Jian Wushuang curled his lips, and majestic golden divine power surged from his body. Behind him, a 30,000-meter tall golden emperor phantom condensed out of thin air. The star power in his body was also directly activated, causing his divine power aura to suddenly soar. A layer of dark golden armor also appeared on the surface of his body. 7-star secret skill, divine punishment, and 9 luminary star armor were all used. Originally, the power of the 9-universe Bloodlight River, which was driven by Jian Wushuang's own divine power, was indeed not as powerful as the surrounding sea of fire. But now, with the 3 secret skills being used together, the power of Jian Wushuang's divine power immediately increased by dozens of times. The power of the 9-universe Bloodlight River also increased sharply. Rumble. The surging blood-red river surged crazily, forming an indestructible steel torrent that spread wildly in all directions. The flames that came in contact with the blood-red torrent were immediately extinguished. The steel torrent swept through everything as easily as breaking dried twigs, forcing the surrounding sea of fire to retreat. In the blink of an eye, the entire vast space was in the middle of the Blood River flood. The terrifying pressure contained within the Blood River instantly affected Elder Su, Realm Lord Tianchu, and Heavenly Void Palace Lord. This caused the expressions of the 3 immortal saints to sink. How is this possible? Elder Su's face was filled with disbelief. He is only a deity, and he is also a domain-type sacred treasure like me. However, the domain that I used with my full strength was actually suppressed by his domain? This, Elder Su was completely stunned. The Heavenly Void Palace Master and Realm Lord beside him were also extremely shocked. Chapter 2883. One-on-one battle against the 3 saints outside the void. In the nearby market, countless cultivators were gathered there, focusing their attention on this battle. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, all of them were shocked. Elder Su, the Grand Immortal Saint, used all his strength to activate his domain-type Holy Treasure, but in the end he was still no match for the domain-type Holy Treasure that was activated by the Hierarch. He was completely suppressed by the Hierarch's Blood River? How is this possible? How can a Divine Master's domain be so powerful? Even if the Divine Master used a domain-type Holy Treasure, his divine power is still incomparable. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. Everyone was in disbelief. Only Jian Wushuang himself was not surprised to see this scene. 5 years ago, when I was fighting with Realm Lord Tianchu, I could see that although I was not as powerful as the Immortal Saint in terms of divine power, the gap was not too big. Now, 5 years later, I have broken through from a junior great divine master to a senior great divine master, and my divine power has soared again. After using the various secret skills, I will definitely not be weaker than the ordinary Immortal Saint in terms of divine power. I might even be slightly stronger, Jian Wushuang muttered. It was a fact that his divine power was stronger than that of an ordinary Immortal Saint. In addition to the 9 universes' Bloodlight River, his divine power was obviously stronger than that of Elder Su's Flame Halo. The 9 universes' Bloodlight River was personally refined by Brother M.O. It's a top-tier 3rd-grade Holy Treasure, while the Flame Halo is only an ordinary 3rd-grade Holy Treasure. There's a gap of 2 levels, and my divine power is stronger than that of the Immortal Saint from the Point Star Pavilion. Of course, my domain is more powerful, Jian Wushuang sneered, now that he had fully activated the 9-universe Bloodlight River. Elder Su's flame domain had been completely suppressed. However, that was not all. Jian Wushuang's dark golden armor was covered by a layer of dark golden light. Majestic golden divine power surged and covered the void in front of him, and his sword world also came into effect. Star Armor Domain, the Prison of Punishment and Sword World. 3 more domains and the 9-universe Bloodlight River were perfectly stacked together. In an instant, the power of the Blood River that was already extremely powerful increased by another level. Elder Su, Heavenly Oasis Palace Master, and Heavenly Oasis Palace Master were all immortal saints. But under the suppression of this domain, their strength was suppressed to a certain extent. This suppression made them only be able to use less than 80% of their strength. I didn't expect that we immortal saints would actually be suppressed by a divine master domain. The gentle smile on the heavenly void palace lord's face vanished, replaced by a layer of coldness. So what if the domain is strong? In any case, there are restrictions around. Since this brat escaped, with us 3 immortal saints acting, does he still have a chance to survive? Realm Lord Tian Chu snorted coldly, his body already moving. Boom! Realm Lord Tian Chu's murderous aura surged like a wild beast. In just an instant, he appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. On his right hand, there was a black glove which was filled with boundless divine power and destructive power. When the 2 powers reached their limits, they gathered together. Bang! Realm Lord Tian Chu struck out with his palm, and the world suddenly shook. A giant hand descended from the sky. The giant hand was pitch black, like the hand of the heavenly Tao, and it could destroy the world. It descended to destroy everything. Jian Wushuang was the target of the giant hand. Its power is even stronger than the last time it attacked me. Moreover, its strength is limited by my realm. Jian Wushuang was impressed by the giant hand that fell from the sky, but his hand did not slow down. He poured all his divine power into the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. Cut! With a low shout, the Blood Mountain sword slashed out in anger. It was like a sword that could split the sky. The sword light could split the heaven and earth, let alone a giant hand. Whoosh! The pitch-black giant hand that could destroy heaven and earth was instantly split apart, and endless destructive power spread wildly in all directions. However, as soon as the giant hand was split apart, Jian Wushuang's pupils suddenly shrank, because the black-robed Elder Su had already appeared in front of him. When Elder Su appeared, he already had a red-gold long stick in his hand. This long stick was extremely thick and 3 meters long. As Elder Su waved his hands, the red-gold long stick instantly turned into a huge red-gold mountain. It swept toward Jian Wushuang in a mighty manner. A shrill sound of rushing wind was heard. Before the long stick approached, Jian Wushuang had already sensed the terrifying power of the long stick. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. The Blood Mountain sword suddenly swept out and blocked in front of him. Bang! With a loud sound, the terrifying power directly transmitted over, causing Jian Wushuang's arms to go numb. This power is so strong. Jian Wushuang was secretly shocked, but he knew that in terms of the strength of his divine power, his full strength was stronger than that of an ordinary immortal saint. He should be stronger than Elder Su. However, the strength of divine power did not represent everything. His understanding of sword principle and understanding of rules were far inferior to those of the immortal saint, not to mention the secret skill he created. Elder Su waved his long stick, which was bound to be accompanied by his comprehension of rules, the stick principle, and even the absolute arts of the saints. Naturally, Jian Wushuang was not able to resist it. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's figure had already shot back crazily. However, before he completely stopped, a strange figure had already appeared beside him. It was the Heavenly Void Temple Master. The Heavenly Void Temple Master looked very gentle, but he was actually the most insidious of the 3. As soon as he appeared, he let out an evil laugh and his body expanded. For arms appeared on his body at the same time, each of which held a purple spear tightly in an instant. Whoosh! 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 The purple spear turned into streaks of purple light and stabbed toward Jian Wushuang at an extremely fast speed. Before Jian Wushuang could stand firm, He was caught off guard by the sudden thrust of the spear. However, his reaction was very fast, and the Blood Mountain sword had already met it. Clang! 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 The Blood Mountain sword and the purple spear kept colliding with each other, producing crisp metallic sounds. However, Jian Wushuang was caught off guard and could not keep up with the speed of the purple spear. Chapter 2884 Guiding Sword Essence. I can't block it anymore. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. Clang! A purple spear pierced the Blood Mountain sword, causing it to slightly change its direction. The other purple spear, which pierced out simultaneously, grazed the Blood Mountain sword and suddenly stabbed toward Jian Wushuang's heart. Jian Wushuang could not resist it, but before the purple spear touched his divine body, a purple emperor bell appeared. The purple emperor bell formed a layer of purple energy shield in front of Jian Wushuang. As the purple spear stabbed toward him, the energy shield only lasted for a moment before it cracked. The purple emperor bell is still a top-tier heavenly treasure. Unfortunately, it can't withstand the attack of the immortal saint with the saint treasure. Jian Wushuang frowned. After breaking the energy shield of the purple emperor bell, the purple spear continued to stab at Jian Wushuang. However, because the purple spear had weakened too much, it could not even break the dark golden armor on Jian Wushuang's body. However, Jian Wushuang was still in a terrible situation. It was not easy for him to stabilize his body. When he looked up again, he saw that the World Master, the Temple Master, and Elder Su had surrounded him in a triangle. It's tough for me to fight against 3 immortal saints at once. They didn't use their full strength just now, but I'm still at an absolute disadvantage, so I can only use that move to fight them. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. A faint sword essence had already risen. This sword essence seemed weak and did not have much power, but it instantly surged into the Blood Mountain sword in Jian Wushuang's hand. There was a supreme sword essence hidden in the Blood Mountain sword. The supreme sword essence was extremely powerful, but now Jian Wushuang had already begun to guide it. Boom! The terrifying sword essence directly exploded in the Blood Mountain sword. The power of this sword essence was not too strong, but it was extraordinary. It was a supreme sword essence that carried a shocking will. The sword essence swept across the world, and all the ants in the world were ants. Jian Wushuang held the Blood Mountain sword tightly and felt the supreme sword essence that burst out from the Blood Mountain sword. He even felt that all the people in the world were subservient to him. At this moment, he was the king of billions of sword principles. World Master Tian Chu, Temple Master Tian Su, and Elder Su, surrounding him, immediately sensed the sword essence. This sword essence, it's so powerful and transcendent. As expected, the sword principal treasure refined by Immortal is the divine sword in this kid's hand. Elder Su's eyes were abnormally hot. The 3 immortal saints had made reasonable arrangements before they attacked. The Blood Mountain sword in Jian Wushuang's hand was his. Therefore, the more powerful the sword was, the happier he would be. Kill him! Realm Lord Tian Chu shouted in a low voice. Endless, destructive power surged out from his body, but he attacked again. Elder Su and the Heavenly Void Temple Master did not hesitate. They immediately went forward. The 3 immortal saints attacked again. Boom! This time both of Realm Lord Tian Chu's hands were filled with black divine power, but both of his hands attacked Jian Wushuang crazily. Elder Su held the golden long stick tightly in his hands. This time, the long stick fell from the sky and smashed toward Jian Wushuang. As for the 4 arms of the Heavenly Void Temple Master, each of them held a purple spear. The purple spear was like purple lightning, shooting toward Jian Wushuang. Although the 3 immortal saints still had some trump cards that they had not used, their strength as immortal saints had burst out. Their attacks were also extremely terrifying, which made the countless cultivators in the market speechless. However, Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and his supreme sword essence instantly soared. "Get lost!" Jian Wushuang let out an angry shout and slashed out with the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. This sword carried a shocking power and brought out Jian Wushuang's power and comprehension of sword principle to the fullest. He also guided the supreme sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword to the greatest extent. The sword essence of Blood Mountain sword was too strong. With Jian Wushuang's current ability, he could only guide less than 1,000th of it. But even if it was less than 1,000th of its power, it was enough to increase the power of Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship by more than 10 times. Boom! A huge sword light that blotted out the sky appeared out of thin air. This sword light was extremely resplendent and attracted everyone's attention the moment it appeared. At the same time, everyone could feel the terrifying power contained within this sword light that could destroy everything and tear apart the heavens and earth. This power even caused the eyes of the 3 immortal saints who had already unleashed their attacks to shrink. "This power, be careful!" Elder Su shouted. In an instant, the 3 of them switched from attacking to defending. The 3 of them attacked together, trying to block this earth-shaking sword light. The strength of the immortal saint was not undeserved. Under the combined attack of the 3 of them, the sword light was finally blocked. However, the power of the sword light was so strong that it still forced the 3 of them to retreat a long distance, and even made them look a bit embarrassed. The sword essence did not disappoint me. Jian Wushuang looked at all of this with a hint of excitement in his eyes. He knew that the sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword was very powerful. Even if it only guided less than 1,000th of its power, it could still make the power of his swordsmanship soar. He had tried it before, and the power of the swordsmanship had increased by more than 10 times. However, he had never really guided the sword essence to fight with others, and this was the first time. This was the first time he had displayed the power of this sword intent, and its power was indeed shocking. Now that I'm using my full strength, my divine power is slightly stronger than ordinary immortal saints, and with the guidance of sword intent, the power of my sword technique will increase by more than 10 times. Under such a premise, even if my comprehension of the rules, understanding of the sword principle, and even my absolute arts are inferior to immortal saints, it's still enough to fight with immortal saints head-on. Even if it's 1 against 3, I'm not afraid at all. Come on. Jian Wushuang's killing intent surged, and his supreme sword essence swept out in all directions. He faced the 3 immortal saints alone with 1 sword and did not show any fear at all. Instead, he directly charged out at this moment. The world-shaking and terrifying battle intent from his body made many cultivators in the market who were watching the battle cry out in surprise. It was hard to imagine that a mere divine master could still have such a shocking battle intent when facing the 3 immortal saints. His battle intent and that unstoppable momentum had even completely suppressed the 3 immortal saints. Chapter 2885. Fight with all your might, kill! With a roar, Jian Wushuang, who was surging with boundless battle intent, transformed into a sword principal master and charged out with a terrifying aura. Be careful. Don't be careless. This kid is extraordinary. World Master Tian Chu, Heavenly Void Temple Master, and Elder Su did not dare to be careless in the face of Jian Wushuang, the Divine Master. The 3 of them had fully displayed their strength. Boom! The palm print, which contained limitless destructive power, struck toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not even bother to look at the palm print. Instead, he casually slashed out with his sword. Then, after channeling the supreme sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword, the sword's power was shocking, and the palm print was instantly shattered. Is his swordsmanship so powerful? Realm Lord Tian Chu's face darkened. During their fight with Jian Wushuang, both Heavenly Void Temple Master and Elder Su felt tremendous pressure from Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship was too powerful. Even though his comprehension of the rules, sword principle, and absolute arts were not as good as the three of them when he unleashed his full strength, any of the sword lights that he slashed out were enough to make the three of them pay full attention to it. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's expression changed, and a golden light directly merged into the surrounding void. In an instant, the world changed. An actual scroll world appeared out of nowhere in the vast and boundless sky. There were mountains and rivers in the scroll world, as well as 9 towering continents. In addition, an ancient and mysterious aura spread out from the scroll world. Is this mysterious? World Lord Tian Chu, Heavenly Void Temple Master, and Elder Su frowned. When they saw the scroll world, they had a bad premonition. Jian Wushuang's eyes focused. Buzz! Buzz! The surrounding void was transformed in an instant. The original void had disappeared and was replaced by a desolate and boundless open space. There were many divine swords stuck upside down in this open space. There were all kinds of divine swords, and each of them emitted an extremely terrifying aura. However, there were over 100,000 divine swords in this vast, empty space. It was obvious that this was a sword tomb, a huge sword tomb. The 1,000 treasures great world, the sword path world, had already been activated. What is this? Realm Lord Tian Chu, Heavenly Void Palace Lord, and Elder Su were all at a loss. An illusion? Realm Lord Tian Chu's expression sank, but he quickly shook his head. No, this isn't an illusion, it's a real space. Seems like the treasure Jian Yi took out earlier should be an extremely powerful treasure. It can actually change the environment. Elder Su's eyes were burning. In this world, I can clearly sense that the sword Tao in the surroundings is getting stronger. The sword intent emitted by Jian Yi is also much stronger than before. His strength should increase by quite a bit here. We have to be careful. Heavenly Void Temple Master said solemnly. The sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword had been guided. The mountain river map and the 1,000 treasures great world had been displayed. At this moment, Jian Wushuang had indeed gone all out and used all his trump cards. At this moment, his battle strength had also reached its peak. Boom! Jian Wushuang attacked again. In the sword principle world, the power of his swordsmanship soared again. His body was also full of fighting spirit as he fought fiercely with the 3 immortal saints in front of him. Under Jian Wushuang's full power, although the 3 immortal saints, including Realm Lord Tian Chu, Temple Master Tian Su, and Elder Su, joined hands, they could only fight evenly with Jian Wushuang for a short time. Even when Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship really erupted, the 3 of them had to retreat in a one-on-one situation. This battle was too intense. Around the battlefield, countless cultivators were standing in the marketplace, looking at the battlefield in astonishment. The scene on the battlefield had completely exceeded their imagination. A mere divine master fighting against 3 immortal saints at the same time. How could he fight against 3 immortal saints? He's too strong. This divine master is too strong. The 3 immortal saints, Realm Lord Tian Chu, Heavenly Void Temple Master, and Elder Su, are only evenly matched with him. If it were a one-on-one fight, none of them would be a match for this divine master. How could there be such a terrifying divine master in this world? And how come we've never heard of such a divine master before? Who is this divine master? What is his name? Countless experts were exclaiming in surprise. At the same time, they were all curious about Jian Wushuang's identity. Jian Wushuang had just come from the Pill Sun sacred world, so the cultivators in the Dragon Phoenix sacred city hardly knew him. From their conversation, we can hear that this divine master is called Jian Yi. But who is Jian Yi? I don't know, I've never heard of him, but today's battle will definitely shake the world. Right. A divine master is able to fight against 3 immortal saints at the same time and fight equally. If news of this battle spreads, it will shock the world. Even that young phoenix from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion might not be able to compare to him. The eyes of most of the cultivators in the market were shining. The young phoenix of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was recognized as the #1 genius in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. She was a true genius, and her talent was unparalleled in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. However, now that Jian Wushuang had shown such a terrifying result, everyone was impressed. Naturally, these people began to compare Jian Wushuang with Phoenix. In this competition, they found that although Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the rules and talent was not as good as Phoenix's, in terms of fighting strength and ability to challenge opponents of higher levels, he was much more terrifying than Phoenix. A divine master could fight against 3 immortal saints at the same time. How strong would he be when he broke through to the immortal saint level in the future? While countless cultivators in the market were gasping in amazement, the battle between the 2 sides was getting more and more intense. The 3 immortal saints, including Realm Lord Tianxiu, Heavenly Void Temple Master, and Elder Su, did not hold back anymore. They used all their strength and cooperated with each other. Even so, they still could not gain the upper hand after fighting Jian Wushuang for a long time. They still could not gain the upper hand. This made the 3 of them look a little embarrassed. After all, they were fighting in front of so many people. The 3 immortal saints were fighting against a divine master, and they were bullying the weak. However, they could not defeat him after such a long time, which made the 3 of them feel ashamed. Chapter 2886. Ultimate move, this brat, he's just a divine master. How can he be so hard to deal with? Elder Su's expression was dark. Heavenly Void, Elder Su, create an opportunity for me. I have a move that should be enough to kill him. Realm Lord Tian Chu said coldly. Elder Su and Heavenly Void Palace, Lord's expressions changed. The 2 of them had seen Realm Lord Tian Chu's most decisive move before. That move caused them to be extremely wary. However, it was not easy to execute that move. Nevertheless, this Realm Lord Tian Chu had no other choice. Hence he chose to use that move. Watch me. The eyes of the Heavenly Void Palace Master narrowed as a violet lightning energy suddenly flashed out from his eyes. He still had 4 arms, each holding a purple spear tightly. But at this moment, a vast purple shadow suddenly appeared behind him. This purple shadow looked exactly like Heavenly Void Temple Master, but its size was many times larger. Terrifying divine power gathered in each of Heavenly Void Temple Master's 4 spears. 13 slaughter divine spears! Heavenly Void Temple Master shouted. The 4 spears in his hand turned into 4 purple thunderbolts and shot toward Jian Wushuang crazily. Fast! The 4 purple thunderbolts were too fast. Each of the purple thunderbolts contained terrifying power. Any one of them could quickly kill invincible divine masters, like Marquis of 3 Een and Black Blood Emperor. However, at this moment, the Heavenly Void Temple Master swung his arm wildly. A total of 14 such purple thunderbolts shot toward Jian Wushuang at the same time. Jian Wushuang was in the Sword Principal World and had channeled the sword essence of Blood Mountain's sword to the maximum. His fighting spirit was overflowing. Seeing the purple thunderbolts shooting toward him, his eyes shone with a bright light. Get lost! With a low shout, Jian Wushuang suddenly slashed out with his sword. The Heavenly Void Temple Master had thrust out 13 spears, but Jian Wushuang had only used 1 sword strike. However, it was this sword strike that swept through everything and destroyed the purple divine thunderbolts crazily. Finally, the crackling of the divine thunderbolts continued. The 13 bolts of purple divine thunder dissipated, and the Heavenly Void Temple Master's body trembled slightly in the void. Jian Wushuang was also sent flying by the impact of the 13 bolts of purple divine thunder. At this moment, a suffocating power suddenly came from the void above him. Jian Wushuang looked up and found that Elder Su had appeared in the void above him at some point in time. His body was suffused with endless golden divine power, and as he held the vast scarlet gold long staff with both hands, the giant golden long stick, which was already as big as a small mountain, suddenly expanded and turned into a giant pillar. Heaven-shaking stick! With a low roar, the enormous golden long stick smashed toward Jian Wushuang from the top down. Rumble! The world trembled. The world seemed unable to withstand the terrifying power contained in the long golden stick and began to tremble crazily. The sword principle world, formed by Jian Wushuang's mountain river map, was also on the verge of collapse. Seeing the towering golden red long stick coming at him, Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly. The supreme sword essence swept over his body. Under cover of the sword essence, the Blood Mountain sword in his hand seemed to have expanded in size. He also waved his sword and blocked the golden red long stick. Bang! The golden red long stick smashed into the Blood Mountain sword. The terrifying power contained in the long stick completely exploded. Heaven-shaking stick was the most decisive move that this old monster could use. Moreover, this move was purely a crushing force. The power was too strong. Jian Wushuang only felt a massive force on the Blood Mountain sword. In an instant, it was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. His body directly sank as if he was about to fall to the ground. Moreover, he could not control his body when he fell. World Master Tai Chu, it's up to you, Elder Su growled. The Heaven Void Temple Master also looked at Realm Lord Tian Chu. Whether it was the 13 slaughtering spears of the Heavenly Void Temple Master or Elder Su's Heaven Exploding Cudgel, the purpose of their most potent moves was to sweep away the obstacles and create an opportunity for Realm Lord Tian Chu's most powerful move. Now that the opportunity had been formed, Jian Wushuang's body was on the way down. He had almost no ability to react, and Realm Lord Tian Chu's killer move was ready. Jian Yi, die with my son! A roar suddenly echoed in the world. Realm Lord Tian Chu's body was full of killing intent. As his roar fell, endless and pure black divine power surged out. This black divine power resulted from Realm Lord Tian Chu combining his divine power with the destructive rule power he had comprehended. At this moment, the black divine power gathered crazily, and in the blink of an eye, it had formed a giant black beast that was 30,000 meters tall. The giant black beast did not have a body, but only a bloody mouth that seemed to devour the world. Under the guidance of Realm Lord Tian Chu, the bloody mouth had already swallowed Jian Wushuang, and in the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang was destroyed. Destruction, crushing plate. Realm Lord Tian Chu's eyes shone with a bright light. The destructive power of the bloody mouth was completely unleashed. Heavenly Void Temple Master and Elder Su stood in the void around the giant black beast. Their eyes flashed with a strange light as they looked at the big black beast in front of them. Jian Wushuang was in the mouth of the giant black beast. No one knew what had happened inside. Heavenly Void Temple Master and Elder Su could not see it. They could only hear the laughter of divine power coming from the bloody mouth. However, both the Master of Heavenly Void Temple and Elder Su had absolute confidence in the move of the Realm Lord. This move was the most decisive move of the Realm Lord, and he did not create it. Instead, it was a powerful secret skill that he had obtained by chance many years ago. The Realm Lord had once used this personal skill in front of everyone. It was the same scene. However, the Black Beast had swallowed a genuine Immortal Saint. As a result, the Immortal Saint was swallowed by the Black Beast and never came out. In other words, Realm Lord Tian Chu had used this move to kill an Immortal Saint in front of others. Jian Wushuang was only a divine master, so they did not think he could survive the Black Beast. The voice of the Black Beast finally calmed down. Then the Black Beast turned into a large amount of black divine power and slowly dissipated in the world. When all the news was released and the void was revealed again, there was no human figure. Chapter 2887. The window paper was broken, there was no human figure in the empty shadow. What was left was a divine sword, a piece of armor, and an interspatial ring. The divine sword was naturally the Blood Mountain sword. The armor was the gold-colored battle record. The interspatial ring, of course, was Jian Wushuang's interspatial ring. Seeing this, Realm Lord Tian Chu, Heavenly Void Temple Master, and Elder Su all smiled. The countless cultivators watching the battle in the market sighed secretly. He's dead. Although he showed shocking techniques, he still died in the end. There's no other way. No matter what, he's only a divine master. It's incredible that he can do this. After all, there were 3 immortal saints who surrounded and killed him. Moreover, these 3 immortal saints have clearly used their strongest techniques without holding back. Although he is dead, Jian Yi is still famous in the Golden Crow 9 realms. Many cultivators were talking about Jian Wushuang, but all of them had high respect for him. They admired him for his strength. But at this moment, no, a peak great divine master in the market suddenly frowned and said, Jian Yi is dead, but why didn't he put away the treasure that could change the world? Why did it always exist? The doubts of this peak great divine master were soon noticed by everyone. Not only them. On the battlefield, Realm Lord Tian Chu, Temple Master Tian Su, and Elder Su also frowned slightly. They also noticed it. Above them, the lifelike scroll world was still there. The huge sword tomb and the sword principle world were still surrounding them. Even the domain that had been released from Jian Wushuang's body was still suppressing them. However, it was Jian Wushuang who had used all these techniques. If Jian Wushuang really died, then his techniques would stop immediately without anyone controlling them. But now, could it be? Elder Su's pupils suddenly shrank. In the next moment, they saw endless divine power began to condense crazily beside the Blood Mountain sword in the empty void. The divine power was too vast and boundless. It made the 3 immortal saints, World Master Tian Chu, Heavenly Void Temple Master, and Elder Su, feel inferior. As the divine power gathered crazily, a figure slowly formed in the blink of an eye. This figure was Jian Wushuang. Divine power recombination? World Master Tian Chu, Heavenly Void Temple Master, and Elder Su, the 3 immortal saints, instantly widened their eyes, and their scalps seemed to be about to explode. As immortal saints, they knew what was happening. It was because they knew that they were shocked and did not dare to believe it. The countless cultivators in the market were also completely stunned. Countless eyes looking at Jian Wushuang became empty and incredulous. The entire world fell silent at this moment. Dead silence. After a long time, the experienced expert at the peak of the divine master realm in the market was the first to speak. Immortal, this is the immortal body. As the words immortal body rang out, the whole world was in an uproar. Realm Lord Tian Chu, Heavenly Void Temple Master, and Elder Su were also completely stunned. Immortal body. Indeed, Jian Wushuang's divine body had been completely destroyed by Realm Lord Tian Chu's most powerful killing move. Under normal circumstances, he should have been dead. However, Jian Wushuang's divine body had been restored. It was restored. It was an immortal body that only immortal saints possessed. Most importantly, not all immortal saints possessed an immortal body. Realm Lord Tian Chu, Heavenly Void Temple Master, and Elder Su did not have an immortal body. They had not reached the level of forming an immortal body. Not to mention the 3 of them, in the entire Golden Crow 9 realms, there was only one known immortal saint who had an undying body, and that was the supreme Lord Bone Emperor. Other than the Bone Emperor, the 3 of them had never heard of anyone possessing an immortal body. The ability of this immortal body made the 3 of them extremely envious. But now the power that the 3 of them had never mastered was used by a divine master. How was this possible? How could the three of them not be shocked? It's the first time I've heard that a divine master has an immortal body, Elder Sue said in shock. My God, what kind of monster are we going to kill? Not only is a divine master so powerful, but he also has an immortal body. Heavenly Void Palace Master was also stunned. As for Realm Master Tianqiu, his face was extremely pale. They knew that Jian Wushuang had an immortal body, but they knew how terrifying it was. It was obviously impossible for them to kill Jian Wushuang with an immortal body. The world was shocked. Everyone was shocked by Jian Wushuang's immortal body. However, while everyone was in shock, no one noticed that Jian Wushuang, whose divine body had reformed, did not open his eyes immediately. Instead, he continued to close his eyes, and there was a hint of surprise at the corner of his mouth. Yes, it was a surprise. When he was in the market, he knew that his comprehension of sword principle had reached a bottleneck. He was only one step away from that bottleneck. He hoped that someone could help him break through this bottleneck, so he was eager to fight. He knew that Realm Lord Tianqiu would certainly be prepared to deal with him, but he did not hesitate to leave the market to face Realm Lord Tianqiu head-on. Even when he learned that the Realm Lord and the other three immortal saints had joined forces, he was not afraid at all. He did not have the slightest intention of retreating. Instead, he used all his strength to fight against the three immortal saints. What was his goal? His goal was that layer of window paper. And now, the three immortal saints were all using their strongest techniques, especially the Realm Lord's strongest technique. It directly shattered his layers of defense, crushing his divine body. He then relied on his divine power to condense his divine body. He was born from death. His window was finally broken. Sword principle. Jian Wushuang was extremely excited. At this moment, in the sword world that was opened up in his body for 100,000 miles. This vast sword world was originally a desolate place without any substance or life. However, at this moment, in the center of the sword world, a sapling had already taken root and sprouted. Chapter 2888. Breakthrough. Second level of sword principle. The sword principle was profound and unfathomable. The sword world was only the first level of sword principle, which created a lonely world. The second level of sword principle, the boundless sword tree, was the first living creature born in the sword principle world. Now, the tiny sapling that had taken root and sprouted in Jian Wushuang's world of sword principle was the boundless sword tree. At first, the boundless sword skill was just a sapling, but soon, the sapling began to grow at a fantastic speed. In the blink of an eye, the sapling had turned into a small tree and gradually grew toward the towering tree. Then, all kinds of forks appeared on the main trunk, and many branches grew out. In just a moment, a towering tree had appeared in Jian Wushuang's sword world, and the tree was still growing crazily. The speed of its growth was too astonishing. The speed of the trunk extending and covering was too fast and too dense. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes, but he could see the changes in the sword world. He could see that the big tree in the center of the sword world was growing crazily, becoming abnormally thick and tall from an ordinary tree. The height of the tree was also increasing. 30 meters, 300 meters, 300 meters. In an instant, the tree had grown to a height of 30,000 meters, and it was still growing crazily. 15,000 meters, 20,000 meters. After a moment, the boundless sword tree finally stopped. At this moment, the boundless sword tree was already 33,000 meters tall. The towering tree was 33,000 feet tall, and its branches alone were enough to form a vast and boundless forest. However, this was only because of the tree in the center. 33,000 meters. Jian Wushuang felt that the tree had finally grown to its level, and his heart was extremely shocked. He had once obtained the sword principle insight left behind by a mighty immortal saint. The immortal saint had earlier said that after an ordinary sword principle cultivator reached the second realm of sword principle insight, The boundless sword tree formed in his sword Dao world was only a few hundred feet tall at the beginning. Those who could reach over 1,000 feet were already considered extremely talented in sword Dao, and 33,000 meters was already considered an endpoint in the eyes of the immortal saint. One had to know that many experts who were proficient in sword Dao, including the immortal saint, were able to grow their boundless sword tree to 33,000 meters tall as their sword Dao comprehension continued to increase. Those who were more talented were able to grow to 66,000 meters tall. Some extremely powerful sword Dao geniuses were said to grow to a height of 99,000 meters. However, such geniuses were already extremely rare. It was said that within the vast third heaven, the measurable sword tree of a sword Dao genius could grow to a height of 30,000 meters. However, that was only a rumor. Whether it was true or not, the immortal saint who had left behind his insights did not know. However, it also showed that the boundless sword tree was 33,000 meters tall, which was the limit that many ordinary sword principle cultivators could reach. But what about Jian Wushuang? His boundless sword tree had just taken shape, but it had already reached 33,000 feet tall. But it must be known that he still had infinite room for improvement at this level in the future. The news that the boundless sword tree was 33,000 feet tall in a row would shock the world if it were spread out. The taller and tougher the boundless sword tree was, the more powerful its swordsmanship would be. In the divine beginning world, the immortal saints who were good at sword principle distinguished the comprehension of sword principle from the height of the boundless sword tree. Jian Wushuang's boundless sword tree was now 33,000 meters tall. This meant that even though his comprehension of sword principle was not as good as those top immortal saints, the power of his swordsmanship was not weaker than those immortal saints who had developed the boundless sword tree to its limit and stood at the top, was not weaker than those immortal saints. The latter had derived the boundless sword tree to its limit and stood at the top. This was simply incredible. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Jian Wushuang's sword world finally calmed down, and he finally opened his eyes. The surprise on his face grew stronger and stronger. The second level of sword principle, boundless sword tree, is finally here. My boundless sword tree is 33,000 feet tall once it forms a line. This alone is enough to increase the power of my swordsmanship by many times. I wonder how powerful my swordsmanship will be now. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself with a hint of expectation in his heart. He waved his hand slightly, and the Blood Mountain sword, which had been floating quietly beside him, immediately flew toward him. Jian Wushuang held the Blood Mountain sword again and put on the golden armor, so he kept the interspatial ring. When he held the Blood Mountain sword, Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up because he felt that the level of the Blood Mountain sword had increased again. Initially, the Blood Mountain sword was only a top-grade, third-grade holy treasure, even if it had been merged with his blood essence. It was more terrifying than many second-grade holy treasures because of its sharp edge. However, with his breakthrough in sword principle, the power of the Blood Mountain sword, which was his natal armor, had also increased. So now it was also a second-grade holy treasure. This was a big surprise for Jian Wushuang. The power of the Blood Mountain sword has increased, but the supreme sword essence in the sword has not changed. Previously, with my cultivation in sword principle, the sword essence that I tried my best to guide was less than 1,000th of the supreme sword essence. But now let's try it. Jian Wushuang immediately began to guide it. The sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword needed the guidance of Jian Wushuang's sword principle. The higher his comprehension of the sword principle, the more sword essence he could guide. Previously, he could guide less than 1,000th of Jian Yi with all his strength, but now, buzz, buzz! A shrill sword hum sounded out of thin air. The supreme and awe-inspiring sword essence that had been filling the surrounding area suddenly became more than 10 times stronger. Yes, it was dozens of times more vital. 1%. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining. He had sensed that the sword essence he guided with all his strength was precisely 1% of the supreme sword essence. Do not underestimate this 1% of sword essence. Previously, it was only 1,000th, but it had increased Jian Wushuang's overall strength by more than 10 times. But now, thanks to you three, my cultivation of sword principle has greatly increased. Today, I can use the blood of you 3 immortal saints to sacrifice my sword. Jian Wushuang sneered, but his figure had already rushed out. A murderous intent instantly burst out under the background of the supreme sword essence. Realm Lord Tian Chu, Heavenly Void Temple Master, and Elder Su all looked highly solemn. Be careful. I feel that this brat is even more terrifying than before. Heavenly Void Palace Master said. Chapter 2889. Instant Kill Realm Lord Tian Chu and Elder Su's expressions were also extremely solemn. Jian Wushuang's figure had already appeared in front of Realm Lord Tian Chu. Then he drew his sword. Jian Wushuang did not display any shocking swordsmanship. He just casually swung his sword. However, when he brandished his Blood Mountain sword, the power of the boundless sword tree, which was 33,000 meters tall, had already reached its peak. The supreme sword essence within the Blood Mountain sword also unscrupulously exploded. Wang, this sword's intent was supreme. The instant it swept out, the expressions of the 3 immortal saints changed. After that, a majestic sword light was born. This sword light was incomparably tyrannical and huge. It blotted out the sky and covered half of the void. Chi, 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 the sound of the space being forcefully compressed, rang out continuously. The moment this boundless sword light appeared, Realm Lord Tian Chu, Elder Su, and Heavenly Void Palace Lord were all stunned. This sword, Realm Lord Tian Chu stared fixedly at this boundless sword light because this boundless sword light was heading towards him. How can it be so strong? Elder Su and Heavenly Void Palace Lord were both shocked. They initially wanted to help Realm Lord Tian Chu block this sword light, but when the sword light actually slashed out, they were both completely stunned. Only Tian Chu was left, instantly unleashing his strength to the limit. Rumble. A large amount of black divine power crazily gushed out. Tian Chu's face flushed red, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented madness. That boundless black divine power once again condensed into a huge black beast. Block it, we must block it. Tian Chu roared in his heart. Boundless sword light swept over. In an instant, the black beast was annihilated like a dried twig. After that, the boundless sword light completely engulfed Realm Lord Tian Chu's entire body. Realm Lord Tian Chu did not even have the chance to scream before he was crushed into pieces by the power of the sword light. And after the sword light annihilated Realm Lord Tian Chu, it still took a long time before it completely dissipated. Dead. Elder Su and the Heavenly Void Temple Master stared with wide eyes. Realm Lord Tian Chu was the strongest immortal saint among the 3 of them. But now, the strongest Realm Lord Tian Chu was killed by Jian Wushuang with just 1 strike? What kind of strength was this? While they were in shock, Jian Wushuang's cold eyes looked at them again in the void. Sensing Jian Wushuang's gaze, the 2 immortal saints, who were well known in the Golden Crow 9 realms, were frightened out of their wits. Run! Without any hesitation, Elder Su and the Heavenly Void Temple Master immediately turned and fled. At the moment they fled, they had already used their fastest speed in their lives, desperately trying to escape from Jian Wushuang's sight. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold and his killing intent surged. The 2 immortal saints fled at the same time. They were originally in 2 directions. Now that they had split up, he could only leave 1 person behind. He immediately locked onto this person. It was Elder Su of the Point Star Pavilion. The reason why they locked onto him was that Elder Su had attacked him without any reason. For example, there was a reason why Realm Lord Tian Chu and Temple Master Tian Su wanted to kill him. Jian Wushuang could understand that, so his killing intent was not very strong. However, Elder Su, he had no enmity with the Star Point Pavilion, so it was natural for Jian Wushuang to be angry that Elder Su had come to kill him out of the blue. As for whether or not he would offend the Star Point Pavilion after killing him, he did not care. Moreover, Elder Su was indeed closer to him. Jian Wushuang made his move. With a thought, a terrifying sword essence suddenly burst out. Together with the domain that had always existed in the surrounding void, it crazily pressed toward Elder Su. At the same time, Jian Wushuang slowly raised his palm. He pointed in the direction of Elder Su from a distance. Heaven-determining skill, because Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the space-time rules had not reached the level of the Immortal Saint. This move would not affect the Immortal Saint too much. However, no matter how small the effect was, it would still be able to slightly hinder Elder Su. Taking advantage of this small obstacle, Jian Wushuang moved forward. Whoosh! The same sword light descended. It was still as majestic and earth-shaking as before. The sword light blotted out the sky and the sun, completely drowning Elder Su. No. Elder Su was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He desperately tried to use his strongest technique in an attempt to block Jian Wushuang's sword. However, his swordsmanship, which had reached the second level of sword principle, the boundless sword tree, was much more powerful than before. Even the Realm Lord Tian Chu could not block his sword, so Elder Su certainly could not resist it. The only thing he could hope for was that he was still wearing a sacred, treasure-level protective armor. Although the power of this armor was not too strong and was only at the 3rd grade, it was still his life-saving method. However, when the sword light truly descended, a crack appeared in the center of the sacred treasure-level armor. The entire armor was on the verge of collapsing. How could this be? Elder Su was in disbelief. However, his life force was immediately cut off. Buzz, buzz, buzz! In the middle of the void, everything calmed down. Jian Wushuang was the only one still standing in the void. As for the 3 immortal saints who had surrounded him, Realm Lord Tian Chu and Elder Su had been killed and their divine bodies had been destroyed. Only the Palace Master of Void Temple had luckily escaped. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and put the things left behind by the immortal saints into his interspatial ring. Then he stood there, his eyes shining brightly. The boundless sword tree, which is 3,300 meters tall, did not disappoint me. It improved the power of my swordsmanship so much, and the supreme sword essence that I can guide it is even stronger. The immortal saints, including the Realm Lord and the Elder from the Star Point Pavilion, are both very strong, but they can't even take one strike from me. Jian Wushuang held the long sword tightly in his hand. He was also very excited. Before the start of the battle, he had wanted to make a breakthrough. As for how strong he would be after the breakthrough, he did not think too much about it. But now he did not expect that his strength would increase so much once he made a breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang looked around and saw that there were countless cultivators who had fallen into a daze in the market not far away. With a faint smile, Jian Wushuang left directly. Chapter 2890 World Shock 1. Jian Wushuang had left, and the battle had come to an end. The cultivators in the market who had witnessed the battle from beginning to end were completely stunned. They were all shocked, or rather frightened. A reverent god fought against 3 immortal saints at the same time. In the end, Realm Lord Tian Chu and Elder Su were killed on the spot, and the Heavenly Void Palace Master fled in panic. A reverent god killed the immortal saint easily. This reverent god is called Jian Yi. These cultivators murmured. In less than an hour, this news swept across the entire Golden Crow 9 realms like a huge storm. For a time, Countless cultivators in the entire Golden Crow Nine Realms, including the top immortal saints, were shocked. Shocked? Yes, the entire Golden Crow Nine Realms was completely shocked. Star Point Sacred City was also one of the 4 great holy cities of the Golden Crow Nine Realms. Star Point Sacred City was completely under the control of Star Point Pavilion. Star Point Pavilion was publicly acknowledged as the #1 chamber of commerce in the Golden Crow Nine Realms. Its foundation among the 4 pavilions was not inferior to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and its strength was abnormally tyrannical. At this moment, in the deepest part of the Star Point Pavilion's lair, 2 figures were sitting upright in a pavilion. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Among these 2 people, one of them was a white-haired old man who wore gray clothes and looked extremely plain. This white-haired old man was the Elder Meng who had personally gone to the Pale Sun's sacred world and participated in the auction of the Mountain River map. As for the other person, he was a long-browed elder with a thin and frail body. This long-browed elder was the biggest reliance of the Star Point Pavilion, an extremely terrifying immortal saint. Su Zhen is dead, and he was killed by a divine master on the spot. When they first received the news, the long-browed elder and Elder Meng both felt incredulous. If they had not asked him personally and obtained the mirror image of the battle, they would never have believed it when they saw Elder Su being killed by Jian Wushuang. This divine master is very terrifying. Elder Meng could not help exclaiming, "I have lived for so many years, not only in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, but also in the surrounding great territories. I have seen countless divine masters, but I have never seen such a powerful divine master. I'm afraid that even in the vast 3rd heaven, there are not many divine masters like him. It is very heaven-defying." The long-browed old man had to admit his own strength is very impressive. The treasures he has in his hands and the secret techniques he uses are also very impressive. For example, the divine sword in his hands and the treasures he has thrown into the void, which can change the world, are all extraordinary items. In addition, Jian Yi is clearly only a supreme divinity, but he has an undying body. It's simply inconceivable. Unbelievable. This is the evaluation of Jian Wushuang made by the long-browed elder and Elder Meng. Long Brows, the absolute beginning divine realm, is vast and boundless. There are countless kinds of geniuses, and some of them are even heaven-defying monsters. And now, we've encountered a monster that killed Su Zhen. What should we do now? Elder Meng frowned. In the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, the immortal saints were the pillars of support. Even among the 4 pavilions, there were only a few immortal saints who stayed in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Each loss was a great loss to any one of the 4 pavilions. This time, the death of Elder Su made the Star Point Pavilion's heartache to death. However, no matter how much it hurt, the Star Point Pavilion still faced a difficult problem. That was whether or not they should take revenge for Elder Su. After all, the person who killed Elder Su was a monster. There's no other way. That long-browed old man slowly shook his head. Su Zhen's death has dealt a huge blow to our Point Star Pavilion. However, that sword one is too terrifying. However, from the mirror image, his strength has already completely surpassed that of an ordinary immortal saint. Even with the strength of Realm Lord Tianchu, he is unable to take his sword head-on. His strength has already surpassed mine. In the entire Golden Crow 9 realms, there are only 2 people who can defeat him. 2. Elder Meng's expression changed, and he asked doubtfully, "Other than Lord Bone Emperor, who else can defeat him?" "The one from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion," said the long-browed elder. "You mean," Elder Meng frowned, "hasn't that person's strength always been about the same as yours?" "No, it might have been about the same in the past, but I saw him 1,000 years ago. Although we didn't exchange blows, I could already sense that he had already taken that step, and he had already mastered the immortal body. His strength is already far above mine. If he makes a move, he should be able to fight this Jian Yi head-on, and his chances of winning should be quite high. The long-browed elder spoke in a deep voice, but suddenly he changed the topic. However, even if that person from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, or even the Bone Emperor, personally makes a move, he might be able to defeat Jian-Yi head-on. However, it is impossible to kill Jian-Yi. Since Sword One has an immortal body, it is almost impossible to find someone who can kill him in the Golden Crow Nine Realms. The Bone Emperor is also unable to kill a divine master who has an immortal body and is so powerful. Moreover, there are no immortal saints who specialize in soul attacks in the Golden Crow Nine Realms. It is true that no one can kill him. Hearing this, Elder Meng nodded slightly. Since our Starpoint Pavilion has no way of killing him, our Starpoint Pavilion has no choice but to endure this hatred. The long-browed elder sighed. Give the order to say that Su Zhen's death was a treasure in the hands of his greedy sword. Now that he has been killed by Jian-Yi, it is his own fault. It has nothing to do with our Starpoint Pavilion. From now on, no one in our Starpoint Pavilion is allowed to speak of taking revenge on Jian-Yi. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the Starpoint Pavilion. Elder Meng frowned slightly. His emotions were a bit complicated, but he still nodded after a long while. He knew that the long-browed elder chose to endure patiently because he wanted the enmity between the Starpoint Pavilion and Jian-Yi to be put to an end so that both sides would not continue to carry on. Although this was somewhat aggrieved, it was also the wisest and most helpless choice. After all, he was a divine master who could not be killed by the Starpoint Pavilion at all, but who was extremely powerful and could easily kill saints. If he really wanted to fight with the Starpoint Pavilion, it would definitely be a disaster for the Starpoint Pavilion. There is one more thing. From today onwards, I will also be in closed-door cultivation. I will only come out when I have truly taken that step and am able to stand shoulder to shoulder with that person from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. As for the matters in the Starpoint Pavilion, I will leave them to you, said the long-browed elder. Elder Meng responded and left immediately. Chapter 2891 World Shock 2 In the huge volcanic space in the deepest part of Fire Cloud Castle, Bai Yen stood there respectfully. In front of him, Immortal was attentively looking at a mirror image. This mirror image was the scene where Jian Wushuang fought with the three immortal saints. It was clear from the beginning to the end. Haha, awesome. After Immortal finished watching the scene, he laughed out loud. A divine master killed two of the three immortal saints and scared one away. This Jian-Yi is amazing. Immortal's eyes were shining. He was also an immortal saint, but his battle strength was equal to Realm Lord Tianchu. However, Jian Wushuang had killed Realm Lord Tianchu with one strike at the later stage of the mirror image. He was shocked by his strength. If Jian Wushuang was so powerful, how could Bai Yen be so powerful? Bai Yen also saw the mirror image and was terrified. Now he finally understood why Jian Wushuang could address his master as Brother Imo. Jian is very talented and has unfathomable strength and means. The magic sword is not lost in his hands. Immortal smiled and immediately sent a message to Jian Wushuang to congratulate him on his Golden Crow Nine-World fame. Jian Wushuang also quickly replied, Crimson Rock Castle, Pil Sun's sacred world. Many great divine masters of Crimson Rock Castle stood respectfully in front of a huge secret chamber. At this moment, the door of the secret chamber slowly opened. Have you come out? Yun Shan immediately looked up. A beautiful figure slowly walked out of the secret chamber. As soon as this figure appeared, an aura that caused everyone present to be shocked and overwhelmed spread out. This aura was the aura of an immortal saint, and the person who emitted this aura was none other than the Fort Master of Crimson Rock Fort, Yin Sewer. Congratulations, Fort Master, for breaking through to the immortal saint realm. Congratulations, Fort Master, for breaking through to the immortal saint realm. The voices were loud and clear, reverberating throughout the entire world. One could see that these great divine masters were all extremely excited. This was also very normal. Ever since Crimson Rock Saint died hundreds of thousands of years ago, there had not been another immortal saint in the Pale Sun Sacred World. The reason why the Pale Sun Sacred World had been constantly in the civil war over the past few years was that their strength had been significantly weakened. It was because they lacked an absolute expert that could make all the forces submit to them. And now, the Pale Sun Sacred World had once again listened to Crimson Rock Castle's orders. At this juncture, Sewer had broken through to become an immortal saint. It could be said that she was justified. In the future, the Pale Sun Sacred World would have an immortal saint personally presiding over it. Castle Lord Yun Shan, Palace Master Sijin, and the others immediately rushed over to Sewer. After breaking through to become an immortal saint, Sewer was obviously quite informed. Uncle Yun Shan, during the time I was in seclusion, did anything happen in the Pale Sun Sacred World? No. Yun Shan shook his head. During this period of time, the Pale Sun Sacred World has been peaceful, and the Heavenly Void World hasn't made any movements. As for the Sword Alliance, because of Mr. Jian Yi's restrictions, they have been quite quiet. That's good. Sewer nodded slowly. Oh, right, Castle Lord. A few days ago, a major incident happened in the Dragon Phoenix, Sacred City. Yun Shan suddenly spoke. What major incident? Sewer looked over. It's like this. Yun Shan immediately recounted the entire incident. After hearing this, Sewer was like a statue, completely stunned. She was stunned for a long time before she slowly regained her senses. You mean Jian Yi, he faced the joint attack of 3 immortal saints, yet he managed to kill Realm Lord Tianchu and Elder Su from the Starpoint Pavilion, while he managed to escape unscathed. Sewer was clearly in disbelief. Yes, not only that, his current fame in the Golden Crow 9 realms is shocking. There are even people who say that he is from the Golden Crow 9 realms. But, other than the Supreme Lord Bone Emperor, the strongest person is also the most heaven-defying divine master in the history of the Golden Crow 9 realms. Yun Shan said, No wonder, he doesn't care about the sacred elixirs at all. A bitter smile appeared on Sewer's face. I thought that after I broke through to the Immortal Saint realm, I could finally look down on him and talk to him as an equal. I didn't expect that even though I broke through, the gap between him and me was still enormous. Jian Yi, you are a monster. The 9 realms of the Golden Crow, the Bone Emperor realm, occupied nearly half of the territory. This was a vast and desolate land. Yet, in the center of this land stood a towering castle. This castle was incomparably huge, and its surface was surrounded by a large amount of green divine power. Within the castle, corpses and bones were strewn all over the ground. Many ghastly white bones, human skulls, and bones were scattered all over the ground. In the very center of the castle, there was an enormous high platform that was completely covered by skulls. On the high platform, there was a throne that was similarly made of white bones. On the throne, a skinny older man with an incomparably short stature casually sat there. This older man looked extremely weak, and when the wind blew, all the bones in his body seemed to fall apart. The aura on his body was also ordinary, and he was no different from an average person. However, it was precisely this weak older man was the indisputable overlord of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. He was the Bone Emperor. At this moment, in the void in front of the Bone Emperor, there was also a picture of a battle going on. Looking at the scene in the picture, a wicked smile appeared on the Bone Emperor's face, especially when Jian Wushuang killed Realm Lord Tianchu with 1 sword strike. The Bone Emperor's eyes slowly narrowed. In terms of power, this sword strike is not much weaker than mine. Of course, a mere divine master can have such battle strength, and he has an immortal body. Thanks, interesting, very interesting. The Bone Emperor smiled sinisterly but he was already interested in Jian Wushuang. He was interested in Jian Wushuang. I have dominated the 9 worlds of the Golden Crow for many years, but it has been a long time since I encountered such an interesting thing. This man named Jian, he may not be as strong as me, but with his talent he will break through to become an immortal saint in the future. Once he breaks through, his battle strength will only be stronger than mine. I want to meet such a person. Go, find him, and invite him to my Bone Emperor realm. Tell him that I have something to discuss with him, the Bone Emperor said. There was not a single person in front of the Bone Emperor. His words seemed to be spoken to the air. However, at the end of the castle, a figure had already set off. Chapter 2892. Farewell to Chu. The battle between Jian Wushuang and the 3 immortal saints was shocking. Countless experts from all the forces in the Golden Crow 9 realms were spreading the news. In less than a few days, Jian Wushuang's name had spread to every corner of the Golden Crow 9 realms. Many people outside of the Golden Crow 9 realms had heard about it, and they were all shocked. Monster, the #1 divine master in the history of the Golden Crow 9 realms. All the titles fell on Jian Wushuang's head. While the entire Golden Crow 9 realms was shocked by Jian Wushuang, as the main character, he had already arrived at a city outside the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's base. This city was not far from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's mountain gate. Usually, genius disciples or experts of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would pass by here. Jian Wushuang was sitting quietly in a tavern, drinking quietly. On the surface, he was drinking, but in his heart, Jian Wushuang was thinking. Of course, he was thinking about how to get close to Lung Rushuang. In addition, before seeing Lung Rushuang again, Jian Wushuang still had some things to figure out. Jian Wushuang had been in the tavern for 3 days. He had concealed his aura and even disguised his appearance, so no one noticed him. But now he had noticed 3 people walking out of the tavern. They had just walked out of a shop. They were all great divine masters, led by a purple-haired handsome youth. The purple-haired handsome youth had the most powerful aura, which had reached the level of a peak great divine master. Jian Wushuang also knew this person. That's him. Jian Wushuang grinned. When he saw the purple-haired handsome youth and the other 2 fly out of the city to return to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, he immediately chased after them. In the void, the 3 purple-haired handsome young men were flying, and they were about to reach the mountain gate of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. But at this time, whoosh! Without any warning, a figure appeared in front of them out of thin air. As soon as it appeared, a huge divine power that suffocated the 3 of them came over. Is this the immortal saint? The purple-haired handsome young man and the other 2 were shocked. The strength of divine power was determined by the level of divine power. Jian Wushuang's current divine power level had indeed far exceeded that of an ordinary divine master, so it was naturally the same for divine power. It's you. The purple-haired handsome young man recognized Jian Wushuang at once, and the corners of his mouth could not help trembling. Oh, Brother Chu, do you still remember me? In that case, do you remember the battle with me? I'm here to meet you. Jian Wushuang smiled playfully. This purple-haired handsome young man was Chu. When he opened the Dragon Phoenix list in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Chu had challenged him to a battle in order to vent his anger on Demoness Gu. However, that battle did not really take place. Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Chu could not help trembling. A duel with Jian Wushuang? After all, it had been many days since Jian Wushuang had fought with the 3 immortal saints. He was one of the genius disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and had reached the level of a peak great divine master. He had also heard of such a thing. He knew that Jian Wushuang could easily kill the immortal saint. Even the 2 immortal saint elders in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would feel immense pressure when facing Jian Wushuang. Asking him to fight with Jian Wushuang? Was that not courting death? Senior brother Chu, do you know this person? The 2 disciples next to him asked because they did not know what had happened, nor did they know Jian Wushuang's background. "Shut up!" Chu Shi shouted directly. Then he looked at Jian Wushuang again and forced a smile on his face. "Jian, Sir Jian Yi, you must be joking. I was blind to offend you before, sir. I hope you can forgive me. Jian Yi." The two disciples of Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were also shocked. They looked at Jian Wushuang with shock and fear. Chu Shi was also terrified. He thought that Jian Wushuang really came for the battle, so he immediately begged for mercy. However, he was careful. He quietly took out a message token and was ready to ask the experts of Dragon Phoenix Pavilion for help. After all, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's nest was nearby. As soon as he sent the message, the immortal saint of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would immediately come to his rescue. However, how could he hide his thoughts from Jian Wushuang? "Chu Shi, I advise you not to play any tricks. Otherwise, I won't be polite," Jian Wushuang said with a wicked smile. Chu Shi's hands trembled, and his face was extremely embarrassed. As for the communication, it naturally failed. "Don't worry. I'm not here to find trouble with you, nor for the duel. I just have some questions to ask you. I hope you can answer them truthfully," Jian Wushuang said. "If you have any questions, please ask me. I'll tell you everything," Chu Shi said. "My question is very simple. It's about your Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's young phoenix. I want you to tell me everything you know," Jian Wushuang said directly. "Young phoenix? Junior sister Lung?" Chu Shi's expression changed, and he immediately understood. When the Dragon Phoenix list was released, Jian Yi had come into contact with the young phoenix. At that time, everyone could see that Jian Wushuang and the young phoenix seemed to have a special relationship. It was normal for Jian Yi to ask about the young phoenix now. Facing Jian Wushuang, Chu Shi knew Jian Wushuang's fierce reputation and strength, so he did not dare to hide anything. He immediately told him everything he knew about the young phoenix. Jian Wushuang frowned when he heard this. What Chu Shi said was not very different from what was spread in the outside world. What he said was also what he already knew. It was meaningless. "Chu Shi, do you really want to die?" Jian Wushuang's face darkened. "Do you think I won't dare to kill you because you are a genius disciple of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion?" "No, no." Chu Shi shook his head immediately. "Master Jian Yi, I've told you everything I know. If you don't believe me, you can ask my two junior brothers. They must know the same thing." Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. Chu Shi did not look like he was lying. "Master Jian Yi, in fact, we don't know much about junior sister Lung. Junior sister Lung has always been a recluse and has almost never interacted with us. Junior sister Lung has been in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion for so many years, but she only spoke to me twice, and it was the simplest 2 sentences. In addition, some of Junior Sister Lung's matters are also considered top secret in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Only her master, Elder Qin, and the other Immortal Saint Elders of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion know about these things. Disciples like us really don't know anything," Chu Shi said. Chapter 2893. Transfer. Hearing Chu Shi's words, Jian Wushuang's frown deepened. He knew that Lung Wushuang was a loner. In his previous life, Lung Wushuang was such a loner. However, Jian Wushuang did not expect that some things about Lung Wushuang were so secret in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion that even genius disciples like Chu Shi were not qualified to know about it. Only the top immortal saints knew about it. I wanted to find out about Shuang Er's background and her high talent from Chu Shi. Besides, Shuang Er is only a divine master, but she is ranked 3rd on the Dragon Phoenix list. There must be some important secrets. But now, it seems that I have to find the immortal saint from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Jian Wushuang pondered. There were a total of 3 known immortal saints in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. These 3 should know about it. However, some of Lung Wushuang's matters were kept a secret within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Even if he went to inquire about it, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would most likely not tell him. unless he had the ability to make the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion bow to him, such as reaching the level of the Bone Emperor. But now, although he had killed 2 immortal saints in the previous battle, and his battle strength was terrifying enough to make the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion take him seriously and not dare to underestimate him, he still could not make the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion bow to him. Forget it. I can only think of a way to deal with the matter of Shuang Heir after I become stronger, Jian Wushuang thought. He had made up his mind that he would visit Lung Rushuang when he was stronger. By then he would know everything about Lung Rushuang's life, even in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. You can go. Jian Wushuang turned around and left. After Jian Wushuang left, Chu Shi and the other 2 finally let out a sigh of relief. Chu Shi was especially worried that Jian Wushuang would kill him. After all, he had offended Jian Wushuang before. Senior brother Chu Shi, was that really Jian Yi, the monster who killed 2 immortal saints? A disciple from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion looked over. Who else could it be? Chu Shi glanced at the disciple and then said seriously, "Let's go back. We have to report this to Elder Qin and the others." Chu Shi and the other 2 immediately went back to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. After seeing Chu Shi, Jian Wushuang held back his excitement. Instead of waiting outside the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, he went back to the Pale Sun Sacred World. This time he came back to solve the awkward situation of the Sword Alliance in the Pale Sun Sacred World. After all, the Pale Sun Sacred World was now completely under the control of the Crimson Rock Castle. All the forces listened to the orders of the Crimson Rock Castle, but the Sword Alliance had always been very special. After all, the Sword Alliance was very powerful, and the key was the existence of the Alliance Master. The Crimson Rock Castle could not control the Sword Alliance at all. Even the experts in the Sword Alliance had always wanted to expand and replace the Crimson Rock Castle. They were just suppressed by Jian Wushuang. However, this suppression could not last long. Therefore, Jian Wushuang had already planned for the Sword Alliance. The best way was to conquer a world and move the Sword Alliance completely to the Sacred World. Now the opportunity had come. In the lofty hall of the Sword Alliance, Jian Wushuang sat on the throne at the top. Xiao Tiexin stood beside him, and many experts of the Sword Alliance looked at Jian Wushuang with respect and worship. In the Sword Alliance, Jian Wushuang was God and heaven. There was no doubt about that. Jian Wushuang glanced at these experts and nodded slightly. He had not left the Pale Sun Sacred World for a long time. During this time, Xiao Tiexin clearly followed his orders and did not expand to the outside world. There were not many more experts in the Sword Alliance than before. "Everyone, I have called you here today for one thing." Jian Wushuang's voice reverberated throughout the hall. "I will give you 1 year to prepare. After 1 year, all the experts of the Sword Alliance will leave the Pale Sun Sacred World with me." As soon as Jian Wushuang said this, the entire hall was in an uproar. Most people were baffled and did not know what Jian Wushuang meant. "Young master," Xiao Tiexin also asked, "are you going to take the entire Sword Alliance out of the Pale Sun Sacred World?" "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded. "Where to?" Xiao Tiexin asked again. "To the Heaven Curve World," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "Heaven Curve World." Many experts of the Sword Alliance still frowned. These experts were very weak. Only Elder Tong, Snake Elder, and Great Divine Master Juexan were Great Divine Masters. The rest were only Divine Masters. Apart from Elder Tong, the rest of them had never ventured outside. They did not know much about the situation outside. To them, the Pale Sun Sacred World was not small at all. They had already accumulated a certain amount of foundation here. Of course, they did not want to leave. Not to mention them, even Xiao Tiexin, Jian Wushuang's intimate maid, did not want to leave. Jian Wushuang naturally noticed the changes in the expressions of the people in front of him. He immediately lowered his voice. "1 mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. The Pale Sun Sacred World already has the Crimson Rock Castle. so it cannot accommodate a sword alliance that is not weaker than Crimson Rock Castle, or even stronger. The Heaven Curve world is much larger than the Pale Sun Sacred World, with more experts and a bigger platform. Most importantly, I have killed the World Master of the Heaven Curve world. I will bring the Corpse Puppet Army to Heaven Curve world immediately. With a wave of my hand, I can wipe out all the resistance forces and experts in the Heaven Curve world, so that the Sword Union can occupy the vast sacred world safely. This is the best result for the Sword Alliance. Of course, I know that you are all born in the Pale Sun Sacred World, and your roots are here. You don't want to leave so easily, so I won't force you. In short, those who are willing to go with me will leave in a year. If not, I will give you a batch of resources and let you leave. But in a year, there will be no Sword Alliance in the Pale Sun Sacred World. Jian Wushuang said firmly without any room for negotiation. He had made this decision long ago. His original purpose in founding the Sword Alliance was to help the Crimson Rock Castle regain control of the Pale Sun Sacred World. He would never allow the Sword Alliance to threaten the status of the Crimson Rock Castle. Now that he had conquered a holy world for the Sword Alliance and completely transferred the Sword Alliance there, he had done his best as the Alliance Master. Hearing Jian Wushuang's words, many experts of the Sword Alliance were shocked. They all heard that Jian Wushuang had killed the Realm Lord of the Heaven Curve world with his own hands. A Realm Lord should be an immortal saint, right? Chapter 2894, Make Way. The Alliance Master killed an immortal saint with his own hands. The experts of the Sword Alliance were shocked. After a short moment of shock, they began to ponder. They were hesitating whether to follow Jian Wushuang to the Heaven Curve world. Obviously, the Heaven Curve world was more vast than the Pale Sun Sacred World, and the platform was also larger. The Sword Alliance could directly control everything there, which was very beneficial to every cultivator in the Sword Alliance. However, in that case, they had to leave the Pale Sun Sacred World. Everyone was hesitating. Jian Wushuang did not have time to wait for them to make a decision. He glanced at Xiao Tiexin beside him and said, "Exanair, you heard what I said. I'll leave the rest to you." "Yes." Xiao Tiexin nodded respectfully. Jian Wushuang disappeared from the hall. After leaving the Sword Alliance, Jian Wushuang immediately went to Crimson Rock Castle. In Crimson Rock Castle, Jian Wushuang met Yin Suer, who had broken through to become an immortal saint. "Castle Lord Yin, congratulations. You've finally reached the immortal saint level." Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "It's all thanks to you, Mr. Jian. Suer is very grateful for your help." Yin Suer said solemnly. She was telling the truth. There were two reasons why she was able to make the breakthrough. First, the crisis in Crimson Rock Castle had been resolved. The situation had been resolved, and her worry had completely disappeared. Second, it was because of the Saint Ascension Elixir. The crisis in Crimson Rock Castle had been resolved with Jian Wushuang's full help, and the Saint Ascension Elixir had been given to her directly by Jian Wushuang. "Mr. Jian Yi, I heard that you fought against 3 immortal saints alone in the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City. You even killed Realm Lord Tianchu and Elder Su on the spot. What an awe-inspiring and admirable skill you have." Yin Suer sighed softly. "Well, let's not talk about formalities for now." Jian Wushuang waved his hand and said, "I'm here today for one thing." Yin Suer immediately looked over. Realm Lord Tianchu is dead. Without the immortal saint in charge of the Tianchu world, it should be a mess now. I plan to take the Corpse Puppet Army to sweep the obstacles in the Tianchu world and then transfer the Sword Alliance there, Jian Wushuang said. "Sweep the Tianchu world." Yin Suer was shocked. Tianchu world was a sacred world that was much bigger than the Pale Sun Sacred World. It was so domineering to sweep the entire sacred world. However, Yin Suer also knew that Jian Wushuang did have such strength. "Mr. Jian Yi, with your current strength, it's easy for you to sweep the Tianchu world. But I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to transfer the Sword Alliance there, Yin Suer said. Why? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. Mr. Jian Yi, the Sword Alliance, is a big force after all. It has a big business and many cultivators under its command. If you want to transfer the Sword Alliance at one time, you must bring a lot of cultivators with you. If so many cultivators go directly to the Heaven Curve world through the space passage, the price will be too high. Even you, Mr. Jian Yi, don't want to bear such a huge price, Yin Suer said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. It was true that the cost of teleporting from one realm to another was very high. Jian Wushuang did not care about the cost of tens or hundreds of cultivators. However, there were at least 10,000 cultivators in such a large Sword Alliance. If there were families, there would be even more. Even Jian Wushuang would not be able to afford the cost of teleportation. If I can't use the space passage to transfer, I'll have to rely on my own strength to get from the Pill Sun Sacred World to the Heaven Curve World. However, there are two realms between the Pill Sun Sacred World and the Heaven Curve World. These two realms are the Heaven Void World and the Dragon God World. If the Sword Alliance wants to go to the Heaven Curve World, they have to pass through these two realms. In other words, Mr. Jian Yi, you have to borrow the passage from these two realms. In these two realms, the Dragon God realm is still fine. The Dragon God realm lord, the old Dragon God, used to have a good relationship with my father. The reason why the Divine Void realm hasn't been able to attack our Pill Sun Sacred World is that the Dragon God realm is watching us from the side, which is enough to intimidate the Divine Void realm. As long as I send a message to the old Dragon God, or if Mr. Jian goes to visit him personally, the old Dragon God will definitely agree to take the path. But the key is the Heavenly Void realm, Yin Suer said. The Heavenly Void world. Jian Wushuang curled his lips. As long as the old Dragon God agrees to let me pass, I'll go there myself. Yin Suer raised her eyebrows. She already knew what Jian Wushuang was going to do. Jian Wushuang did not stay in the Pill Sun Sacred World any longer. He immediately led the Corpse Puppet Army to the Heavenly Void World. The Heavenly Void World was ruled by the Heavenly Void Palace. The Heavenly Void Palace was located at the core of the Heavenly Void World. It was on a vast and beautiful island. The island was filled with sparrows and sparrows. It was a paradise on earth. To the various forces and countless cultivators in the Heavenly Void World, this island was also a holy land that everyone yearned for. The owner of the island, the Heavenly Void Temple Master, had long been a legend in the Heavenly Void World. At this moment, Jian Wushuang had already arrived at the void above the island. Looking down at the celestial-like Heavenly Void Temple on the island through the layer of restrictions covering the island, a teasing smile appeared on the corner of Jian Wushuang's mouth. That Heavenly Void Palace Master really knows how to enjoy himself. The Heavenly Void Palace he created is really magnificent. After mumbling, Jian Wushuang shouted in a low voice, "Heavenly Void Palace Master, get out here! Get out here!" A mighty voice that sounded like thunder echoed in the entire Heavenly Void Palace. The peace in the Heavenly Void Palace was immediately broken. In an instant, countless figures rushed out of the island. At the same time, there were also many shocked and furious voices. Who dares to be presumptuous in front of our Heavenly Void Palace? Who dares to be disrespectful to the Lord Palace Master? How dare you ask the Lord Palace Master to get out? How dare you? Those who rushed out were all experts from the Heavenly Void Palace. Their bodies were filled with a fit of shocking anger. When they appeared in the void and saw Jian Wushuang standing outside the island, the aura he emitted was only that of a divine master. The anger of these experts grew even more. A mere divine master dares to shout in front of the Heavenly Void Palace. He's really courting death. Kill him. Immediately, experts of the Heavenly Void Palace attacked, wanting to kill Jian Wushuang on the spot. Chapter 2895, Bow your head, stop! A roar suddenly echoed in the sky. The roar contained a terrifying pressure. The experts of the Heavenly Void Palace who were about to kill Jian Wushuang immediately stopped under the pressure. Countless eyes looked at the end of the island. There a figure slowly rose. It was the Heavenly Void Palace Master. Palace Master! Palace Master has appeared! The experts of the Heavenly Void Palace immediately showed a fanatical look. To them, the Heavenly Void Palace Master was a godlike existence, the ruler of the Heavenly Void world, and they blindly worshipped him. Jian Wushuang also saw the Heavenly Void Palace Master at this moment, but then he smiled disdainfully. Heavenly Void Temple Master, aren't you a little too timid? I hid underground and only condensed a consciousness avatar to see me. Are you afraid that I will directly kill you when I see you? Jian Wushuang did not conceal the mockery in his words. Upon hearing this, most experts of Heavenly Void Temple were immediately furious. However, some of the more powerful experts who had connections in the Golden Crow Nine Realms were staring at Jian Wushuang. This man is only a divine master, but he is so fearless when facing the Palace Master. He even looks down on us. Is he Jian? Jian, yes, it must be him. Only he dares to face the Palace Master so fearlessly. Jian actually came directly to the gate of the Heavenly Void Palace. Those who knew Jian Wushuang's identity and strength were shocked. They knew that when Sword One fought against the three immortal saints alone, one of them was their Palace Master. Only their Palace Master survived at that time. But now, Jian came to the Heavenly Void Palace. It was no wonder that the Palace Master did not dare to meet him in person. He had only condensed a consciousness avatar. The consciousness avatar of the Heavenly Void Palace Master also stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold face. Jian, how dare you come to the Heavenly Void world? Don't forget the agreement that Lord Bone Emperor made with the other forces. That agreement. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Then he smiled and said, I've heard of that agreement. Isn't it that a realm master or an immortal saint is not allowed to set foot in other sacred worlds? But don't forget that I'm not a realm master and am not an immortal saint. In that case, how can I not come to the Heavenly Void world? Heavenly Void Temple Master was stunned. He then remembered that although Jian Wushuang had the battle strength to kill an immortal saint, his realm was only that of a divine master. Yes, he was only a divine master, and he was not a master of a world. That agreement could not restrict him, so he did not have to keep it. Jian, there is no great enmity between us. Although I killed you with Realm Lord Tianchu and Elder Su, I did not kill you. On the contrary, I improved your strength, Heavenly Void Temple Master said. Oh, you mean I shouldn't blame you, but thank you? Jian Wushuang sneered. No, I'm just saying that we don't have a deep hatred, so there's no need to fight to the death. But if you're still angry, I'll pay a price to apologize to you, Heavenly Void Temple Master said. Jian Wushuang could tell that the Temple Master had already decided to bow his head from his words. He was not the only one who had heard it. The experts of the Heavenly Void Palace had also heard it. Most of the people who did not know what was going on were stunned. They could not believe that their Palace Master would bow his head to a mere divine master like Jian Wushuang. Only those who knew what had happened nodded secretly. They knew that what the Temple Master had done was a wise move. You're right. The hatred between us was not too great, so I don't have to kill you. Since you're willing to make amends, as long as you're sincere enough, I can accept it. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. How about this? I don't want too much. For 100,000 sacred elixirs, and we can end the grudge between us. The sacred elixirs that Jian Wushuang asked for were reasonable. An ordinary immortal saint had 500,000 to 600,000 sacred elixirs. As a master of a world, the Heavenly Void Temple Master had accumulated wealth for so many years, so his wealth was naturally higher. It was estimated that he could afford more than 1,000,000 sacred elixirs. Jian Wushuang only wanted 400,000 sacred elixirs, which was already considered very merciful. As expected, after hearing Jian Wushuang's request, the Heavenly Void Temple Master, although a little distressed, agreed to it directly. "I can give you 400,000 sacred elixirs." The Master of Heaven Void Temple's consciousness avatar nodded, and a stream of light immediately shot toward Jian Wushuang from the deepest part of Heaven Void Temple. Jian Wushuang reached out and took the interspatial ring from the stream of light. He checked it carefully and found that there were indeed no less than 400,000 sacred elixirs in the interspatial ring. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang smiled in his heart. Previously, he had killed Realm Lord Tianchu and Elder Su and obtained their interspatial rings, which contained many sacred elixirs and various treasures. Now he had obtained 400,000 sacred elixirs from the Heavenly Void Temple Master. Jian Wushuang already had no less than 2,000,000 sacred elixirs. Of course, 2,000,000 sacred elixirs were far from enough for him to break through from an advanced Great Divine Master to a peak Great Divine Master, but it was still a considerable amount of wealth. "Temple Master, I have another small matter that I need your cooperation with," Jian Wushuang said. "What is it?" Temple Master asked patiently. "Well, I have established a force called the Sword Alliance in the Pill Sun Sacred World. It won't be long before I transfer the Sword Alliance to the Heaven Curve World. Many cultivators of the Sword Alliance will need to pass through your Heavenly Void World. I hope you can cooperate with me. If possible, you'd better arrange for your Heavenly Void Army to escort you personally in case anything goes wrong," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "Not only do we have to cooperate, but we also have to escort them." Although the Heavenly Void Temple Master was a little angry, he did not dare lose his temper. "Sure. Thank you very much. Goodbye." Jian Wushuang smiled and turned to leave. Seeing Jian Wushuang leave, the Heavenly Void Temple Master let out a heavy sigh. Then his consciousness avatar slowly disappeared into the void. The cultivators of the Heavenly Void Temple were still in a daze. They had not recovered from their shock. As for Jian Wushuang, after he had agreed with the Master of the Heaven Void Temple, he immediately left and went to the Dragon God realm to meet the old Dragon God. Chapter 2896. Jian Yi arrived as Yin Suer had said. The old Dragon God was very friendly to Jian Wushuang. When he knew that Jian Wushuang was here to borrow the path, he agreed without hesitation. Since then, the matter of borrowing the path had been completed, and the next step was to flatten the Heaven Curve World. Jian Wushuang soon arrived in the Heaven Curve World. The Heaven Curve World was originally the supreme realm of the World Master, and all the forces had submitted to him. His Heaven Curve Palace was also the indisputable habitat of the Heaven Curve World. However, since the news spread that the World Master was killed by Jian Wushuang, the Heaven Curve World immediately faced the same situation as the Pill Sun Sacred World. A lot of disputes began to appear. The Heaven Curve Palace could no longer keep its word like before. There were even factions fighting among themselves. In short, the Heaven Curve World was now very chaotic. In a grand hall in the Heaven Curve Palace, dozens of figures gathered together. They were all powerful, great, divine masters. The leader of them was a brown-haired man. This brown-haired man was none other than the second unrivaled divine master in the Heaven Curve World apart from the Black Blood Emperor, Divine Master Blood Lamp. Chaos! Chaos! The entire Heaven Curve World is in chaos now. Our Heaven Curve World's territory is extremely vast, and there are many experts. These experts have formed many major powers, and their foundations are all extraordinary. Previously, when the Realm Lord was here, none of these powers dared to disobey his orders. But now that the Realm Lord has died, these major powers immediately began to have their own intentions. Not to mention these big forces, even the people from the Deacon's Hall, the Heaven Pavilion, and the Heaven Curve army in our Heaven Curve Palace are doing something. Even Lord Bloodlamp's orders are ignored. Many great divine masters were discussing, but none of them looked good. All right, shut up. Bloodlamp Divine Master finally spoke. As soon as he spoke, everyone in the hall immediately quieted down. Bloodlamp Divine Master fell silent for a moment before he finally spoke. It has been so many years since the establishment of the Heavenly Curve World. The Realm Lord has always revered the Heavenly Curve World. Now that the Realm Lord has suddenly fallen, it is inevitable that there would be some commotion. Now, we have no way to complain about this. Instead, we should think of ways to deal with the current situation. And there's only one way to calm the chaos in the Heavenly Curve World. That is to use a powerful method to intimidate the various powers and calm them down, just like how the Realm Lord did before. But such a person, Bloodlamp, could not help but frown. What he said was indeed the best method. But there was not anyone in the Heavenly Curve World who could make the experts of the various powers in the Heavenly Curve World not dare to act rashly. He was the strongest person in the Heavenly Curve World in terms of personal strength. However, he was only an invincible divine master in the first stage. In terms of combat strength, he was weaker than the Marquis of Threein, who had fought with Jian Wushuang before. Although he was stronger than the peak divine masters, the experts in the Heavenly Curve World were as numerous as the clouds. There were several powerful peak divine masters. Any 2 or 3 of them working together would be enough to fight against him. With his strength alone, he's no threat to the world. Damn it, it's fine if the Realm Lord died, but even the Black Blood Emperor is dead. Otherwise, with the Black Blood Emperor's strength, if he joined forces with me, it would be enough to make the various powers in the Heavenly Curve World not dare to act rashly. The Bloodlamp Divine Master cursed in his heart. The Black Blood Emperor is the second stage of the Invincible Divine Master. The combat strength is much stronger than him. The 2 unrivaled reverent gods working together were enough to sweep through all the forces of the Heavenly Curve World. But the crux of the matter was that the Black Blood Emperor had also fallen, and just as Bloodlamp, Reverend God, and the others were frowning, whoosh! A figure appeared in the hall without any warning. "Everyone, is there anything I can help you with?" A faint smile with a hint of mockery reverberated in the hall. All the experts in the hall immediately turned to look at the newcomer. Everyone was shocked when they saw him. "You are Jian." Divine Master Bloodlamp stared at Jian Wushuang. "Jian?" The moment the name was uttered, the entire hall burst into an uproar. The great divine masters in the hall immediately distanced themselves from Jian Wushuang and stared at him with fear and vigilance. A few of them even took out their magic weapons on the spot. "What's wrong? Do you want to fight me?" Jian Wushuang crossed his arms and glanced at the great divine masters who took out their magic weapons. The great divine masters were shocked, and their hearts could not help trembling. "Put them away!" Divine Master Bloodlamp shouted. The great divine masters immediately put their magic weapons back into their interspatial rings. Divine Master Bloodlamp looked at Jian Wushuang and took a deep breath. After a long while he said, "May I know why Sir Jian has come to our Heavenly Curve Palace?" Although they were both divine masters, Divine Master Bloodlamp was still a genuine, invincible divine master. However, when he faced Jian Wushuang, he had to respectfully address him as Sir. That was the difference between them. "I came here for 2 reasons. Jian Wushuang extended 2 fingers. "First, from today onward, the Heavenly Curve World will respect me. Experts from all forces in the Heavenly Curve World must submit to me. Those who refuse to submit will be killed, without mercy." Everyone in the hall was stunned, but no one dared to object. They did not have the courage to fight against Jian Wushuang, who could directly kill Realm Master Tian Chu. As for avenging Realm Master Tian Chu, they did not have the slightest intention to do so. After all, they were only the subordinates of Realm Master Tian Chu, and because Realm Master Tianqiu was too aloof, they did not have a deep relationship with him. In addition, now that the heavenly curve world was in chaos, someone needed to calm it down. Divine Master Bloodlamp was not qualified, but Jian Wushuang definitely had the ability to do so. Secondly, I once created a force called the Sword Alliance in the Pill Sun Sacred World. It won't be long before the Sword Alliance is transferred to the Heavenly Curve World. By then, the Sword Alliance will be supreme in the Heavenly Curve World, and Heavenly Curve Palace will cease to exist. As for you, if you are willing, you can join the Sword Alliance. I can guarantee that you will have a place in the Sword Alliance in the future. If you are not willing, you can leave. But I don't want any of you to mention Heavenly Curve Palace in the future, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Hearing this, the great divine masters in the hall looked at each other with mixed feelings. But at the same time, no one dared to go against Jian Wushuang's words. Chapter 2897. Bone Emperor invites you. Jian Wushuang stood quietly in the hall, waiting for the response of the people in front of him. After a brief discussion, the experts of Heavenly Curve Palace came to a unanimous decision. Lord Jian Yi, we are willing to follow you. From now on, you will be the most respected person in the Heavenly Curve world, Divine Master Bloodlamp said solemnly. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled with satisfaction, but he was not surprised. He had long heard that the former Realm Master of Heavenly Curve World was supreme and overbearing in the Heavenly Curve World, whether to outsiders or his subordinates. Therefore, not many people in the Heavenly Curve World were truly loyal to him. The Black Blood Emperor he killed was one of them, but Blood Lamp Divine Master was not absolutely loyal to the Realm Master of Heavenly Curve World. Now that Realm Master Tianqiu was dead, it was the wisest choice for Blood Lamp Divine Master and the others to submit to him. After subduing Blood Lamp Divine Master and the others, Jian Wushuang would begin to pacify the turmoil in the Heavenly Curve World. The Heavenly Curve World was in chaos because it lacked the Immortal Saint's battle strength. But now that Jian Wushuang had arrived, it was easy for him to pacify the turmoil. He took out the corpse puppet army and led it by Divine Master Bloodlamp to wipe out the forces. Even if there were a stubborn resistance, he would come out personally. In front of his absolute strength, the experts of the Heavenly Curve World had no room to struggle. In less than a month, the turmoil in the Heavenly Curve World was completely calmed down. The forces bowed their heads and submitted to him. Jian Wushuang had officially taken over the fallen Realm Master and become the new ruler of the Heavenly Curve World. Since then, all the preparations had been completed. All that was left was for the Sword Alliance to transfer over. In a desolate void in the Heavenly Curve World, buzz! A hidden space passage suddenly lit up. A moment later, a black-robed figure appeared in the void like a ghost. Has he arrived at the Heavenly Curve World? The ghost figure raised his head, revealing a pair of demonic eyes. That Jian is really troublesome. Previously, he killed the Heavenly Curve World Lord and Elder Su in the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City. After that, he returned to the Pill Sun Sacred World. When I rushed to the Pill Sun Sacred World, he went to the Heavenly Void Temple. He had already gone to the Dragon God world by the time I arrived to look for the old Dragon God. When I received the news and went to the Dragon God world again, this sword one actually came to the Heavenly Curve world again. The ghost figure shook his head. He felt bitter in his heart. I hope I can meet him this time. The ghost figure immediately set off. Soon, he arrived at the former base of Heavenly Curve Palace. He did not make a wasted trip this time because he was indeed still in Heavenly Curve Palace. Mr. Jian Yi. The ghost figure came to Jian Wushuang and said with a smile. Although his expression was modest, he was not too afraid. Who are you? Jian Wushuang looked at the person in front of him in confusion. The aura of the person in front of him was very strange and obscure. However, Jian Wushuang could still tell that this person was a genuine immortal saint. Imdan Ling from the Bone Emperor realm. The ghost figure raised his head, revealing an extremely demonic young face. Bone Emperor Realm? You're from the Bone Emperor Realm? Jian Wushuang was stunned. The most powerful expert in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow was the Supreme Bone Emperor. Not only was he terrifyingly strong, but he was unrivaled in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. He also had many experts under his command, including several immortal saints. When the Dragon Phoenix list was released, one of the immortal saints under the Bone Emperor went to attend the ceremony. Now, Dongling was obviously the second one. Mr. Jian He, am here today on the order of my Lord Bone Emperor. My lord wants to invite you to the Bone Emperor realm to meet him, Dongling said. Bone Emperor invited me? Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. He had no contact with this Bone Emperor, and they had no contact at all. But now, this Bone Emperor had specially sent someone to invite him. This made Jian Wushuang curious about the purpose of the Bone Emperor. Could it be that the Bone Emperor felt threatened by my previous achievements and potential, so he came to find me? Jian Wushuang thought to himself. However, he immediately denied this guess. No, that Bone Emperor is not a fool for being the overlord of the 9 Golden Crow realms for so long. He should know that what I have is not limited by the 9 Golden Crow realms. I will definitely leave the 9 Golden Crow realms for a more vast place in the future. It won't be long before I leave. There's no need for him to get involved with me. He just needs to wait for me to leave. By then, he will still be the overlord of the 9 Golden Crow realms. I won't affect his status at all. Secondly, even if he is very jealous, he should be able to tell that he can't kill me. In the previous battle, Jian Wushuang had revealed many trump cards, including his immortal body. Realm Master Tianchu and the others could not control the immortal body at all, and they were still far from it. However, as long as an expert had the immortal body, it would be very difficult for an immortal saint of the same level to kill him. Although Jian Wushuang was not an immortal saint, his battle strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary immortal saint. Moreover, he had an immortal body. Therefore, even if Lord Bone Emperor attacked him personally, he could defeat or suppress him. However, it was impossible to kill him. Bone Emperor should also know this. Therefore, the Bone Emperor came to invite him was most likely not to deal with him, but for other purposes. However, Jian Wushuang could not guess what his purpose was. Mr. Dongling, do you know why the Bone Emperor invited me? Jian Wushuang asked. My lord hasn't told me. Dongling shook her head. Jian Wushuang knocked on the armchair with his fingers. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he made a decision. Since the Bone Emperor invited me, I'll go with you. Jian Wushuang smiled. Seeing Jian Wushuang agree, Dongling also smiled. After Jian Wushuang gave a few instructions to Divine Master Bloodlamp, he followed Dongling to the Bone Emperor realm. The Bone Emperor realm was an emperor realm. In terms of territory, the Bone Emperor realm was much larger than the other realms in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Half of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow territory was occupied by the Bone Emperor realm. With such a large territory, there were naturally more experts. It was said that there were several immortal saints in the Bone Emperor realm, but most of them had submitted to the Bone Emperor. Whether it was in the Bone Emperor realm or in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, the Bone Emperor was a man of his word. From this, one could see his strength. Chapter 2898. Bone Emperor under the guidance of Dongling. Jian Wushuang arrived at the Bone Emperor Castle. Upon entering the Bone Emperor Castle, all he could see was a pile of white bones. When he reached the deepest part of the Bone Emperor Castle, Jian Wushuang finally saw the Bone Emperor on a high platform made entirely of skulls. Sir, Mr. Jian Yi has arrived. Dongling greeted respectfully. Greetings, Lord Bone Emperor. Jian Wushuang also bowed humbly. He knew very well that the Bone Emperor was far stronger than him in terms of strength alone. He should also maintain a certain amount of respect in front of the Bone Emperor. While bowing, he also looked at the skinny, short, and ordinary-looking old man on the throne. At first glance, This old man looked no different from an ordinary person. If it were not for the fact that they were in the Bone Emperor Castle, it was hard for Jian Wushuang to imagine that this old man was the overlord of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. "Dong Ling, you may leave first," Bone Emperor ordered in a gentle voice. Yes, Dong Ling immediately left, leaving only Jian Wushuang and Bone Emperor in the vast space of corpses. "Please take a seat." Bone Emperor waved his hand, and a throne made of white bones appeared behind Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not stand on ceremony and directly sat down. Then the throne rose to a high place and sat on the same level as the Bone Emperor. "Jian Yi, do you know why I've invited you here today?" Bone Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile. "I don't know. Please enlighten me, Lord Bone Emperor." Jian Wushuang shook his head. "Actually, it's nothing. I just feel that you have great potential, so I want to meet you." The Bone Emperor said, "Is it that simple?" Jian Wushuang frowned. Of course, he did not think that the Bone Emperor's purpose was so simple. "Jian Yi, I have investigated your information. You came from the Pill Sun sacred world and rose for a very short time. When you rose, you tried to help the declining Crimson Rock Castle. However, as far as I know, there is no relationship between you and Crimson Rock Castle. So, if I'm not wrong, you must have a deep relationship with the fallen Crimson Rock Saint, right?" The Bone Emperor suddenly asked. "Yes, I do." Jian Wushuang did not deny it. "Are you a personal disciple of Saint Crimson Rock?" The Bone Emperor asked. "No." Jian Wushuang shook his head. "Saint Crimson Rock and I are just working together. His remaining consciousness has given me a lot of benefits, so I promise to help his daughter, Insuer, get out of this predicament and take full control of Crimson Rock Castle." His relationship with the Crimson Rock Saint and the agreement between the two of them were not convenient to announce previously. However, now that the Pill Sun sacred world had completely stabilized, there was nothing left to hide. "Is that so?" The Bone Emperor raised his brows. Following that, he smiled sinisterly and said, "That Crimson Rock Saint has really good taste. He is clearly already dead, yet he was able to invite such a genius to help Crimson Rock Castle. If Crimson Rock Castle did not have your full assistance, I'm afraid it would have long ceased to exist." After a pause, Bone Emperor spoke again. "For a genius like you, or even a monster, to ask you to work for him wholeheartedly, Saint Crimson Rock must have paid a great price." Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He vaguely felt that this Lord Bone Emperor was trying to trick him again. Saint Crimson Rock did pay a price, but when I agreed with Saint Crimson Rock, I didn't even reach the level of Divine Master. Therefore, my horizons were very limited. The treasures given by Saint Crimson Rock were not very precious, but they were of great use to me at that time. As a person who values friendship, I will do my best to fulfill my promise to others. Although it's a little difficult, I will still do my best, Jian Wushuang said. "That can't be right," Bone Emperor said with a strange smile. "It's a scroll of heaven sealing painting. It's a treasure that many immortal saints would fight over. So how could it become an insignificant treasure in your mouth?" Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. Although he recovered immediately, Bone Emperor still noticed it. Bone Emperor's eyes immediately flashed with a bright light. Sure enough, Hongshi gave you the heaven-sealing map scroll in his hand. "Lord Bone Emperor, if you have anything to ask, feel free to ask. There's no need to beat around the bush." Jian Wushuang frowned with some displeasure. "Haha, don't be nervous. It's just that I couldn't be sure before, so I can't say too much about some things. But now that I know that Hongshi's heaven-sealing map scroll is in your hands, it's easy to deal with." Bone Emperor smiled indifferently. "The Seal the Heavens painting, that's a good thing. It said that the complete seal of the heavens painting contains a great fortune, and it's even related to a great secret. But unfortunately, the Seal the Heavens painting has been divided into countless pieces since a long time ago. so it's impossible to gather the complete seal of the heavens painting. However, there have been rumors in the outside world that even if there is only one heaven-sealing painting scroll, it will be of great help to the cultivator. Gathering 2 scrolls is even more useful. As for gathering 3 scrolls, it is said that you can get a great opportunity. Although I don't know whether this rumor is true or not, since it can spread throughout the entire absolute beginning divine realm, it is most likely useful. And I have known for a long time that Crimson Rock has a heaven-sealing painting scroll. Even his death is related to this heaven-sealing painting scroll. However, since his death, some of the treasures in his hands have been passed down from Crimson Rock Castle. However, there has been no news of the heaven-sealing scroll. I only heard that he left it in his tomb, waiting for someone to pass his test and become his personal disciple. Since the consciousness left by St. Crimson Rock has met you for the new year and agreed with you, the heaven-sealing scroll most likely fell into your hands. Only treasures like the heaven-sealing scroll can move a genius like you. Therefore, I deliberately tested you just now. Now it seems that it's true. However, Jian Wushuang's expression had turned cold. Indeed, the heaven-sealing scroll is in my hands. Could it be that Lord Bone Emperor came for it? Jian Wushuang stared at Bone Emperor. Don't misunderstand. I'm not interested in the heaven-sealing scroll in your hands. After all, you're not the only one who has it. I also have one in my hands, Bone Emperor said as he flipped his hand. He immediately took out an ancient scroll that emitted a mysterious aura. Chapter 2899. Purpose looking at the ancient scroll taken out by Bone Emperor. Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. He was very familiar with this ancient scroll because there were 2 such scrolls in his interspatial ring. Undoubtedly, what Bone Emperor took out was also a scroll of heaven-sealing painting. The third one. Jian Wushuang immediately became excited. This was normal. As Bone Emperor said, the more heaven-sealing painting scrolls there were, the more benefits he would get. During this time, his comprehension of sword principles and rules had improved so quickly. Besides his extraordinary talent, the most important thing was that he had the help of 2 heaven-sealing painting scrolls. These 2 heaven-sealing painting scrolls had helped him a lot. Both of them had helped him a lot. As for the third one, it was rumored that gathering 3 heaven-sealing painting scrolls at once was enough to obtain an extraordinary opportunity. Jian Wushuang was filled with anticipation and curiosity about this opportunity. Now, the third heaven-sealing painting scroll appeared in front of him. Although he was pleasantly surprised, Jian Wushuang remained calm on the surface. I didn't expect Lord Bone Emperor to have a scroll of the heaven-sealing painting, Jian Wushuang said. Why? Are you interested in the scroll? Bone Emperor smiled and said, If you want it, I can give it to you. As you said, the more scrolls you have, the more benefits you will get. I've benefited a lot from the scroll over the years. Now that I have a chance to get the second scroll, I can't miss it. But what are your conditions, Lord Bone Emperor? Jian Wushuang said. He knew that Bone Emperor would not give him the heaven-sealing map scroll for no reason. There must be a price to pay. He was just curious about what kind of request Bone Emperor would make. The heaven-sealing map scroll is of no use to me. Since you need it, I can give it to you now. As for the conditions, I do have one, but it should be a piece of cake for you, Bone Emperor said. Tell me. Jian Wushuang looked at Bone Emperor. Jian Yi, have you heard of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? Bone Emperor asked directly. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Of course, he had heard of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. He had also heard of the existence of the Heaven-Cleaving Union through St. Crimson Rock. St. Crimson Rock had given him a heaven-cleaving token back then. Now, the Bone Emperor had mentioned the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to him. You should know about it. If I'm not mistaken, it must have been the Crimson Rock Saint who told you about it, right? Bone Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang. How do you know about it, Bone Emperor? Jian Wushuang frowned. Of course, I knew it long ago. Not only does Crimson Rock have a heaven-sealing map scroll, but he also obtained a heaven-cleaving token by chance. Because he came to me with this token, he wanted to give it to me in exchange for what he needed. Unfortunately, I didn't agree, Bone Emperor said. Why? Is it because St. Crimson Rock's requirements are too high, or are you not interested in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, Lord Bone Emperor? Jian Wushuang asked. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was a giant. Although the conditions for joining were extremely harsh, it would definitely bring many benefits. In the divine beginning realm, many powerful experts yearned to join the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. However, Lord Bone Emperor was so powerful that if he could get a Heaven-Cleaving token, he could definitely try to enter the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, the Bone Emperor gave a mischievous smile. It's not that St. Crimson Rock is too demanding, nor that I'm not interested in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. It's because when St. Crimson Rock gave me the Heaven-Cleaving token, I was already an Earth-level member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. What? Jian Wushuang was shocked, but then he understood. No wonder the Bone Emperor rejected St. Crimson Rock. It turned out that he had been a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance for a long time. Since he had joined the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, why did he need the Heaven-Cleaving token? The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is indeed an unfathomable force. Its strength is far beyond the imagination of ordinary experts. Even now, I only have a glimpse of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. But one thing is that after joining the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, I have indeed gained great benefits. Even if I can perfectly control the mortal body and impress the current level, it has something to do with the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Bone Emperor sighed. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He yearned for the mysterious and powerful Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Jian Yi, do you also have the Heaven-Cleaving token? Bone Emperor asked. Yes, I do. Jian Wushuang did not deny it. The Bone Emperor smiled. St. Crimson Rock should have told you about the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. You are very talented, and you have the Heaven-Cleaving token. If you want to join the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, it should be easy. It should be difficult for you to pass the test. Maybe. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. He had heard from St. Crimson Rock that the minimum requirement of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was Divine Master. Moreover, it was an invincible Divine Master who was extremely strong and had already reached the top. In other words, Invincible Divine Master was only qualified to accept the assessment, but whether he could pass the assessment and become a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was still uncertain. However, with his strength, if he accepted the assessment as the Invincible Divine Master, he would have at least a 90% chance of making a breakthrough. After all, he could kill the Immortal Saint directly. If such a heaven-defying Divine Master could not pass the assessment, who else could? Jian Yi, I want to know, will you use the Heaven-Cleaving token to participate in the assessment of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance in the future? Bone Emperor asked. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded decisively. Then he looked at the Bone Emperor and asked, Lord Bone Emperor, is your condition related to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? Yes. The Bone Emperor nodded with a smile on his face. My condition is actually very simple. When you accept the assessment, you must admit that you were recommended by me to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. That's simple. Jian Wushuang was stunned. Just admit that you were recommended by the Bone Emperor, and that was it? The Bone Emperor's condition was indeed a little too simple. Lord Bone Emperor, as a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, do you also receive rewards for introducing a new member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? Jian Wushuang asked. Chapter 2900. Rewards, of course there are rewards. Moreover, there are quite a lot of rewards, the Bone Emperor explained with a smile. There are a total of 3 ways to obtain benefits in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. The first one is to carry out the different levels of missions issued by the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Most of these missions are richly rewarded. These rewards are far more than the rewards given by some of the employment organizations in the absolute beginning divine realm. Unfortunately, however, most of these missions are incomparably difficult. Moreover, the chances of failure or even death are extremely high. I have been an Earth-level member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance for a long time, but I have only accepted 3 Earth-level missions in the past few years. Each of these 3 Earth-level missions required me to go through life and death, and I was lucky enough to complete 2 of them. As for the 3rd mission, I didn't complete it at all, but I was lucky enough to save my life. However, because of the lingering fear, I haven't accepted any Earth-level missions until now. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. To get a sufficient reward, he had to pay more. Since the rewards of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's missions were so great, the difficulty was naturally higher. The second way to get benefits depends on luck. The Bone Emperor smiled slightly. The Divine Beginning Realm is very big and vast, far beyond our imagination. As one of the most mysterious alliances in the Divine Beginning Realm, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance also has various conflicts of interests. Moreover, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance often encounters some unexpected incidents. Once there are unexpected incidents, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance can't mobilize other experts to rush over in a short time, so they can only send nearby Heaven-Cleaving Alliance members. In such an emergency, the members who are temporarily dispatched will receive more benefits than those who complete difficult tasks. If they are lucky, such an emergency can be easily solved without too much trouble. Many members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance know about this, so they hope that an emergency will occur in their territory and the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will take the initiative to find them. There is a rumor in the outside world that the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance can gather at least 3 immortal saints in any territory or corner of the Divine Beginning World, as long as the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance gives the order. It's true. Jian Wushuang was secretly amazed. The absolute beginning divine realm was vast and had countless territories. The Golden Crow 9 realms was probably just a drop in the ocean compared to the entire beginning divine realm. However, in so many territories, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was able to take care of at least 3 immortal saints in the shortest time in any corner. This ability was probably unparalleled in the entire absolute beginning divine realm. However, the reason why the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was able to make these immortal saints arrive at the fastest time was that they had paid a huge price. Other than these 2 channels, there is one last way to obtain benefits from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. That is to introduce other experts to join the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. As long as this person passes the test of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and becomes a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the person who introduces him will receive a certain reward. This is the safest way. You don't have to take any risks. As long as you have a unique vision and the person who recommended you is really capable, it will be fine, the Bone Emperor said. This method is indeed weak, but if you only recommended one person to join the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the reward should not be too much. How can it be worth a heaven-sealing painting scroll? Jian Wushuang asked. Haha, if it's just an ordinary genius, it's not worth it, but you are different. The Bone Emperor smiled. Jian Yi, you may not know this, but there are different levels of members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. First, there are the most common members. These ordinary members are almost made up of invincible divine masters who have passed the assessment, including some immortal saints who are of average strength. Second, there are Earth-rank members. Like me, I am an Earth-rank member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. In the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, Earth-rank members are very common, but they more or less have a certain level of strength. Above the Earth rank is the Heaven rank. Cultivators at this level almost all have an immortal body, and they have special methods. They are very powerful immortal saints. Even I am unable to reach this level now. After all, I have only completed 2 Earth rank missions alone. Only after I have completed all 3 Earth rank missions can I truly become a Heaven rank member. Above the Heaven rank, there is the Emperor rank. The Emperor rank members are made up of a group of top experts. Most of them are top-notch immortal saints, and some of them are invincible among the immortal saints. It is said that there are even a few rule masters who are also emperor rank members. At this level, they are also true experts in the heaven-cleaving alliance and can definitely command a side. However, whether it's the earth, heaven, or emperor level, they are just the periphery of the heaven-cleaving union. The heaven-cleaving alliance has no restrictions on them. They are completely free regardless of their strength. However, it is rumored that there is a primitive level above the emperor level, which is the true core level of the heaven-cleaving alliance. Any one of them has the strength and means to destroy the world. And because of the existence of a group of primitive experts, the heaven-cleaving alliance is so powerful in the divine beginning world. Jian Wushuang listened carefully. Although he had heard Saint Crimson Rock mention the heaven-cleaving alliance, he did not know much about it. As a member of the heaven-cleaving alliance, the Bone Emperor knew more about it. Jian Wushuang did not know about the ordinary, earth, heaven, emperor, and core primitive level. He did not know about it until Bone Emperor said so. Jian Yi, you are only a divine master now. If you use the heaven-cleaving token to participate in the heaven-cleaving alliance's assessment, even if you pass the assessment, you will only be an ordinary member of the heaven-cleaving alliance. Such a reward is indeed not much. It is not worth exchanging a heaven-sealing scroll for. But what I value is your great potential. Bone Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang. In the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City, I saw the battle between you and the 3 realm masters. Your ability, your swordsmanship, and even your treasures far exceed that of a divine master. Such strength is more than enough for you to become an ordinary member of the heaven-cleaving alliance. If you are lucky, you can become an earth-level member of the heaven-cleaving alliance at the divine master level. Once you become an earth rank member, the heaven-cleaving alliance will reward me even more. In other words, the higher your rank is in the future, the more benefits I will get. Chapter 2901. 3 Heaven-Sealing Paintings. Jian Yi, I have high hopes for you. With your strength, as long as you break through to become an undying sage in the future, becoming a heaven grade member is almost guaranteed. As for becoming an emperor grade member, you also have a high chance of becoming one. Even the legendary primordial grade, which belongs to the core of the heaven-cleaving alliance, you still have some hope. For me, as long as you can become a heaven-level member, the reward given by the heaven-cleaving alliance is probably more valuable than a heaven-sealing painting scroll. If you become an emperor-level member, I will get more benefits. Because of this, I am willing to give you the heaven-sealing painting scroll. I only hope that you can accept the test of the heaven-cleaving alliance in the name of my recommendation, the Bone Emperor said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood. He also completely understood the Bone Emperor's purpose. To put it bluntly, this Bone Emperor was also for profit. He valued his talent and believed that he could become a heaven-level member, or even an emperor-level member, or even a legendary original-level member in the future. Of course, by then he would be able to obtain even greater benefits. That was why he was willing to take out the heaven-sealing painting scroll to borrow his name. Jian Yi, this is a piece of cake for you, but it's very important to me. Are you willing to accept it? The Bone Emperor looked at him. Okay, I'll accept it. Jian Wushuang nodded directly. He did not hesitate at all, and there was indeed nothing to hesitate about. It was just a name. It did not matter to him whether there was a referral or not. However, since the referral would benefit the Bone Emperor greatly, and the Bone Emperor had offered the Seal the Heaven scroll as a reward, he would naturally give the Bone Emperor face. Moreover, the Seal the Heaven scroll in the Bone Emperor's hand promised him. Haha, that's great. Seeing Jian Wushuang agree, the Bone Emperor immediately smiled. He waved his hand and immediately threw the ancient scroll toward Jian Wushuang. You're giving me the scroll of heaven-sealing painting now. Aren't you worried that it'll go back on my word? Jian Wushuang took the scroll and looked at the Bone Emperor in surprise. Of course not. I believe you want to offend me for something that's easy for you, the Bone Emperor said with a cold laugh. Indeed. Jian Wushuang nodded. Jian Yi, since you've received my seal, the Heaven Painting Scroll, the agreement between us will be fulfilled. But when will you accept the test of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? The Bone Emperor asked. No rush. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. I have an even more important matter to deal with in the Golden Crow-Nine Realms. It'll go to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance after I've dealt with this matter and have a real result. There's nothing to be reluctant about in the Golden Crow-Nine Realms. Well, as soon as possible. I can see that your aura is extremely powerful. It's at the pinnacle of the Divine Master level. You'd better pass the Heaven-Slaying Alliance's test before you break through to the Immortal Saint level. ITL'll be easier this way. If you pass the test after you break through to the Immortal Saint level, your test will be even more difficult, the Bone Emperor said. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. This is my message token. When you decide to accept the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's test, send a message to me. I will arrange it for you, the Bone Emperor said. Jian Wushuang took the message token and nodded slightly. Lord Bone Emperor, I wonder if the Heavenly Curve World... The Bone Emperor smiled strangely. You killed the Lord of Heavenly Curve World. It's your own ability to replace him. Who dares to gossip in the Golden Crow-Nine Realms? As for the agreement between me and the other forces, it only stipulates that masters and saints of one world are not allowed to enter other realms to participate in the competition. However, this agreement doesn't restrict divine masters. Whatever you want to do is your business. I won't interfere, the Bone Emperor said. In that case, thank you, Lord Bone Emperor, Jian Wushuang said gratefully, then turned around and left. After leaving the Bone Emperor castle, Jian Wushuang did not leave the Bone Emperor realm immediately. Instead, he found a remote place in the Bone Emperor realm and opened an independent cave mansion. In the cave mansion, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged with excitement and anticipation in his eyes. In front of him, 3 ancient scrolls that looked and had the same aura were floating quietly. These 3 scrolls were all heaven-sealing scrolls. Bone Emperor knows that I once obtained a heaven-sealing scroll from St. Crimson Rock, but he doesn't know that I found the second heaven-sealing scroll a long time ago. In addition to the one he gave me, I now have 3 heaven-sealing scrolls in my hands. 3. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. There were rumors about the heaven-sealing painting scroll in the absolute beginning divine realm. As long as he could gather 3 heaven-sealing painting scrolls at the same time, he would be able to obtain an extraordinary opportunity. This rumor had always been just a rumor. No one knew whether it was true or not. After all, the absolute beginning divine realm was too big, and there were only dozens of heaven-sealing painting scrolls. Moreover, they had been scattered a long time ago. They were scattered in every corner of every territory. It was impossible for others to find one, but it was difficult to find 3 at once. However, Jian Wushuang had found them now. I don't know whether the rumor is true or not. I hope it's true, but I don't know what kind of opportunity one can get from the 3 heaven-sealing painting scrolls, Jian Wushuang murmured. On the other hand, he had already opened the 3 heaven-sealing paintings. The 3 heaven-sealing paintings were exactly the same. Not only did they look the same, but what was recorded in the paintings was also the same. It was a vast and boundless dark starry sky. The dark starry sky contained endless mysteries of heaven and earth. For a long time, Jian Wushuang had relied on those mysteries to cultivate. Now, as the 3 heaven-sealing scrolls were opened at the same time, a strange phenomenon immediately arose. The 3 heaven-sealing scrolls emitted a bright light, which was extremely dazzling and contained an extremely ancient aura. Jian Wushuang sat there with his legs crossed. He did not move, nor did he have any guidance. However, the 3 heaven-sealing scrolls in front of him had already begun to close up. Soon, Jian Wushuang found that the 3 heaven-sealing painting scrolls were merging with each other. Yes, merging. Each of the 3 heaven-sealing painting scrolls was a vast and boundless dark void. But now, the 3 heaven-sealing painting scrolls had naturally merged into a new painting scroll. Buzz, a strange power was immediately guided over. Chapter 2902 Divine Palace of Heaven and Earth in the Cave Mansion. Jian Wushuang was still sitting cross-legged, but with the guidance of the power. Rumble, Jian Wushuang felt that the scene in front of him immediately began to change. Heaven and earth changed, and in the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang had arrived in a hazy void. This void was surrounded by countless strange air currents. Each of these air currents contained extremely pure power. If Jian Wushuang was not mistaken, this air current was the qi of chaos. This feeling, Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly. He had encountered the same thing before. They were both sitting cross-legged, but they were all brought to a special space because of a treasure. Last time, he had obtained a mysterious golden stone, which led him to a huge temple gate, which led to the space-time temple gate. After crossing the gate, Jian Wushuang learned the space-time divine skill there. For example, the heaven designating skill was the first move of the space-time divine skill. Since he had mastered this move, it had helped him countless times. And now, the same heaven and earth transformation was happening. The only difference was that the heaven-sealing painting had brought him to this primal chaos void. What appeared in front of him was a majestic and beautiful divine palace. This divine palace was resplendent, and its size was incomparably huge. It was extremely majestic. Above the door of the divine palace, there were 3 words heaven and earth on the plaque. These 2 words were extremely mysterious. The sky was white and the earth was black. Heaven and earth. What a domineering word. The sky is white, the earth is black, and it also represents yin and yang. Moreover, these 2 words clearly contain a special magic power. I'm too weak to sense anything. But if some truly top-notch existences were here, I'm afraid they would be able to see many things from these 2 words. Jian Wushuang exclaimed. After a while, he slowly walked toward the divine palace. When he reached the gate of the divine palace, the gate in front of him opened, revealing a gray void. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang continued to step through the gate. He stepped into the divine palace. Once he entered the divine palace of heaven and earth, the gate closed again. Jian Wushuang was completely in a gray void. There was no material existence in this void, and even soul power was completely isolated. Jian Wushuang had no idea what was in this place, but at this moment, a mere divine master could get 3 heaven-sealing maps to come to the divine palace of heaven and earth. Kid, you're really lucky. An old voice suddenly sounded from all directions. Jian Wushuang could not tell which direction it came from. Who is it? Jian Wushuang immediately looked around, but he did not see anyone. Kid, listen. I am the spirit of the divine palace. According to the rules, since you have found 3 heaven-sealing maps and come to the divine palace, you can sleep in the divine palace for a year. After a year, you can leave, the old voice said. Sleep for a year? Jian Wushuang was stunned. This was the opportunity in the divine palace. Kid, you don't need to know too much. Just follow the rules. Now, you'd better go to sleep, the old voice said. However, the voice came toward Jian Wushuang with an extraordinary power. Hearing the voice, Jian Wushuang immediately fell asleep. How could it be? Jian Wushuang was shocked. He did not know what kind of power was contained in the old voice. Yet, even with his state of mind, he could not resist it. But soon, Jian Wushuang's consciousness fell into a deep sleep. Jian Wushuang fell asleep. However, in his deep sleep, even he did not know that his comprehension of the 2 rules of space-time and reincarnation had begun to accelerate. This comprehension speed was much faster than when he calmed his mind and used the 2 heaven-sealing scrolls to comprehend. It was even incomparable. The point was that this kind of comprehension was carried out naturally and could not be stopped by external forces. Jian Wushuang's consciousness was completely asleep, so he did not know this at all. It should be known that Jian Wushuang's comprehension of space-time rules and reincarnation had reached the limit of Divine Master. But, on the other hand, he was also infinitely close to the level of Immortal Saint and even half a step away. Now, in his deep sleep, his comprehension of the space-time rule and the samsara rule was much faster than usual. With this comprehension, his comprehension of the two rules gradually approached the level of the Immortal Saint. Time gradually passed. Jian Wushuang fell into a deep sleep and did not know how much time had passed in the outside world. Finally, "It's time, wake up." The old voice spoke again, still coming from all directions. The voice was like a bolt from the blue, instantly waking up Jian Wushuang, who had fallen into a deep sleep. Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes. When Jian Wushuang woke up, he was still a little confused and had not completely understood the situation in front of him. But when he saw the gray void around him clearly, he immediately understood. "I should have fallen asleep just now. How long did I sleep? A year?" Jian Wushuang frowned. "Baby, you seem to be very talented. You must have made a lot of progress during the year you slept. Take a good look." The old voice sounded again. Jian Wushuang immediately began to investigate his changes. His pupils suddenly shrank. The rules I've comprehended." Jian Wushuang's body trembled. He raised his right hand, and a large amount of the power of the rules of time and space gathered in his hand. Then he waved his hand. Whoosh! Immediately, nearly 400 powerful space-time blades swept out. Each of these space-time blades was extremely sharp and contained an astonishing killing power. Nearly 400. This is the level of an Immortal Saint. My comprehension of the space-time rule has broken through. Jian Wushuang was stunned, but he quickly understood. The Divine Palace of Heaven and Earth is the opportunity contained in the Divine Palace of Heaven and Earth. It was a great opportunity that I obtained during the year I was asleep that allowed me to directly break through my comprehension of the space-time rule and truly reach the level of the Immortal Saint. Moreover, not only the space-time rule, but also the reincarnation rule seems to be the same. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining brightly. After making clear his current comprehension of the space-time rule, he began to try to condense the power of the reincarnation rule. Chapter 2903. Storm as expected, his comprehension of the reincarnation rules had also reached the level of the Immortal Saint. In just 1 year, my comprehension of the space-time and reincarnation rules has broken through. Jian Wushuang was a little confused and in disbelief. At this time, the old voice sounded again. "You only have 3 heaven-sealing painting scrolls and can only stay in the Divine Palace for a year. But if you have the chance to get more heaven-sealing painting scrolls in the future, such as 6, you will have a greater opportunity." Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. It was hard to get even 1 heaven-sealing painting scroll. He was lucky to be able to get 3. As for finding another way to get 3 or 6 of them, it was probably just wishful thinking. However, the 3 heaven-sealing painting scrolls alone were enough for him to get a great opportunity. Baby leave. The old voice continued to spread, and the time around Jian Wushuang began to collapse. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang had escaped from the Divine Palace of Heaven and Earth. Jian Wushuang was still sitting cross-legged in the cave mansion, but his eyes were wide open. Phew! Jian Wushuang exhaled, but his face was full of surprise and joy. "I've long heard that you can get a great opportunity by gathering 3 heaven-sealing painting scrolls. Now it seems that it's true." Jian Wushuang sighed. "My comprehension of the space-time rule and the samsara rule has already reached a bottleneck. I thought that it would take some time before I could break through the 2 rules. I didn't expect that this opportunity would allow me to break through both rules, and my strength would soar." The strength of the comprehension of rules was crucial to a cultivator. Among the factors that determined the strength of a cultivator, rule comprehension was a very important factor. Previously, whether Jian Wushuang fought with the Black Blood Emperor, who had reached the second stage of Invincible Divine Master, or when he fought with immortal saints such as Realm Lord Tianchu, he relied on his powerful divine power and his comprehension of sword principle. He also knew all kinds of methods and secret skills. But in terms of rule comprehension, he was always at a disadvantage. This disadvantage was huge. For example, the Black Blood Emperor's comprehension of rules was at the immortal saint level, but Jian Wushuang could not reach it. But now he had finally reached this step, which meant that he could use more rule power, display more powerful swordsmanship and some skills, and his battle strength would certainly increase. In addition, there was another point which was in the aspect of absolute arts. In the aspect of absolute arts, I have now broken through the 8th move of the space-time sword art, 1000 square-shaped light. This move is only an ultimate skill at the level of a divine master. Moreover, it's not the best among the ultimate skills at the level of a divine master. For me now, this move is far from enough. Jian Wushuang thought. The ultimate move that he created was a great killing weapon in his hands, and it was also very important. When two cultivators were fighting, many times the ultimate move that he created could decide the outcome or even life and death in the end. As for the ultimate move, after Jian Wushuang made a breakthrough in his sword principle and nurtured the boundless sword tree, he wanted to try to create a stronger ultimate move. But unfortunately, his comprehension of the rules was too weak, which made him feel powerless to attack. But now it was different. Now, my comprehension of the space-time rules and the samsara rules has reached the level of the immortal saint. The samsara sword formation exists in the samsara rules. If I use the immortal saint's comprehension of the rules to perform the samsara sword formation, I should be able to barely perform the 4th samsara sword formation. I don't need to worry about the samsara rules for now, but in terms of the space-time rules, I urgently need to create the 9th move of the space-time sword art. This move must be an absolute art at the level of a saint, and its power must not be too low. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. After making the decision, Jian Wushuang did not delay any further. He began to try to create new swordsmanship in the cave mansion. An absolute art at the saint level could only be created by reaching the immortal saint level in the comprehension of sword principle and rules. Jian Wushuang had already reached these two requirements. Most importantly, his comprehension was very high. With his current ability, it was indeed not difficult for him to create a new sword art. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, another year and 4 months had passed. During this year and 4 months, Jian Wushuang was completely immersed in the study and innovation of sword art. Until now, there was finally a result. In the middle of a vast and desolate world, Jian Wushuang stood there like a statue. He held the Blood Mountain sword tightly in his hand, and his eyes were slightly closed. It was calm, but suddenly Jian Wushuang opened his eyes. The moment he opened them, a fierce light immediately burst out. A shocking and murderous sword essence directly burst out from Jian Wushuang's body. This sword essence did not burst out because Jian Wushuang guided the supreme sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword. It was just Jian Wushuang's own sword essence. But with his current cultivation of sword principle, the sword essence that burst out with all his strength was also extremely powerful. The sword essence was like a domain, sweeping toward the void in front of him in all directions. And in the center of this world, Jian Wushuang, who stood there like a statue, finally drew his sword. He held the sword with one hand and slowly raised it. Then he drew a line. This line seemed to be an easy one, but in fact, the moment he drew it, Jian Wushuang's own sword essence and the power of the infinite sword tree in his body had been exerted to the extreme. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A large number of space-time rules condensed with the sword essence. Time and space blades condensed one after another. There were more than 400 densely packed time and space blades, and these time and space blades had completely fused with the sword essence. The space-time rules and sword skills were perfectly combined. Boom! A fierce wind suddenly swept up between heaven and earth. A huge storm rose out of thin air in the void where Jian Wushuang's sword essence was directed. This storm contained more than 400 space-time blades and endless shocking sword essence. It was terrifying. As the storm swept away, everything was crushed to pieces. Jian Wushuang was still standing in the void, staring at the wanton storm ahead. Although a certain distance separated them, Jian Wushuang could still feel that the power of the storm was terrifying. He could guarantee that even if some ordinary immortal saints were caught in the storm, they would be crushed by the storm in an instant if their protective abilities were mediocre. And the name of this sword was Storm. Chapter 2904. Paying a visit, this move of mine is quite powerful among the absolute arts at the saint level. If I use it with all my strength, its power will be even more terrifying. It should be enough for me to use in a short time. Jian Wushuang thought. Thus, the 9th move of the space-time swordsmanship, Storm, was born. My strength has reached a peak in a short period of time. If I want to improve further, I have to find a way to get a large number of sacred elixirs to break through to the peak Great Divine Master level. However, I need too many sacred elixirs to break through in a short period of time. However, even if I haven't broken through to the peak Great Divine Master level, my battle strength is still much stronger than before. In the entire 9 realms of the Golden Crow, there should be no one who is my match except for the Supreme Lord Bone Emperor. With such strength in hand, I can handle everything. Next, it's time for me to visit the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled. While he was sleeping in the divine palace of heaven and earth, the Sword Alliance had begun to move toward the heavenly curve world. Now that they had arrived in the heavenly curve world and had completely stabilized, the Sword Alliance had become the new overlord of the heavenly curve world. Now that the Sword Alliance had settled down, he had nothing to worry about. There was only one reason for him to stay in the Golden Crow 9 world, and that was Lung Wushuang. Through the spatial passage, Jian Wushuang soon arrived at the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City and arrived at the mountain gate of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion again. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang landed directly in front of the mountain gate. Several experts of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion guarding the mountain gate immediately surrounded Jian Wushuang. Who are you? One of them asked in a deep voice. Please go in and tell them that Jian Yi, the master of Heavenly Curve World, is here to pay a visit, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Jian Yi. When the experts of Dragon Phoenix Pavilion heard the name, their expressions changed, and 2 of them were trembling with fear. Their attitude immediately became respectful and humble. Lord, please wait for a moment. I will immediately report this. A violet-robed lady immediately went in to report. Within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the current pavilion master of the pavilion, Long Xingzi, was currently sitting cross-legged, discussing with a red-haired old man. At this moment, an upper echelon of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion walked in and respectfully reported, Pavilion Master, there's a person outside. He calls himself the Tian Chu Realm Lord, Jian Yi, and is here to pay a visit. Jian Yi. Long Xingzi was stunned. It's that Jian Yi who killed the original Tian Chu Realm Lord, Elder Su. The red-haired old man revealed an astonished expression. It should be him. After the original Tian Chu Realm Lord died, Jian Yi used lightning techniques to occupy the Tian Chu Realm. Right now, he's the most respected person in the Tian Chu Realm. I wonder why Jian Yi came to our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. And it has to be at this time. Long Xingzi frowned. No matter what, he is a guest. Furthermore, Jian Yi didn't have any enmity with our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Since he came to visit us personally, our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion naturally has to treat him with respect. How about this? I will personally receive him and ask him why he is here. If it's possible, I will send him away." The red-haired old man said, "Okay, you can go." Long Xingzi nodded slightly. Jian Wushuang stood in front of the gate of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and waited quietly. The cultivators of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion looked at him in awe. Jian Wushuang was now very famous in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. He was a supreme genius who could easily kill an immortal saint as a divine master. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was known as the #1 genius concentration camp in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. However, no one in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, except for the young phoenix, could compare to Jian Wushuang. Whoosh! The red-haired elder rushed over from afar and soon appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. "Haha, Mr. Jian, he actually came to visit the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in person. It's a great honor for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion," the red-haired elder said with a smile. He first complimented Jian Wushuang and then introduced himself. "I'm Chu Yong, an elder of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion." "Elder Chu Yong." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Jian Wushuang had heard of Elder Chu Yong. Among the 3 known immortal saints of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Chu Yong was one of them. Moreover, Chu Yong's strength was quite impressive among the immortal saints. He should not be weaker than the master of the heavenly curve world who was killed by Jian Wushuang. "My pavilion master has something important to deal with today, so he can't come to greet you personally. So I have to do it for you. Mr. Jian Yi, please come in," Chu Yong said with a smile. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate and followed Chu Yong to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. It was his 2nd time in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, so he was not unfamiliar with the environment here. Under the guidance of Chu Yong, Jian Wushuang soon arrived at a magnificent hall. Chu Yong ordered people to serve good wine and food, and then the two began to talk. "Mr. Jian He, what brings you to our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion today?" Chu Yong asked directly. "I'm here to greet you all. I'm now the new realm master of the Heavenly Curve World, and the Heavenly Curve World is one of the most powerful realms in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. As a realm master, I will certainly have dealings with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the future. If anything happens, I hope you can give me some face and be lenient," Jian Wushuang said. "That's easy." Chu Yong smiled. "Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is one of the 4 pavilions, we have never had any conflict of interest with the Heavenly Curve World. In the future, even if there is, we will take the initiative to negotiate with you, Mr. Jian. After all, anything can be discussed." "Thank you." Jian Wushuang smiled. "In addition, there is another thing. When the Dragon Phoenix list was opened last time, experts from all forces were invited to Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to attend the ceremony. I was there and I saw the young phoenix. To be honest, I was tempted by the young phoenix at first sight. However, I couldn't say anything in front of so many people. This time, I came to visit because I want to see the young phoenix again and have a good talk with her. Is that possible?" "Mr. Jian, he wants to see Xiaofeng." Chu Yong looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. He did not expect Jian Wushuang to come here especially for Xiaofeng. He admitted that Xiaofeng's beauty and temperament were unparalleled in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. However, she had reached the level of the immortal saint, so she should be able to resist her beauty. However, looking at Jian Wushuang, he seemed to have been completely captivated by young phoenix. Chapter 2905. Goodbye, Long Wushuang in the main hall. Chu Yong was silent for a moment before he spoke. "Mr. Jinny, although young phoenix is only a disciple of our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, she is very special in our pavilion and her status is extremely high. Although I am an elder of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, I have no way of instructing her to do anything, and I have no way of getting her to meet you. But since you are so eager to meet me, I can ask Elder Qin to send a message to Xiaofeng for you. If she agrees to meet you, then it will be easy. But if she doesn't agree, then I have no choice. In that case, I will have to trouble Elder Chu Yong to send a message for me," Jian Wushuang said. "Sure. But I have to ask you to wait here for a while, Chu Yong said with a faint smile, then left the palace to send a message. Jian Wushuang stayed in the hall and waited quietly. In an inconspicuous corner of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, although it was inconspicuous, many proud sons of heaven of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were lingering here. They stopped here because this corner was where the young phoenix of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion lived. It was a wonderful manor with a vast atmosphere. The red-haired older man, Chu Yong, came to the void outside the manor. Then he slightly revealed his divine power aura. Swoosh! A figure rushed out of the manor. It was the master of the young phoenix and the second known immortal saint of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Elder Qin. Chu Yong, the people over there shouldn't have arrived so soon. So why are you here now? Elder Qin asked. That Jian Yi is here. Chu Yong replied. Jian Yi. Elder Qin's expression changed as he frowned. Why is he here? On the surface, he said that he just became the realm lord of the heavenly curve world not long ago and came to greet our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. First, however, he requested to meet with the young phoenix. Chu Yong said, he wants to meet Lung Er. Elder Qin's expression turned cold. Chu Yong, you should know what will happen today. At this time, how can Lung Er meet outsiders? Of course I know. However, Jian Yi's strength isn't weak, and his talent is extremely high. Now that he has become the realm lord of the heavenly curve world, it's inevitable for him to interact with our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the future. Now that he has personally come to pay a visit, I have no choice but to give him some face. However, I disagreed with it directly. Instead, I said that I would pass on a message to him. If the young phoenix is willing to meet him, I'll meet him. If she disagrees, there's nothing I can do. Chu Yong spoke. Is that so? Elder Qin mused for a moment before he said, in that case, wait here. I will go and ask Lung Er. Elder Qin turned around and walked into the manor. In an exquisite pavilion in the middle of the manor, a peerless beauty was seated. In her hand, she was flipping through a jade slip. Lung Er. Elder Qin walked in. Master, is Elder Chu Yong looking for you? Lung Rushuang asked. It's a person called Jian Yi who is currently in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. He wants to see you. So Elder Chu Yong came over to ask if you would like to see him, Elder Qin said. Jian Yi. Lung Rushuang was puzzled. Who is that? That's the person who appeared in front of you when the Dragon Phoenix list was opened, and you took the initiative to ask for his name, Elder Qin said. It's him. Lung Rushuang's expression changed, and she stopped what she was doing. A sentence immediately came to her mind. In my previous life, I chased after you for 100,000 years. My heart was broken and I missed you. Then, I entered the reincarnation with you. In this life, I promise you 100 million years, and we will be together until death. So when we meet today, you will be my companion, and we will be proud of each other. The name of that person was Jian Wushuang. Lung Rushuang had a deep impression of Jian Wushuang, because the name Jian Wushuang was very familiar to her, and the words that Jian Wushuang gave her also touched her heart. Lung Er, if you don't want to meet Jian Yi, I will directly refuse for you, Elder Qin said. Let him come over, Lung Rushuang said. Elder Qin was shocked. Young Phoenix was famous in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the entire 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Like her master, she knew everything. Many people wanted to see young Phoenix, including some proud sons of heaven, some people with noble statuses, and even some experts. She rejected them without even thinking. But now Jian Yi came to ask for an audience, and she agreed? Lung Er, this is the first time she agreed to someone else's request, right? Elder Qin sighed in her heart, but she had already sent a message to Chu Yong outside the manor, asking him to bring Jian Yi over. Soon, Jian Yi was led by Chu Yong to the outside of the manor, and Elder Qin was already waiting there. Jian Yi. Elder Qin glanced at Jian Wushuang with a strange expression. Jian Yi greets Elder Qin, Jian Wushuang said humbly. His humility came from the bottom of his heart. No matter what, Elder Qin was Lung Rushuang's master. For the sake of Lung Rushuang, Jian Wushuang naturally had to be humble. Mr. Jian Yi, you are too kind. Lung Er is already waiting at the stone table in the manor, Elder Qin said. Thank you. Jian Wushuang smiled gratefully and then went straight to the manor. Elder Qin followed him immediately. After entering the manor, Jian Wushuang soon saw Lung Rushuang. The latter was sitting at the table, very quiet. Elder Qin, I want to talk to Miss Lung Er alone. Is that okay? Jian Wushuang asked. Mr. Jian Yi, your request is a bit too much. Elder Qin frowned. Master, you go outside first. I also want to ask him some questions alone, Lung Rushuang said. Even Lung Rushuang said so. Although Elder Qin was reluctant, she still turned around and left. But she did not go far. She just watched from the void. After all, Lung Rushuang was too important to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. As her master, she had to ensure Lung Rushuang's safety. Seeing Elder Qin leave, Jian Wushuang waved his hand and immediately set up a layer of restriction around him. This restriction layer was only to prevent the conversation between Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang from being heard. It did not contain any power, and Elder Qin did not stop it. Only Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang were left in the manor, staring at each other from a distance of only a few meters. Jian Wushuang looked at Lung Rushuang with tenderness in his eyes. This tenderness was not an act, but a genuine passion and love from the heart. As for Lung Rushuang, she looked at Jian Wushuang with a strange look, but more than that, she was puzzled. The two were completely different. Chapter 2906. It was too late. Who are you? Lung Rushuang asked. It was a simple sentence, but it made Jian Wushuang's heart feel like a knife was cutting it. Shuang Er, you don't remember me at all? Jian Wushuang asked. Lung Rushuang shook her head and said, You call me Shuang Er, and this name is very, very familiar to me, but my name is Lung Er. After a moment of silence, Lung Rushuang said again, Can you tell me about what happened between you and Shuang Er? Jian Wushuang was stunned. He walked up and sat down on the stone bench next to Lung Rushuang. Then he began to talk about it. That was a long time ago. Jian Wushuang told Lung Rushuang about what happened between him and Lung Rushuang. It was the first time they had met in the East. They chatted in the natural residence for a month and played the zither for a month. In the same natural residence, he used his unique cultivation method to help Lung Rushuang transform the icy heart poison in her body. In these 3 encounters, they had already developed feelings for each other. In the green fire world, they were furious at the top of the dynasty. Finally, they became husband and wife. However, not long after they became husband and wife, bad news came. Lung Rushuang's soul was in a deep sleep, while Lung Rushua went far away into the vast, eternal, chaotic world. After a long 100,000 years of pursuit, they searched for 100,000 years. When they finally found it, both of them only had souls, and then they went to the reincarnation passage together. Jian Wushuang told everything in detail to Lung Er. Lung Er was fascinated. After half a day, Jian Wushuang finally finished. In my previous life, I pursued you for 100,000 years. My heart was broken, and I missed you. Now, I understand what you mean. Lung Er murmured and stared at Jian Wushuang. Is this Shuang Er me? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Lung Er was silent for a moment, but in the end she still shook her head. I'm sorry, your person, your name, and the things you said. I feel very familiar, but I can't remember them at all. It doesn't matter. If you can't remember them, then slowly think about them. Before you completely remember them, I will stay in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and talk to you every day. Jian Wushuang smiled. No, it's too late. Lung Er shook her head. Too late. Jian Wushuang was stunned. I don't have so much time to think about it, because I'm going to leave soon. Lung Er's expression became cold again. Leave? Where? Jian Wushuang asked immediately. A very, very far place. From now on, I won't come back to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion or even the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Naturally, I won't see you again, Lung Wushuang said. What? Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. Lung Wushuang was about to leave the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the 9 realms of the Golden Crow and go to a very, very far place? Where are you going? Jian Wushuang asked in a deep voice. Lung Wushuang did not answer. She just shook her head slightly and waved her hand, indicating for Elder Qin, who was waiting in the void, to come over. Master, take him away, Lung Wushuang said coldly. Elder Qin nodded and looked at Jian Wushuang. Mr. Jian, let's go. Jian Wushuang's heart was trembling. He looked at Lung Wushuang deeply and found that her expression was getting colder and colder. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and left, while Lung Wushuang went straight back to her attic. After coming out of the manor, Jian Wushuang's heart was extremely heavy. Mr. Jian, did you have a good conversation with young Phoenix? Chu Yong walked up to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and ignored Chu Yong. Instead, he looked at Elder Qin. Elder Qin, I just heard from young Phoenix that she will leave the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, and go to a very far place. She will never come back. Is this true? Lung Er told you about it. Elder Qin looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Only a few immortal saints in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion knew that Lung Wushuang was going to leave the pavilion. No one else knew about it, and they had never publicized it. But now, Lung Wushuang told Jian Wushuang about it? Is that true? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and said, Elder Qin, let me tell you where young Phoenix is going and why she is going. Mr. Jian, what you are asking is related to some secrets in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. I'm sorry, but I can't answer you. Elder Qin shook his head and said, But what if I have to know? Jian Wushuang stared at Elder Qin coldly. Mr. Jian, this is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. You are a guest, so we are willing to entertain you to the best of our ability. At the same time, we hope you can behave like a guest, Elder Qin said in a low voice. Jian Wushuang was very famous in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Many experts in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow feared him. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion did not want to provoke a top expert like Jian Wushuang. But just because they did not want to provoke him, it did not mean that they were afraid of him. Moreover, they were in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's lair, so Elder Qin had absolute confidence. Mr. Jian, I hope you can pay attention to your words and identity. Otherwise, I can only forgive the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion for not treating you well. Chu Yong looked over. Really? Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. I'm sorry. Although I don't have any enmity with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and I have to pay attention to my identity as a guest this time, I have to know something because of my relationship with Xiaofeng. Since you don't want to talk about it, I have to resort to some means. Jian, what do you want to do? Chu Yong and Elder Qin's eyes turned cold. Elder Qin, you are Xiaofeng's master. No one should know more about her than you do. For her sake, I have to apologize. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Boom! A terrifying divine power suddenly erupted from Jian Wushuang's body. This divine power was so huge that it far exceeded the scope of an ordinary divine master. The moment his divine power erupted, he instantly activated the 7-star secret skill, the divine punishment skill, and the 9 luminary star armor. The boundless golden divine power was vast and majestic. It formed a 30,000-meter tall golden emperor phantom behind Jian Wushuang. The golden emperor's eyes were like lightning as he looked down at everything. Then a surge of astonishing sword essence rose and swept in all directions. Not long after Lung Rushuang lived outside the manor, Jian Wushuang, a guest of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, was directly attacked. Chapter 2907, Suppression Buzz. Endless sword essence burst out from Jian Wushuang's body, and the Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. He casually waved his sword, and in an instant the majestic sword shadow, together with the great domain of the nine-universe Bloodlight River, crazily pressed down on Elder Qin. What? Elder Qin turned pale with fright. She had never expected that Jian Yi would dare to attack her directly in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's lair. This sudden attack was completely beyond her imagination. However, she was a genuine immortal saint, so her reaction speed was extremely fast. She immediately used many protective measures to try to block Jian Wushuang's sword. However, the power of Jian Wushuang's attack was too terrifying. It was beyond his imagination. Splash! The sword shadow passed by, but Elder Qin was not damaged at all. However, the many protective measures on her body had been completely shattered by the sword light. He could have killed me with that attack, but he didn't hurt me at all. He wanted to capture me alive. Elder Qin instantly understood. However, Jian Wushuang had already attacked again. He only pointed his finger at a distance, and the power of the space-time rule burst out instantly. Heaven-fixing skill. This move had little effect on the immortal saint when Jian Wushuang had not made a breakthrough in his comprehension of the space-time rule. However, now that his comprehension of the space-time rule had reached the immortal saint level, the power of this move would be much stronger. Even if Elder Qin was an immortal saint, he could not resist this move. Jian Wushuang immediately stepped forward. "Stop!" Chu Yong finally reacted and shouted. At the same time, his terrifying strength burst out. He held a red long spear in one hand. The long spear pierced through the void and formed a huge pillar of fire, which rushed toward Jian Wushuang. "Get lost!" Jian Wushuang did not even bother to look at Chu Yong. Instead, he slashed out with his sword and instantly activated the power of the boundless sword tree in his body to the maximum. Whoosh! A huge sword light swept out. The sword light, with the majestic power of the rule, hit the fire pillar head-on. The fire pillar was extinguished instantly, and Chu Yong was sent flying at the first moment. He was in an extremely sorry state. Jian Wushuang was not hindered at all. He appeared in front of Elder Qin and swung his Blood Mountain sword again. This time he did not use his swordsmanship, but the suppressive power of the Blood Mountain sword. The Blood Mountain sword could kill and suppress enemies. It was just that Jian Wushuang rarely used this suppressive skill before. But now, buzz, buzz, the Blood Mountain sword turned into a towering giant mountain, and a huge whirlpool appeared at the bottom of the mountain. The whirlpool crazily swallowed everything. First, under Jian Wushuang's guidance, it directly swallowed Elder Qin, and then the Blood Mountain sword turned into a divine sword again. It returned to Jian Wushuang's hand. It was too fast. Jian Wushuang moved too fast. In just a moment, he sent Chu Yong flying, and then suppressed Elder Qin. After doing all this, he looked around. What he was looking at was naturally the manor behind him. In the attic of the manor, Lung Rushuang had also come to the window. Jian Wushuang, Lung Rushuang's eyes were extremely complicated. "I'm sorry." Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang looked at each other, but his figure directly rushed toward the void to the side. "Jian Yi, how dare you!" A loud shout suddenly sounded in heaven and earth. It was so loud that it shook the entire Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Chu Yong was the one who shouted. He had seen Jian Wushuang suppress Elder Qin in front of him, and it was in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was completely shaken. A large number of figures flew up and rushed in the direction of the pavilion. Long Xingzi, the pavilion master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, rushed over at once. At the same time, a few hidden experts of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion also rushed over. In the blink of an eye, 3 immortal saints arrived in front of Jian Wushuang. Including Chu Yong, there were 4 of them. In addition, there were many powerful disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, such as the invincible Divine Master, who is rarely seen in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. However, there were several in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and they had surrounded Jian Wushuang in just a moment. Of course, this was also because Jian Wushuang did not make a move. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for him to be alone. Chu Yong, what happened? Where is Elder Qin? Long Xingzi stared at Chu Yong with a gloomy face. Pavilion Master, Elder Qin has been suppressed by this Jian Yi, Chu Yong said in a low voice. What? Long Xingzi was shocked, but then he flew into a rage. He was not the only one. The other 2 immortal saints and the disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were all furious. This was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. An outsider, Jian Yi, had suppressed an immortal saint-level elder of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's lair. He was going to fight with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Jian Yi, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion respects your strength and identity. We welcome you and treat you with the utmost care. But now you have suppressed Elder Qin of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. You are too arrogant. Long Xingzi's voice was cold. Release Elder Qin quickly and hand over 1,000,000 sacred elixirs to apologize to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, or else what? Jian Wushuang stood alone, facing the countless experts of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion without any fear. Long Xingzi's face changed. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion did not dare to underestimate Jian Wushuang's strength. Therefore, they did not want to offend him unless it was necessary. But now, Jian Yi, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, has no enmity with you. So what do you want to do today? Long Xingzi shouted in a low voice. My goal is simple. I want to know where young Phoenix is going and why she is going there. Besides, when the Dragon Phoenix ranking was released, you placed her name at 3rd place. In other words, her contribution to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is ranked in the top 3 among all the predecessors of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. She is only second to the founder of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Ancient Sage, and the 3rd Pavilion Master. However, what contribution did she make to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion that you would place her in 3rd place? I want to know everything. As long as I know everything, I will let Elder Qin out and guarantee that she won't be hurt. But if you don't tell me, then don't blame me for being rude. Jian Wushuang's expression was solemn and extremely cold. Chapter 2908. Supreme Emotion Valley. Jian Yi, are you threatening the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Long Xingzi shouted. Yes, I am. Jian Wushuang admitted directly. He was not afraid of falling out with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Even when he came to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, he was already prepared to completely fall out with it. It was because of this that he waited until his strength had once again greatly improved and he had sufficient confidence before he came to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to pay a visit. To be so impudent in my Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and even shamelessly threaten my Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Aren't you worried that you won't be able to leave alive today? Long Xingzi said. Hee, Pavilion Master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, you seem to be called Long Xingzi, right? When the Dragon Phoenix ranking was first opened, I carefully looked at it. Your name is on it, and you are able to be listed on the Dragon Phoenix ranking. It seems that your methods are still impatient. At the very least, you have made a lot of contributions to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Unfortunately, you have underestimated me. Since I dared to suppress your elders in your Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, I naturally have absolute confidence that I will be able to escape unscathed. If you don't believe me, you can try later, but I won't show any mercy. As for the final result, I can still leave calmly. As for you, I guarantee that more than half of the experts of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, including many disciples, will die. But Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. There was absolute confidence between his brows. Long Xingzi could also see this confidence. However, he could not help frowning. Where did Jian Yi get such confidence from? Although Long Xingzi was full of doubts about Jian Wushuang's words, he did not dare to be careless. After all, this was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. There were many disciples here, and each of them was a true god's favored son. Each death was enough to make the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's heart ache. If they could not control the battle here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Long Xingzi was hesitating. But at this time, Elder Qin, who Jian Wushuang had suppressed in the Blood Mountain sword, had already broken free from the time-space stagnation. As soon as she broke free, she knew that she had been suppressed. And then she heard the conversation between Jian Wushuang and Long Xingzi in the Blood Mountain sword. Now she directly shouted, Jian Yi, don't you want to know about Leng Er? Okay, I'll tell you. Jian Wushuang's heart moved, and his consciousness quickly covered the Blood Mountain sword. Tell me, where is she going? Jian Wushuang asked. Humph, Leng Er is going to Supreme Emotion Valley, Elder Qin answered. Supreme Emotion Valley? Jian Wushuang frowned. I'm afraid you've never heard of this name, right? Elder Qin sneered. Let me tell you, the Supreme Emotion Valley is a sect, and it comes from the vast third heaven. Even in the third heaven, in the core territory of the absolute beginning divine realm, the Supreme Emotion Valley is extremely powerful. A top sect in the third heaven. Jian Wushuang was stunned. The third heaven was the core of the absolute beginning divine realm. The 3 saint realms, the 4 divine clans, and the octagonal heaven sect were the top sects in that territory. The Supreme Emotion Valley was very famous, so even if it did not reach the level of the octagonal heaven sect, it would not be too far off. Shuang Er is going there to cultivate. Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, of course, to cultivate, Elder Qin said in a low voice. The Supreme Emotion Valley is a transcendent sect. It's hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times stronger than our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. There are countless cultivation resources there, far beyond what the Golden Crow 9 Realms forces can compare with. Leng Er's talent is extraordinary. Only by going there can she fully display her talent and have more room to grow in the future. Is that so? Jian Wushuang frowned. If what Elder Qin said was true, then it was indeed a good thing for Leng Wushuang to go there, and he had no reason to stop her. But his intuition told him that it was not so simple. Elder Qin, let me ask you again. What kind of sect does the Supreme Emotion Valley belong to? How much do you know? Jian Wushuang asked. How could I know too much about such a super sect? But last time, 2 disciples of the Supreme Emotion Valley came to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion because of Leng Er. I know something from them. Elder Qin paused for a moment and then said, I heard that the Supreme Emotion Valley has more female disciples than male disciples. Besides, this sect has a special feature, which is that almost all the disciples have no partners. No partner. Jian Wushuang was stunned. Yes, the Great Oblivion is to forget or even abandon emotions. It is said that there is a divine skill in the valley that can only be cultivated by people who are completely devoid of emotions and have not been touched by the mortal world. In addition, to cultivate this divine skill, one has to be terrifyingly talented. This condition is extremely harsh, and it is impossible for outsiders to achieve. The Supreme Emotion Valley has experienced countless years and has countless talented disciples. However, only 3 people have truly cultivated this secret technique. Moreover, these 3 people are unable to truly cultivate the divine technique to the highest level. However, not long ago, the Supreme Emotion Valley found out about Leng Er's existence from God knows where. They personally sent experts to investigate. In the end, they determined that Leng Er is the best candidate to cultivate that divine technique. She has the chance to become the fourth person in the history of the Supreme Emotion Valley to cultivate that divine technique. Therefore, the Supreme Emotion Valley discussed with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. In the end, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion decided to send Lung Air to the Supreme Emotion Valley to cultivate, and the Supreme Emotion Valley gave the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion a lot of resources. The resources were much more than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could imagine, and they greatly helped the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Because of this, Lung Air was listed as the third on the Dragon Phoenix list. Elder Qin said, "Completely abandon her emotions? Does that mean that after she cultivates that divine skill, she won't have any feelings anymore?" Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Elder Qin nodded. In fact, Lung Air doesn't have any feelings at all. She's cold to the extreme. She has always been like this, but for some reason, when she saw you, her emotions actually fluctuated. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's face became unusually gloomy. She could accept that Lung Rushuang went to the Supreme Emotion Valley to cultivate. After all, Lung Rushuang was extremely talented and had a lot of room for growth. A top sect like the Supreme Emotion Valley was indeed suitable for her growth. But if she went there, she would have to abandon all her feelings, which was not what he wanted. Shuang Air already can't remember me. If I let her go to the Supreme Emotion Valley and cultivate that divine art, then the chances of her remembering me in the future would be very slim. Chapter 2909. Decision. I can't let Shuang Air go to the Supreme Emotion Valley. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. He had been looking for her for a long time. It had been 100,000 years in his previous life. Now that he finally saw Lung Rushuang again in this life, how could Jian Wushuang let her leave his side again? Moreover, once Lung Rushuang went to a place, she had to abandon all her emotions and forget everything in the past. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang had made up his mind, and his face became determined. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His already extremely powerful aura suddenly soared at this moment. When the experts of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion around him saw this, their expressions immediately became solemn. Jian Yi, what do you want to do? Elder Qin, who was suppressed in the Blood Mountain sword, immediately shouted in a low voice. She could feel Jian Wushuang's emotional fluctuation. What do you want to do? What do you think? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. The next moment, boom! Jian Wushuang moved directly, like a flowing light phantom. He rushed toward the manor where Lung Rushuang lived with earth-shaking power. As soon as he moved, the surrounding people also became violent. Stop him! Long Xingzi shouted. In an instant, 4 immortal saints from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, including Long Xingzi, moved simultaneously. Stop! Chu Yong's voice was cold and harsh. He joined hands with another immortal saint, and the two of them stood in front of Jian Wushuang with monstrous auras. Whoosh! Chu Yong continued to wave his scarlet long spear, which was filled with flames. Then, finally, he left a huge fire passage in the void and suddenly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. The immortal saint who was standing with him waved his massive fist. His fist was like a vast mountain containing millions of kilograms of strength. It was as if he was going to smash the sky with one punch. The two stood in front of Jian Wushuang, while Long Xingzi and the other immortal saint attacked Jian Wushuang from both sides. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. The moment the immortal saints moved, a huge blood-red river with dark golden light surged out from his body. The blood-red river surged with overwhelming power and covered the entire void in an instant. Jian Wushuang had fully exerted his realm techniques, including the 9-universe blood-red river, the Star Armor realm, and the prison of punishment. Under the pressure of this realm, even experts like Long Xingzi, who were immortal saints, were immediately suppressed. Their strength was hidden by at least 20%. Then, Jian Wushuang attacked at lightning speed. His blood mountain sword slashed forward 2 times in a row. Clang! Clang! Like a mountain, Chu Yong's long spear and the Immortal Saint's colossal fist were sent flying. As for Long Xingzi, who was attacking from the side, Jian Wushuang also fought them head-on. His sword light was powerful and quickly blocked the attacks of the two, but the 4 Immortal Saints also stopped him. Jian Yi, you have no right to be presumptuous in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Long Xingzi's voice was cold, and his aura was getting stronger. Beside him, Chu Yong and the other 3 Immortal Saints were also staring at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was indeed very famous in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. After all, he had killed 2 of them under the siege of the 3 Immortal Saints. Even the strongest among them, Long Xingzi, would not be a match for him in a one-on-one fight. But now they had 4 Immortal Saints working together, and this was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. They were confident that they could take Jian Wushuang down. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted and did not speak. But at this moment he immediately activated the supreme sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword. That supreme sword essence was extremely powerful. Jian Wushuang's understanding of the sword principle had reached the 2nd level, the Boundless Sword Tree, which was 3,300 meters tall. With this move, he instantly guided 1% of the sword essence to sweep out. Buzz! Buzz! A supreme and extraordinary sword essence suddenly burst out. The power of this sword essence was so strong that it caused heaven and earth to be moved. The 4 Immortal Saints surrounding Jian Wushuang changed their expressions when they sensed this sword essence. What a powerful sword essence! When this sword essence killed Realm Lord Tianchu and the others, it also burst out the same sword essence. Therefore, this sword essence must have come from the magic sword in his hand. That magic sword, if I'm not mistaken, should be the sword principal magic weapon that Elder Emo used to refine with the Holy Heavenly Furnace and caused a huge commotion. Be careful, don't underestimate him. The 4 Immortal Saints looked highly solemn. The supreme sword essence swept out, and with the help of this supreme sword essence, the power of Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship suddenly soared. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang attacked again. He slashed with one hand, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hand drew a perfect arc in the void. In an instant, a shocking sword light was directly released. This sword light was immense, boundless, and extremely bright. The most important thing was the power contained in the sword light. Unfortunately, with the support of the supreme sword essence, the power became too terrifying. When Long Xingzi, Chu Yong, and the others saw this sword light, the corners of their mouths could not help but twitch. Attack together to block! Long Xingzi let out a low shout. The 4 Immortal Saints immediately attacked. The 4 of them came from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and they worked together with great tacit understanding. Thus, although the 4 of them attacked separately, their power could be perfectly combined. Boom! A loud sound shook the sky and earth, but in the end, for muffled groans sounded at the same time, and the 4 Immortal Saints of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were sent flying by the terrifying power of the sword light at the first moment. 2 of them were weaker, and their faces were a little pale. The rebounding force had slightly injured them. We 4 Immortal Saints can't even fight head-on. The power of the sword light is so strong. Long Xingzi was shocked. He did not know that Jian Wushuang had used such a shocking sword light to kill Realm Lord Tianchu when he had just made a breakthrough in his sword principle and guided his sword essence. Now that Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the space-time and reincarnation rules had reached the Immortal Saint level, his strength had soared again. The power of such a sword light was naturally more terrifying. Although Long Xingzi and the other 3 were working together, their strength was not much stronger. The most powerful Long Xingzi was only slightly stronger than the former master of the heavenly curve world. Therefore, even if they worked together, Jian Wushuang could still defeat them head-on. Chapter 2910, Gold Dragon and Blood Phoenix. Those who block me will die. Jian Wushuang sent the 4 immortal saints flying with a single strike. His murderous aura was so strong that his cold voice spread throughout the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been completely shaken. Countless experts and disciples had rushed here. When they saw Jian Wushuang send Long Xingzi and the others flying with a single strike, the experts and disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were all shocked. That man, Jian Yi, it's him. Demoness Gu was among the crowd. When she saw this scene, her heart was filled with great waves. Many years ago, she had fought with Jian Wushuang in the Beiming Star Field. At that time, Jian Wushuang was only slightly stronger than her. It had only been a short while, but the latter was already strong enough to fight against the top experts of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Moreover, it was a 1 versus 4 fight. Jian Yi, I admit that you are strong, but that doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has existed in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow for so many years, and its heritage is beyond your imagination. Moreover, you are now staying in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's nest. So Long Xingzi's eyes were like lightning. He stared at Jian Wushuang. Everyone, follow me to activate the formation and kill this boy. As soon as he finished his words, a surge of mighty divine power rose from Long Xingzi's body. The divine power did not sweep toward Jian Wushuang. Instead, it surged into the void above and merged with the tremendous sect-protecting formation that had always existed above the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. At the same time, Chu Yong and the other 2 immortal saints also surged with majestic divine power and merged with the sect-protecting formation. As the divine power was poured in, an ancient and extremely powerful aura slowly invaded the sect-protecting formation. Just as Long Xingzi had said, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had existed in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow for so many years and had a very deep foundation. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had many trump cards, and one of the most powerful trump cards was the sect-protecting formation that had been in and out of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion for a long time. The founder of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Ancient Sage, had paid a great price to hire several powerful array masters to refine this formation. To refine this formation, the Ancient Sage had also spent a great deal of effort and cost, in particular, to find the 2 most critical true spirits that made up this formation. The Ancient Sage had to search through thousands of mountains and rivers to see it finally. Ever since the formation was constructed, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been guarding it for countless years. Unfortunately, over the years, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had encountered powerful enemies as well. For example, when the second Pavilion Master was still in power, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion experienced a great crisis. However, even though the crisis was great, no one had been able to directly attack the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's headquarters because of the existence of the sect-protecting formation. After generations of improvement by the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the power of this great formation became even more formidable. And now, under the guidance of Long Xingzi and the other 4 immortal saints, the power of this sect-protecting great formation was unleashed. Roar! A furious roar and a hissing sound resounded through the void at the same time. 2 majestic forces began to gather within the sect-protecting great formation above. A moment later, they formed 2 enormous creatures. One of the 2 giant creatures was a huge golden dragon that was more than 1,000 feet long. This golden dragon had 4 claws and was covered in golden scales. A pair of golden eyes looked down on its colossal dragon head. These eyes contained endless pressure, and a massive surge of genuine dragon chi was completely spread out. The other giant creature was scarlet all over, as if it was covered in blood. It was also huge, but it looked extremely noble and beautiful. It was a phoenix, and it was a blood phoenix. Golden dragon, blood phoenix? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and looked at the 2 giant creatures above him. After the golden dragon and blood phoenix were formed, the aura on its body had been increasing crazily. In just a moment, it had reached a shocking level. Then the golden dragon and blood phoenix moved directly. Boom! The huge, four-clawed golden dragon swooped down. But before its huge body could get close to Jian Wushuang, a shocking power of the true dragon had already pressed down on Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, one of the four sharp claws of the golden dragon swung its front claw. Whoosh! A bright golden light appeared in the void. The golden light was so bright that it seemed to replace all the light in the world. The void trembled violently under this claw. This power, Jian Wushuang's face darkened. He could feel the power of the golden dragon's claw. This claw could tear the sky apart. If it were just an ordinary immortal saint, he would probably be torn into pieces by this claw. Fortunately, his battle strength was not comparable to that of an ordinary immortal saint. Jian Wushuang stood in the void and looked up at the golden light that was attacking him. Then he suddenly rushed forward, and the supreme sword essence was exerted to the limit in an instant. Whoosh! A vast and majestic sword light swept out again. The sword light was extremely shrill and collided with the incoming golden light. After a loud sound, both of them dissipated. The golden dragon had already pounced over. Kacha! The golden dragon grabbed Jian Wushuang's blood mountain sword with one of his dragon claws. Then the second dragon claw grabbed Jian Wushuang's head at lightning speed. Ridiculous! Jian Wushuang sneered. With a thought, the power of the blood mountain sword in his hand soared. Under Jian Wushuang's force, the sharp sword edge cut through the golden dragon's sharp claw, and then it collided with the second claw. A powerful force was transmitted through the dragon claw. Jian Wushuang slightly lowered his body and took a few steps back. However, just as he steadied himself, a scorching aura suddenly came from the void beside him. Jian Wushuang turned his head and saw that the blood phoenix had already appeared by his side. Its mouth had also opened. Boom! Scarlet flames that could burn the void spurted out of the blood phoenix's mouth, and the vast world instantly turned into a scarlet sea of fire. Jian Wushuang was in the center of the scarlet sea of fire. Wow! The temperature of this flame is terrifying. Fortunately, it's me. If it were an ordinary immortal saint, I'm afraid that this flame would melt him in an instant. Instead, Jian Wushuang was secretly amazed. His body protection ability was extremely powerful, and the key was that he had the perfect immortal body. The scarlet flames swept over him crazily. Although he was severely injured at the first moment, he quickly recovered with his divine power. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang flashed and escaped from the sea of fire. Chapter 29:11 Dragons and Phoenixes. The power of the golden dragon and the blood phoenix is really powerful. Jian Wushuang looked at the two giants in front of him with a heavy heart. Humph, Sword One, do you think the sec-protecting formation of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is only so powerful in attacking? Long Xingzi sneered and looked at the three immortal saints around him. Use that move. Chu Yong and the other two nodded heavily. In an instant, their divine power surged again. Golden light surged out of Long Xingzi's body. Dragon and Phoenix cry, kill the demon. With Long Xingzi's low shout, the three-clawed golden dragon, which was over 300 meters long, suddenly let out a dragon cry. The dragon's cry was unusually loud and reverberated between heaven and earth. At the same time, visible ripples spread out and covered the void around Jian Wushuang in the blink of an eye. This is Jian Wushuang's expression changed. When the ripples spread out, he had already sensed the special power contained within them. Space-time, it's the power of space-time. Jian Wushuang was shocked and immediately realized that the space-time he was in had been completely sealed. A huge force came directly toward him and sealed him. Although Jian Wushuang had monstrous strength, he felt that he had nowhere to use it at this moment. The power firmly sealed him, making it very difficult for him to move. At this time, the blood phoenix on the other side had endless blood-colored flames surging on its body. The color of the blood-colored flames was darker than before, and it had even turned black and red. The temperature of the black and red flames was even more astonishing. Bind! The fire phoenix also let out a cry, and in the next moment, endless black and red flames crazily covered this patch of the void. Moreover, the moment the flames touched this patch of the void, they immediately fused perfectly with the space-time energy that acted on this patch of the void. In an instant, this patch of void started burning crazily. Under the burning of the terrifying flame, everything was annihilated. In the surrounding void, Long Xingzi and the others watched everything with a trace of coldness in their eyes. When they saw that Jian Wushuang had been completely covered by the black-red sea of fire, a cold smile appeared on their faces. Although the sect-protecting formation of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is mainly used to defend against external enemies, and although it's not very good in terms of offensive and killing, now that the four of US are driving the formation to evolve into a golden dragon and a blood phoenix, together with the Dragon Phoenix cry, even an ordinary immortal saint who has mastered the immortal body would find it difficult to resist it. As for Jian Yi, although he has also mastered the immortal body, he is only a divine master and doesn't have much divine power. Under this move, he won't be able to hold on for long, and his divine power will be completely exhausted. At that time, even if he has the immortal body, he will definitely die. Long Xingzi sneered. The three immortal saints and Long Xingzi also had the same thought. They all thought that Jian Wushuang was dead for sure. Even if he did not die, his divine power would be exhausted. Then they would kill him. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Buzz! A sword light suddenly lit up. It seemed to be able to tear the world apart. After it appeared, it directly split the sea of fire where Jian Wushuang was in half. A large number of flames spread in all directions, revealing a wide passage. At the end of the passage, a young figure holding a long sword slowly walked out. What? He actually broke this move. How is it possible? The most terrifying thing is not the burning of the blood phoenix's flames, but the space-time imprisonment that comes with it. Under the space-time imprisonment, he should have been burned by the blood phoenix's flames, but he actually broke free from the golden dragon's space-time imprisonment. Long Xingzi and the other three were shocked. They did not know that the space-time imprisonment of the golden dragon was indeed powerful. If it were any other immortal saint, he would not be able to resist the space-time imprisonment and would only be burned by the blood phoenix flame. However, Jian Wushuang was different. First, his divine power was extremely powerful. Second, he was good at the space-time rules and had reached the level of the immortal saint. Thirdly, and most importantly, he knew how to use such a space-time imprisonment skill. For example, the heaven-designated skill, which could freeze time and space, was much more profound than this space-time imprisonment skill. Jian Wushuang was very familiar with this skill, so he naturally knew how to break it. Therefore, after falling into space-time imprisonment for only a moment, he directly broke free. Dragon and Phoenix Cry is indeed a good technique, but unfortunately it's me. Jian Wushuang sneered and looked at the golden dragon and blood phoenix in front of him with a fierce look in his eyes. Then he slowly raised the long sword in his hand and slashed it. This slash seemed to be an easy one. But the moment it was slashed, Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship, the supreme sword essence guided by the Blood Mountain sword, and the power of the infinite sword tree in his body had been exerted to the extreme. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Many space-time rules condensed together with the sword essence, forming one space-time blade after another. More than 400 space-time blades were densely packed together, and these space-time blades had wholly merged with the sword essence. The space-time rules and swordsmanship were perfectly combined. The ninth move of space-time swordsmanship, Storm. Boom! A fierce wind suddenly swept up between heaven and earth. A colossal storm rose out of thin air in the void where Jian Wushuang's sword essence was directed. This storm contained more than 400 space-time blades and endless shocking sword essence. It was terrifying, and the storm had already swept toward Golden Dragon and Blood Phoenix. Golden Dragon and Blood Phoenix seemed to have sensed the terrifying power contained in this storm and wanted to flee at once. However, the storm was too fast, at least more quickly than their fleeing speed. Moreover, the storm was getting bigger and bigger as it swept through. The Golden Dragon and the Blood Phoenix did not escape far before they were swept into the storm. But then, under the endless killing power, the Golden Dragon and the Blood Phoenix did not struggle much before they were directly crushed into pieces. Then they turned into a sky full of power and returned to the sect-protecting array. How could this be? Long Xingzi and the others behind them were shocked when they saw the scene. The Golden Dragon and Blood Phoenix, formed by the sect-protecting formation, fully guided by the four of them, were mighty. They should have been able to fight against a true saint who had an immortal body. But Jian Wushuang crushed them? Chapter 29:12. Saint Hong. How could Jian be so powerful? Long Xingzi and the others were shocked. There was nothing they could do. However, Jian Wushuang's strength was much stronger than they had imagined. He was much stronger than when Jian Wushuang killed Realm, Lord Tianchu, and the others. Now that the Golden Dragon and Blood Phoenix had been defeated, the only one in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion who could stop Jian Wushuang was him. Humph! After killing the Golden Dragon and Blood Phoenix, Jian Wushuang snorted. He did not even bother to look at Long Xingzi and the others. Instead, he immediately rushed toward the manor where Lung Rushuang lived. However, he stopped shortly after he moved. The reason was that a figure had appeared in front of him. It was an older man in a yellow Taoist robe. The older man's eyes were cloudy, and he stood there as if the wind could blow him down. However, it was because of him that Jian Wushuang stopped. Jian Wushuang looked at the older man in a Taoist robe, and his face became very serious. Although the vicissitudes of life elder in front of him did not emit any aura or show any skills, he just stood there, and it gave Jian Wushuang tremendous pressure. The pressure was too great. It was much more significant than when he faced the Golden Dragon Blood Phoenix and the four immortal saints simultaneously. Jian Wushuang instantly understood that the Weathered Elder must be a very powerful expert. The experts of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion also saw the appearance of the Weathered Elder. Some of the young experts and disciples were puzzled. They did not know the Weathered Elder. However, some of the top experts who had stayed in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion for a long time, including Long Xingzi, were excited. It's Saint Hong, the previous pavilion master of our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The previous pavilion master is still in our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. That's great. Haha, with the previous pavilion master here, Jen, you can't be arrogant anymore. Surprised voices kept ringing in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Those experts who knew the identity of the Weathered Elder were all very excited. Saint Hong. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and stared at the elder, quickly recalling the information in his mind. Soon, he understood the identity of the person who came. The previous pavilion master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was also ranked on the Dragon Phoenix list, and he ranked 5th on the list. Many years ago, he broke through to become an immortal saint. When he was in charge of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, he was known as the Immortal Saint, the closest to Bone Emperor in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. However, 100,000 years ago, he disappeared and passed on the position of Pavilion Master to Long Xingzi. It was rumored that he left the 9 realms of the Golden Crow and went to the vast third firmament. But now it seems that it's not the case. Jian Wushuang's heart was very heavy. There was nothing he could do. Long Xingzi was no match for Saint Hong. He was also the pavilion master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, but he was mighty. 100,000 years ago, he was already known as the Immortal Saint, the closest to Bone Emperor in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Now that 100,000 years had passed, his strength must be even more terrifying. Is this the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's last resort? Jian Wushuang stared at Saint Hong with a burning gaze. Although this Saint Hong was very famous, Jian Wushuang was also very powerful now, so he was not afraid of Saint Hong at all. I have been in seclusion for many years. I didn't want to appear again, but you are making too much noise today. Saint Hong opened his eyes slightly, revealing a pair of cold eyes. After all, we're in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Do you think no one in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion can act so recklessly? I dare not. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is famous in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. I don't want to be enemies with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion unless it's necessary, Jian Wushuang said. In that case, please release the elder who suppressed the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Then, I'll let bygones be bygones and let you leave safely afterward. What do you think? Saint Hong said. Jian Wushuang did not say anything, but Long Xingzi was already anxious. Grand Uncle Master, Jian Yi is so reckless in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and even suppressed the elder on the spot. If the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion doesn't kill him on the spot, he will become the laughingstock of all the forces. From now on, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion will lose its prestige in the Golden Crow 9 realms. Therefore, Grand Uncle Master, please kill Jian Yi on the spot. Even if you can't kill him, you have to punish him severely. Right? We can't let him go so easily. If we let him go so easily, where will our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion lose face? The immortal saint of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the surrounding experts were all furious. None of them were willing to let Jian Wushuang go. Seeing this, Saint Hong frowned slightly. Shut up! Saint Hong shouted in a low voice. Long Xingzi and the others immediately stopped talking. After that, no one dared to say another word. After suppressing all the voices, Saint Hong looked at Jian Wushuang again and asked, My young friend, are you willing? Haha, Saint Hong is so bold. No one in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is willing to let me go, but you are. Jian Wushuang laughed heartily. Then he said, I can release Elder Qin and leave immediately, but I have to take another person with me. Another person? Are you talking about the young phoenix of our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Saint Hong asked. Yes, as long as you let me take her away, I can apologize for what happened today. Regardless of what price the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion needs me to pay, I will agree as long as I have it. After that, not only will I not offend the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, but I will also owe the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion a huge favor. In the future, if your Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is in danger, I will do my best to help you. How about it? Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Saint Hong pondered for a moment and then shook his head. No, the young phoenix is essential to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. I can't let you take her away. In that case, there's nothing more to say. However, I've long heard that the previous pavilion master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Saint Hong, is the immortal saint closest to the Bone Emperor in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Since I'm lucky enough to meet her today, I'd like to have a good experience. Jian Wushuang's aura had become cold. It seems that you have made up your mind. In that case, I will accompany you. Saint Hong's voice also became cold. At the same time, a terrifying aura slowly rose from his body. Chapter 2913. The World of Ice and Snow Rumble. Even though they were both immortal saints, the aura emanating from Saint Hong's body was much stronger than Long Xingzi's and the others. It was at least several times stronger. This terrifying aura suppressed heaven and earth. Saint Hong flipped his palm, and a dark golden stone staff appeared in his hand. This dark golden stone stick had an extremely powerful aura. It was a saint treasure at the peak of the 3rd grade. Saint Hong took a step forward and instantly crossed the distance between him and Jian Wushuang. Thus, he appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Then he swung the dark golden stone stick in his hand. It looked like an ordinary person waving a stick. There was not much mystery to it, but a giant, dark, golden stick shadow appeared as soon as he swung the stick. The dark, golden stick shadow was mighty, like a flood dragon's body. It suddenly swung toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not dare to be careless. When Saint Hong waved the stone stick in his hand, his blood mountain sword immediately slashed out. Jian Wushuang also waved his sword, but he had already exerted the power of his divine power to the maximum. The boundless sword tree in his body trembled slightly and burst out with eternal sword essence. The supreme sword essence from the Blood Mountain sword also burst out without restraint. The sword light from the Blood Mountain sword collided with the dark golden staff shadow in the blink of an eye. Clang! As soon as a low sound of collision was heard, a surge of divine power immediately formed a storm that swept out in all directions. There were many experts from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion around the two of them. When they saw the divine power storm, they were so frightened that they immediately retreated. In the center of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang's face was cold, yet he could feel the power contained in the dark golden long staff. The power was not weaker than his, and it was even a little stronger than his. Suddenly, Saint Hong pulled his long staff and then smashed it again. Again, it was natural and without any hesitation. Jian Wushuang also immediately waved his sword and used the same power. However, when the two collided again, Jian Wushuang's body trembled slightly. Saint Hong suddenly let out a long laugh. The dark golden long stick in his hand was like a firestorm wheel, smashing toward Jian Wushuang again and again. Each stick contained a shocking power. Each stick was violent and straightforward, but it was also extremely terrifying. One stick after another crazily smashed toward Jian Wushuang. Even Jian Wushuang was a little surprised when he saw the stick shadow crazily smashing toward him. Jian Wushuang immediately displayed his swordsmanship. He also brandished his sword and met with Saint Hong head-on. It was a head-on fight. However, in such a fight, it was evident that Saint Hong had the absolute advantage while Jian Wushuang kept retreating. Bang! There was another violent bang. Jian Wushuang's body sank and almost fell to the ground. I have comprehended the rules of the earth. With the help of the power of the earth, the power of my stick is endless, and each stick is stronger than the last. My long stick is made of special crystals, and I also pay attention to power. You, a sword principle cultivator who has comprehended the rules of space and time, dare to confront me head-on. You are overestimating yourself. Saint Hong's mighty voice resounded in the world. He stepped forward again, and the dark golden long stick in his hand became more powerful. Then, with the power of the rules of the earth, it attacked Jian Wushuang again. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. Overestimating yourself. Jian Wushuang gave a strange smile, and then, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Black streamers appeared in front of Jian Wushuang like black lightning. These black streamers were the nether blood divine swords at the superior heavenly treasure level. Although these nether blood divine swords were only at the superior heavenly treasure level, there were a total of 18 of them. Under Jian Wushuang's control, these 18 Netherblood divine swords had perfectly fused in the blink of an eye. Buzz! A faint humming sound, like the sound of a sword, slowly sounded. A brand new 5-meter-long black divine sword with a very thin sword body appeared in the world. The third level of the reincarnation sword formation, reincarnation drunk. This sword formation is the reincarnation sword formation created by Sword Master Copperheart. Saint Hong looked at the sword formation with a strange expression. Sword Master Copperheart was a super expert who was almost invincible among the immortal saints. So Saint Hong naturally knew about it and knew about the reincarnation sword formation. Sword Master Tong Xan was so famous that the power of the samsara sword formation he created could not be underestimated. Go! Jian Wushuang pointed from afar, and the 5-meter-long black magic sword instantly pierced through the void and shot toward Saint Hong. In an instant, the black magic sword appeared in front of Saint Hong. Humph! Saint Hong snorted and waved the dark, golden long stick in his hand. It brought along the endless power of the earth's rules and smashed directly into the black magic sword. Bang! The 5-meter-long black divine sword shook slightly and then collapsed. It's just the third reincarnation sword formation. It's just a joke in front of me, Saint Hong said disdainfully. Really? Jian Wushuang smiled and said, the third reincarnation sword formation can't do anything to you. What about the fourth one? As soon as Jian Wushuang finished his words, the underworld, blood, divine swords reassembled. This time the combination was more complicated, and the power of the law of reincarnation was obviously bigger. In the blink of an eye, a brand new sword formation appeared in front of everyone. It was also a black divine sword, but it was less than 2 meters long, but its body was very wide. When the 2-meter-long black divine sword was put together, the world around it suddenly turned gray. This grayish-white looked as if it had fallen into a vast expanse of white snow. There was a vast expanse of white everywhere except for the pitch-black divine sword in the void. This black divine sword naturally became the sole focus of the world. The fourth level. Saint Hong's pupils could not help but shrink. The reincarnation sword formation was stronger and stronger. Previously, he was only at the third level of the samsara drunkard. As long as his comprehension of the laws of reincarnation reached the limit of a supreme being, he could easily use it. He did not care about it at all. However, the fourth level was completely different. The fourth level of the reincarnation sword formation required the comprehension of the laws of reincarnation to reach the level of an immortal saint. Its power was much more powerful than the third level, and this samsara sword formation was called the world of ice and snow. Kill! With a thought, Jian Wushuang shot out the only black divine sword in the vast white world. It was extremely fast, and the most important thing was that it was too powerful. Chapter 2914. Could not be stopped. Humph! Saint Hong's divine power burst out. The dark gold long stick turned into a dark gold bolt of lightning and struck out rapidly. In an instant, it collided head-on with the black divine sword. The black divine sword was still sent flying by the collision, but Saint Hong himself staggered and took 3 steps back. Each step was heavy and powerful. It seems that there is not much difference in strength between them. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. Then, under his control, the black divine sword shot out again. Bang! 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 The black divine sword and Saint Hong's dark golden long staff collided again and again. Each time, Saint Hong had a slight advantage, but it was only a tiny advantage. Do not forget that the sword formation was controlled by consciousness and soul. Therefore, the recoil from the collision did not affect Jian Wushuang at all. On the contrary, the power of the reincarnation sword formation was directed at Saint Hong's divine body again. This situation was disadvantageous to Saint Hong. Sorry to trouble you. Saint Hong frowned slightly. At this moment, Jian Wushuang, who was in the void in front of him, waved his right hand, and a streak of golden light immediately burst out and merged with the surrounding void. Buzz, buzz, the world shook. A natural scroll world appeared in the void above. There were mountains and rivers in the scroll world, and the most eye-catching ones were the 9 towering continents. 1,000 treasures, great world, soared principal world. Jian Wushuang shouted in a low voice, and the world began to change in an instant. They were initially in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, in a huge ancient sect, but they had appeared on a desolate land in the blink of an eye. There were all kinds of divine swords stuck in the empty land. However, there was no doubt that each of these swords had an extremely powerful aura. There were hundreds of thousands of them. This was a sword tomb, a giant sword tomb. Sensing the changes in the surrounding world, Saint Hong's pupils could not help shrinking. Immediately, the sword essence emitted by Jian Wushuang became much more powerful with the appearance of the sword tomb. It was even stronger than before. Swish! The black divine sword shot out again, and its power was much stronger than before. The world will be changed. But in this world, will the strength of cultivators who are good at sword principle be greatly improved? Saint Hong's eyes focused. He already knew the function of the sword tomb. After the appearance of the sword principle world, the corner of Jian Wushuang's mouth curled up, and his body directly floated out. Bang! 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 The black divine sword formed by the fourth reincarnation sword formation, the world of ice and snow, was still as fast and fierce as before, crazily attacking Saint Hong again and again. Saint Hong also waved the dark golden long stick in his hand again and again. But at this moment, a cold and gloomy sword light suddenly appeared in the surrounding void. This sword light was very weak, but it was extremely fast. As soon as it appeared less than a meter away from Saint Hong. Saint Hong's pupils constricted. When he collided with the Samsara sword formation, his soul power had been staring at Jian Wushuang, so Jian Wushuang's actions could not be hidden from him. For example, Jian Wushuang's sudden swordsmanship, he had also noticed it, but the speed of the sword was a little faster than he had expected. Saint Hong's figure blurred, and quickly brushed past the edge of the sword light. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang was not discouraged. He flicked his right wrist and swung the Blood Mountain sword. Whoosh! Sword shadows burst out, forming a huge sword net that wrapped around Saint Hong. Saint Hong held a dark golden long stick in both hands. This time, he swept the sword net with overwhelming divine power and shattered it. However, the moment the sword net shattered, the black divine sword formed by the reincarnation sword formation appeared in front of him once again. Upon seeing this black divine sword, Saint Hong's expression sank. The power of this sword isn't weak. His close combat ability is also powerful. In this world of sword Tao, even if he were to fight me in close combat, I wouldn't be able to take too much advantage of him. However, the key point is that he still has the perfect cooperation of the reincarnation sword formation. One is close combat, while the other is long range. When the two are used together, even if I have the combat power of a true saint, I would only be able to defend against him passively. Saint Hong felt helpless in his heart. He was very strong. According to the realm of the immortal saint, he had reached the true saint level and had completely mastered the immortal body. He was completely different from Long Xingzi, Chu Yong, and Realm Lord Tianchu. However, Jian Wushuang, who had used many trump cards to guide the sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword, was as strong as a true saint. Moreover, he was not much weaker than Jian Wushuang. Most importantly, Jian Wushuang's close combat ability and the Samsara sword formation perfectly complemented each other. As a result, he was helpless and could only passively resist. Although I still have my ultimate moves and killer moves, he has an immortal body. So it's impossible to kill him. Saint Hong sighed secretly. He already knew that he could not kill Jian Wushuang. Because of this, he had hoped that Jian Wushuang could retreat on his own so that he could avoid a big battle. After Jian Wushuang refused, he wanted to rely on his absolute strength to make Jian Wushuang retreat. However, he did not expect that Jian Wushuang's real battle strength was not weaker than his and was even slightly more potent than his. Now he was forced by Jian Wushuang into a problematic situation. In such a situation, he could not do anything to Jian Wushuang. If he was outside the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion with the protection formation of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, I could easily shut him out. But now he has entered the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The protection formation of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion focuses on defense, but its offensive ability is not strong, so it can't do anything to him. And if I continue to fight with him, there will be no result. On the contrary, if I force him, if he starts a massacre in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, I'm afraid no one can stop him. Saint Hong had many thoughts in his mind. In the end, he had no choice but to compromise. He had no choice. This was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's headquarters. Jian Wushuang did not want to make things too difficult for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, so he did not kill them. However, if he pushed Jian Wushuang to the brink and started killing wantonly, the consequences would be too severe. Jian Yi, stop! Saint Hong said. Jian Wushuang immediately stopped what he was doing. I can't do anything to you, and I can't stop you. If you take Xiao Feng away, neither the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion nor I will stop you. But whether you can take her away in the end depends on your ability, Saint Hong said. Chapter 2915 is here, thank you. Jian Wushuang looked at Saint Hong gratefully. Then he turned around and went to the manor where Lung Rushuang lived. Grand Uncle Master. Long Xingzi was anxious. Saint Hong waved his hand and said, let him go. He can't take Xiao Feng away. After all, the people over there are coming. So fast? Long Xingzi was shocked. Of course. He knew who Saint Hong was talking about. Without the experts from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion blocking him, Jian Wushuang soon arrived at the beautiful manor. In the attic corridor of the manor, Jian Wushuang saw Lung Rushuang again. Lung Rushuang had been standing there. She had seen what had happened on the battlefield, but her expression became very complicated when she saw Jian Wushuang again. Shuang Heir, come with me, okay? Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand and stared at Lung Rushuang with deep affection. Lung Rushuang's expression changed slightly. She disagreed, but she did not refuse immediately. It was evident that she was hesitating. Yes, Lung Rushuang was hesitating. She could not remember Jian Wushuang, but he gave her a hot and reliable feeling. When Jian Wushuang said he wanted to take her away, she did not resist at all. But at the same time, she also had a lot of concerns. Lung Rushuang had not made a decision, but at this time, buzz! A vast aura suddenly came from the surrounding void. In the void outside, the enormous sect-protecting formation of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was activated again, and then a space passage appeared in the middle of it. A group of white-robed figures slowly walked in from the spatial tunnel. There were a total of 9 of these white-robed figures, a total of 9 people. 8 of these 9 people were women, and only 1 was a man. Moreover, all of their expressions were ice-cold and did not contain the slightest emotion. 9 extremely powerful auras immediately spread within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion when they stepped into the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion from the spatial tunnel. Sensing these 9 auras, the experts and disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were all shocked. The immortal saints are all immortal saints. Where did these people come from? There are 9 immortal saints. Which force is this? Exclamations immediately sounded in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, the ordinary experts and disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had limited strength, so they could not sense it. However, immortal saints like Saint Hong and Long Xingzi could sense it. The 9 people who came were immortal saints, but all of them had auras that far surpassed ordinary immortal saints. Even the weakest one seemed to be no more vulnerable than Saint Hong, or even more vital. In other words, these 9 people were all true immortal saints who had mastered the immortal body. The previous pavilion master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Hong, greets all of you from the supreme emotion-forgetting valley. Even Saint Hong appeared extremely humble in front of these 9 true saints, and he did not dare to put on any airs. Among the 9 true saints, the leader was an ordinary-looking woman with a hint of coldness and arrogance. This cold and arrogant woman glanced around, and her cold voice slowly sounded. Pavilion Master Hong, we've traveled tens of thousands of miles to come here, but there's not even a single person outside to welcome us? Isn't your Dragon Phoenix Pavilion too disregarding the supreme emotion-forgetting valley? The cold-looking woman was obviously not happy. I'm very sorry. Something happened in my Dragon Phoenix Pavilion today, so I was unable to welcome you from afar. I hope everyone can atone for your sins Saint Hong apologized. Something happened. The cold, arrogant woman frowned and looked up. A majestic soul power swept out and instantly covered the entire Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The cold, arrogant woman also saw Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang standing side by side in the distant manner. Her eyes turned slightly cold. What's going on? Who's the kid next to the young phoenix? The cold, arrogant woman asked. His name is Jian Yi, and he's a top-notch genius in our Golden Crow 9 realms. He came to our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to pay a visit this time, but we didn't expect him to fight in our pavilion and want to take the young phoenix away. The experts of our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion have tried their best to stop him, but he's so powerful that we can't do anything to him, Saint Hong said bitterly. Your Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has a few immortal saints, and you, a true saint, can't do anything to a little divine master? The cold, prideful woman glanced at Saint Hong. Saint Hong looked bitter. Humph! The cold, arrogant woman snorted and said, Junior Brother Z, go and bring your new junior sister here. Yes. Beside the cold, arrogant woman was a young man with long purple hair. He was the only man among the 9. After hearing the cold, arrogant woman's words, a purple, demonic light flashed in his eyes. Then he turned into a purple rainbow and rushed toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, who was standing in the attic, saw Ziyi's arrival and his face darkened. Although he was far away, he had already sensed the auras of the 9 people. Now that Ziyi had attacked him, the pressure on him was enormous. You can go. Lung Rushuang's voice suddenly sounded. No. Jian Wushuang shook his head. If you want to go, let's go together. In my previous life, because I asked you to leave, I have been searching for you for 100,000 years. Now that I finally see you again in this life, how can I let you go? Why are you doing this? Lung Rushuang looked at Jian Wushuang and sighed softly. Jian Wushuang just smiled gently and did not answer. Buzz! Ziyi's figure had already appeared in the void in front of Jian Wushuang, and a strange purple spear appeared in his hand. As Ziyi moved his wrist, divine power burst out, and the long spear immediately stabbed toward Jian Wushuang. This stab was just a normal stab, but it gave Jian Wushuang an illusion. It was as if no matter how he tried to block or dodge, the spear would stab him directly. What a strange spear technique! Jian Wushuang was surprised, but he immediately attacked. The supreme sword essence was still unbridled, and Jian Wushuang's battle strength was raised to the limit. The Blood Mountain sword coldly faced it. Clang! The purple demonic long spear collided with the Blood Mountain sword. A metallic sound rang out, but Jian Wushuang's pupils suddenly shrank. The power contained in the purple demonic long spear was too strong. The moment it collided with the sword, it actually caused the Blood Mountain sword to slightly change its direction, and then the long spear continued to stab at him. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted and immediately retreated. While retreating, he slashed 3 times with the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. Chapter 29:16. Kill him! Clang! 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 The Blood Mountain sword and the demonic purple spear clashed 3 more times before Jian Wushuang managed to block the attack head-on. You're the first divine master to block my attack head-on. Ziyi glanced at Jian Wushuang with a strange look in her eyes, and then boom! Endless spear essence burst out, and his divine power surged crazily, attacking Jian Wushuang again. Go! Jian Wushuang pointed from afar, and the reincarnation sword formation formed by 18 Netherblood divine swords burst out instantly. Whoosh! The surroundings instantly turned into a white world of ice and snow. Jian Wushuang also rushed out, and the reincarnation sword formation reached its peak in close combat with him. While Jian Wushuang and Ziyi were engaged in a fierce battle, the remaining 8 people of the Supreme Emotion Valley had already arrived in front of Lung Rushuang. Junior sister Lung, come with us. Although the cold and arrogant woman's voice was cold, her gaze toward Lung Rushuang was different from the others. After all, they all knew how important Lung Rushuang was to the Supreme Emotion Valley. She had the hope of cultivating the supreme, divine skill. Lung Rushuang was also a disciple of the Supreme Emotion Valley, but once she entered the valley, she was favored by thousands of people. Her status was much higher than ordinary disciples like them. Lung Rushuang glanced at Jian Wushuang, who was engaged in a bitter fight. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, "I can go with you, but you can't make things difficult for him anymore." Huh. The cold, arrogant woman's face darkened. She looked at Lung Rushuang seriously. She said in a low voice, "You should forget all love in the world after entering our supreme emotion-forgetting valley. You are cold and emotionless. You are the best candidate to cultivate the divine skill of our supreme emotion-forgetting valley. But now you are pleading for a man? It's fine if you don't plead for mercy. But now that you are pleading for mercy, this divine master named Jian Yi is doomed to die. Only when he's completely dead and no longer appears in front of you will it not affect you in any way." "What?" Lung Rushuang was immediately shocked. Junior Sister Chiu, the cold, prideful woman, glanced at the blue-haired woman behind her. The blue-haired woman nodded slightly, and then she took a step forward. A blue light suddenly burst out from her pair of pitch-black eyes. The blue light was beautiful and immediately attracted Lung Rushuang's attention. Lung Rushuang's eyes immediately became misty. Although she was talented and as easy as eating and drinking when she comprehended the rules, she had only cultivated for a short time and was only at the peak divine master level. She could not resist the illusion of an immortal saint. In the blink of an eye, Lung Rushuang fell into a deep sleep. After Lung Rushuang fell into a deep sleep, the cold, arrogant woman once again looked in the direction where Jian Wushuang and Ziyi were fighting. A mere divine master can fight with junior brother Ziyi head-on, and his battle strength has reached the level of a rank 1 true saint. But unfortunately, he is deeply in love with his junior sister Lung, and the person who impressed him deeply is her. Such a person cannot be allowed to enter our supreme emotion-forgetting valley, so he can only be killed. Junior brother Ziyi, don't dawdle with him. Just kill him. The cold, arrogant woman shouted in a low voice. Yes. Ziyi nodded slightly. Then a burst of bright purple light suddenly burst out from his body, and a purple exotic beast phantom appeared behind him. A terrifying aura burst out from the purple exotic beast phantom, and Ziyi's eyes turned purple, becoming extremely demonic. Kill! Ziyi attacked again. His momentum was several times stronger than when he fought with Jian Wushuang. After all, Jian Wushuang had just fought with Ziyi. Even if he exerted his killing ability and the reincarnation sword formation to the extreme, he was still at an absolute disadvantage. Now, Ziyi's strength had increased by several times, and he was crushing Jian Wushuang. Boom! With a loud boom, Ziyi held the purple long spear in both hands, and the size of the spear in his hands suddenly increased. It was clearly a long spear, but at this moment it was like a huge stick being held by Ziyi, and then it was violently smashed out. In an instant, the world fell silent. Numerous mighty purple phantoms rushed toward Jian Wushuang at lightning speed. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. He held the Blood Mountain's sword with both hands and tried his best to defend himself. However, as soon as the Blood Mountain's sword came into contact with the purple phantoms, a terrifying force immediately came into effect. This force was much stronger than Jian Wushuang's own power. It was completely overwhelming. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang's body was affected by the power, and he fell down. However, before he really appeared on the ground, Ziyi suddenly appeared beside him. His eyes were like lightning, and a dazzling light shot out. God-severing demonic spear! Ziyi shouted. The dazzling purple light was not hindered at all and directly hit Jian Wushuang's divine body. Although Jian Wushuang had the 9 luminary star armor and his golden armor. The 9 luminary star armor immediately collapsed under the dazzling purple light. As for the golden armor, although it was not a high level, it had become extremely tough because it had fused with his perfect blood essence. The spear did not directly pierce through his golden armor, but the terrifying power contained in the spear directly crushed his divine body through the golden armor. Rumble. Jian Wushuang's divine body immediately collapsed. Is he dead? Ziyi stood in the void beside him and watched Jian Wushuang's divine body collapse with an extremely cold expression. Jian Wushuang's strength had indeed surprised him, but he was still surprised. His battle strength was so great that a rank 1 true saint was no match for him. But at this moment, Ziyi suddenly frowned because he had already seen Jian Wushuang's broken divine body begin to reassemble under the gathering of a large amount of divine power. In the blink of an eye, an intact Jian Wushuang appeared in front of him again. Immortal body? Ziyi was surprised. Even the cold, arrogant woman and the others behind him looked strange. He's just a divine master, and his battle strength is comparable to a rank 1 true saint. How could he have an immortal body that only a true saint can control? This kid is strange, the cold, arrogant woman muttered. However, her eyes turned slightly cold. No matter how strange he is, since he has something to do with Junior's sister Lung, he must die. Chapter 29:17 Unkillable. Junior's sister Qiu. The cold, arrogant woman called out. Behind her, the blue-haired woman who had caused Lung Wushuang to fall into a deep sleep walked up once more. This divine master controls an immortal body, and his divine power seems to be extremely vast. It will be tough to kill him with just material attacks. I can only leave him to you, the cold, arrogant woman said. Okay. The blue-haired woman nodded slightly, and then she floated forward. In the blink of an eye, the blue-haired woman had landed beside Ziyi. I'll have to ask you to fight again, Ziyi said. Although his combat strength is good, he's only a divine master. However, with your skills, it should be straightforward to kill him. Just watch, the blue-haired woman said. Then she looked at Jian Wushuang with her cold eyes. Jian Wushuang stood there with a cold expression. Although he had been fighting with Ziyi, he had been paying attention to Lung Wushuang. Then, finally, he saw the blue-haired woman put Lung Wushuang into a deep sleep. Now, the blue-haired woman appeared in front of him again. Buzz! A strange power swept out from the blue-haired woman's body. This power did not have any ability, but Jian Wushuang had sensed it the moment it swept out. Soul attack! Jian Wushuang's face darkened, not feeling surprised at all. He had an immortal body, so it was challenging to kill him with material attacks. The best way to kill an expert with an immortal body was to kill his soul directly. The blue-haired woman was an immortal saint who was good at soul attacks. Destroy! The blue-haired woman stretched out her hand and let out a low shout. In an instant, the magnificent soul power surged again and covered Jian Wushuang in all directions. Soul blast! Without any hesitation, the soul blast was carried out in a crushing manner. There was no way to dodge the soul attack, so Jian Wushuang stood there and let the magnificent soul power cover his body. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang felt a rumble in his head. The blue-haired woman specialized in the soul. When her soul attack was strong, Jian Wushuang estimated that the average immortal saints like Long Xingzi and Realm Lord Tianchu would have a hard time resisting the blue-haired woman's attack. Their souls would be destroyed in an instant. Even a true saint like Saint Hong would have a hard time resisting it. As for Jian Wushuang himself, as he had said, he was strong in battle, but his real realm was only that of a divine master. Moreover, he was only an advanced great divine master and had not reached the limit of a great divine master yet. Therefore, in terms of soul, he was not very strong, and he was also only at the peak of the great divine master level. Even if the exquisite pagoda guarded his real soul, the second level could not withstand such a soul attack. Bang! The exquisite pagoda directly collapsed. The terrifying soul power attacked Jian Wushuang's natural soul. In just a moment, Jian Wushuang's real soul was destroyed. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the immortal saints from the Supreme Emotion Valley and many experts from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been staring at Jian Wushuang. At this moment, they saw Jian Wushuang's eyes dim and his divine body collapse. He's dead. He's dead now. Saint Hong could not help sighing. Jian Yi is indeed a genius. Incredibly, he has the battle strength of a true saint in the divine master realm. Even I can't help admiring him, but unfortunately he is too arrogant. Or rather, the opponent he provoked is too strong. Long Xingzi could not help sighing. Supreme Emotion Valley, that's the Supreme Emotion Valley. Since we can't kill them with material attacks, we can directly use soul attacks to wipe them out. Unfortunately, the people from the Supreme Emotion Valley are really ruthless. The experts in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion also sighed. The experts from the Supreme Emotion Valley all had cold expressions. Let's go. The cold, arrogant woman waved her hand gently. Zi and the blue-haired woman nodded slightly and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Jian Wushuang, who had fallen to the ground and turned into a corpse, suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a powerful sword essence immediately burst out. What? The cold, arrogant woman. All the immortal saints of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. Saint Hong, Long Xingzi, Chu Yong, and the other experts and disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were all shocked at this moment. One by one, they looked at Jian Wushuang with shock and bewilderment, especially the blue-haired woman who had killed Jian Wushuang with her soul attack. She was now staring at Jian Wushuang. Under their gazes, Jian Wushuang had indeed come back to life. Not only had he come back to life, but his aura was also influential. It was evident that he was not affected at all. Where do you want to go? Jian Wushuang's cold voice echoed between heaven and earth. After his voice sounded, the entire heaven and earth became completely silent. Silence, dead silence. All the experts present were stunned as if they had seen something incredible. They had seen something incredible. He is dead. He was killed by my soul directly. His soul was destroyed. How could he still be alive? How is this possible? The blue-haired woman shook her head crazily and growled. This, the cold, arrogant woman, Zi, Saint Hong, and the others did not know what to say. When they saw that Jian Wushuang had mastered the immortal body and knew that material attacks could not kill him, they immediately switched to soul attacks. However, Jian Wushuang's soul had been destroyed after the soul attack, but he still survived? What on earth was going on? Everyone was stunned. Only Jian Wushuang knew very well. The immortal body he controlled was derived from his perfect chaotic life form. It was the perfect immortal body. Not only was this immortal body ineffective in material attacks, but even soul attacks were also ineffective. He could infinitely replenish his divine body and substantial soul as long as he had sufficient divine power. So what if his soul was destroyed? He could completely recover in the blink of an eye. He was truly undying. He was invulnerable, not to mention a mere immortal saint. Even a stronger master might not be able to kill him. Chapter 2918. The most powerful trump card was unleashed. Leave Shuang Air behind, or all of you will die. Jian Wushuang's eyes had turned scarlet as if he was a demon from hell. He stared at the 9 people from the Supreme Emotion Valley, and his voice also came from the 9 Serenities Hell. What kind of monster is this guy? His soul has been destroyed, but he is still alive? The cold and arrogant woman was also shocked. I don't believe it. The blue-clothed woman shouted, and then she attacked again. The same majestic soul power directly burst out, and this power once again covered Jian Wushuang. Previously, Jian Wushuang's soul was protected by the exquisite pagoda, but now the exquisite pagoda had collapsed and could not be repaired in a short period. In the face of the soul attack of the blue-clothed woman, There was no room for struggle at all. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang's real soul was once again killed and destroyed. This time, everyone was focused on staring at Jian Wushuang. They could feel that Jian Wushuang's soul power had indeed wholly disappeared. However, in just a moment, buzz! Jian Wushuang's soul power rose at a terrifying speed and quickly recovered to its peak. At this moment, everyone understood. Monster. Jian Wushuang was indeed a monster that had exceeded entirely common sense and could even recover from soul destruction in an instant. How could immortal saints like them kill such a monster? He'll say it one last time. Leave Shuang Er behind. Don't force me. Jian Wushuang shouted sternly. Don't force you. The cold, arrogant woman said in a deep voice, Kid, I admit that you're very strange. But, of course, we can't kill you. But don't think that we can't do anything to you. We can't kill you, but we can suppress you. As the cold and arrogant woman spoke, she flipped her hand, and an ancient black tower appeared in her hand. This black tower gave off a unique aura, but this black tower should be a sacred treasure from the power it gave off. Sacred treasure, and it's scarce a suppression type sacred treasure. Suppression type sacred treasure? Isn't this even rarer than a domain type sacred treasure? The experts from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were all shocked. Yet, at the same time, they could not help but exclaim in admiration. As expected of the Supreme Emotion Valley, their methods were truly impressive. Although the 9 people who came this time were only at the Immortal Saint level, these Immortal Saints were not just terrifyingly strong individually. They had all sorts of methods. Material attacks, soul attacks, and now this cold and arrogant woman had taken out a suppression-type sacred treasure. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could not compare to her ability. Boy, I'll suppress you first. Then I'll take you back to my Supreme Emotion Valley and let my Valley Master and Elders deal with you. There are many experts in our Supreme Emotion Valley, so we'll naturally have ways to deal with you and your background. We also have ways to figure out your background. Now you'd better go in. The cold, arrogant woman sneered. She waved her hand, and the pitch-black tower in her hand instantly rushed out and appeared in the void above Jian Wushuang. Then the black tower suddenly enlarged and turned into a tall black tower. There were a lot of secret patterns at the bottom of the tower. At this moment, these secret patterns had been activated, and in the blink of an eye, a huge black hole appeared there. Countless black air currents were crazily binding Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang stood there and looked up at the black tower, but his body was slightly trembling. I don't want to be enemies with your Supreme Emotion Valley, but today you forced me to. Jian Wushuang let out a roar, which was hysterical and echoed in the world. The moment the roar fell, boom! Without any warning, a unique but supreme pressure suddenly burst out from Jian Wushuang's body. This pressure was not the pressure of divine power, aura, or mighty divine power, but the pressure of life and supreme beings. This pressure rose from Jian Wushuang's body and swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands instantly, sweeping across all directions. The heaven and earth shook in an instant, and the vast space around them began to tremble crazily. A fierce wind also rose, bringing all things in the world to worship Jian Wushuang at this moment. Heaven and earth completely fell silent. The cold and arrogant woman of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, Ze, the blue-clothed woman, the 9 Immortal Saints, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion Saint Hong, Long Xingzi, Chu Yong, and many other experts, as well as countless disciples, all stared at Jian Wushuang with wide eyes. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable fear and trepidation. But more than that, they were shocked. Their bodies were even trembling. They were purely frightened and oppressed. And then, plop, plop. One by one, they all knelt. The first to kneel was the weaker disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Most of them were divine masters, including Earth Divine Masters and Divine Masters. The maximum pressure that originated from the life level was not something they could withstand. After kneeling, How long did it take for them to fall into a coma? In the blink of an eye, all the strong disciples inside and outside the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, excluding those immortal saints, had already knelt. But, unfortunately, more than half of them had already fallen into a coma. But this was not the end. Suddenly, with a plop, another figure could not help but kneel. And this time it was the weaker immortal saint from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Yes, it was the immortal saint. This immortal saint's eyes were filled with unprecedented fear. He could not control his legs at all, and he could not help but kneel. It was not just him. Plop, plop, plop. Another 2 figures knelt. The other 3 immortal saints from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, including the current pavilion master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Long Xingzi. Even Long Xingzi could not resist the pressure of the supreme life level. As for those who did not kneel and could barely stand, only experts at the true saint level like Saint Hong could. It was worth mentioning that none of the 9 immortal saints from the Supreme Emotion Valley knelt directly. Although they did not kneel, their bodies trembled violently, their minds were in a daze, and their breathing seemed completely frozen. They were also suppressed and could not move at all. Yes, except for Jian Wushuang. There were countless experts on the field who could not move at this moment. His supreme life level pressure had already suppressed the entire field.